I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. You wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate, so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
And we're live. We are live on this Easter afternoon. Hello, Moan. Thanks you for coming here. Some people have a really messed up idea of what they think of a holiday means and is, you know. For example, most people on a holiday, they get together with family, they celebrate the holiday, the reason for the season. Most people don't say, this would be a great day for me to go out here and all these people I don't like, I think I'm just going to go out here and I just say I'm going to threaten the shit out of them. I'm going to threaten their kids. It's like they woke up this morning and they said, you know what? I don't give no fucks. I'm going to threaten their kids. I'm going to threaten their family. I'm going to threaten this. I'm going to threaten that. Hell, I'm going to hit square with a baseball bat. Tried to bully another man into coming up on his link when people was asking and just calling out to this person to hit a link here recently, not too long ago. They didn't hit it. Oh, but they decided to hit it randomly when Square is going live. It makes no freaking sense. Deadly still ain't been blocked for Mustards, by the way. Got him pictured commenting there just as recent as today. Last night, I don't know, within the last 24 hours, put it that way. Mustard, you're harboring somebody that threatened to grape nieces and shit. And look, let's just, okay, fine. You'll say, well, it's Squares, so who cares? Well, what about when he threatened Muggsy's niece? What about when he threatened these other people's, is it fuck them too? You can't pick and choose your principles. You either have a set of principles or you don't. It's actually been all right. I caught wind of this like in the tail end of it, and I ain't have really much to do today. After I decided to go to church this morning with my family and stuff, but I got in and I had done some of that cleaning recently. I did, so I felt like I've done a lot recently where I'm just kind of kicking it back today. And so I decided to give a listen because I wondered what would be said. Because, this individual claimed that they retired and they were done. And, Filthy is, Filthy straight up said out of his own mouth to Chris earlier, not considering that this is fucking Easter and people are with their family, but it's like, you better come up here and hit this link. You might be able to still talk with me through this, and we might be able to reach an agreement. I ain't gonna dox you today, even though I should, since you sat up there while all our people got doxed. Blah 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 blah. blah. This motherfucker say that the people that I'm currently friends with just completely outright ignored all their bullshit that they've been throwing at them. Which, they haven't, neither has the opposing side done either. But let's just give, for sake of argument, and say that that's what ended up happening. Do you think that would make a fuck's difference in this man's mind if he decided to go after them? No. He's been very clear. The only reason he's going after these people is because they associate with me. Like, I'm just the big bad hamburglar. I'm not the one that's got people on my roster with 3 domestic violence felonies and everything else. But, I guess that there must be just a special story there, not once, but twice, but 3 times that excuses those, justice system and judge gave him a bad rap. Yeah, that's his typical jailhouse excuse, I'm sure. he got a bad rap. You know, it's not like he got different POs from different women or anything. He did. You know, it was all from the same crazy one woman. Wrong. Not true. Different women. Yeah. But I got this motherfucker sitting over there. Raise your hand if you're not talking about people is dancing for him. This motherfucker has made a post regularly the past couple of days. 20 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago. What the fuck are you talking about? If anyone's dancing, you're dancing right along with us. So dance, motherfucker, dance. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. I mean, shit. Oh, well, you know, Filthy, I think, did endorse Donald White there for a little bit. I'm going to drop the link for people who want to come up. That includes you, Mocon. You know, you might feel a little hesitant about wanting to come up, thinking, you know, well, what's so-and-so or someone, whatever's going to say, you know. Don't let nobody run. Because if you want my honest opinion, they don't really treat you much of fucking. But, you know, I'm not here to talk to you about that or get you into any of that. You know, we'll drop it. We'll leave it at that. But, you know, don't let people run you. But yeah, he's threatening kids, and you're going to hear it yourself in this. Just in case he decided to try to do a little creative editing or anything, I made sure to get the original. So, because you never know. I mean, somebody like this tries to pride themselves like, well, I put everything up on Rumble for anybody to check out. You never know if it's not just a little bit scrubbed or, you know, some parts left out from the original live stream that he does for his. He's like, this is what y'all are here for. He acknowledged today more than once that everybody in that chat is there to watch him as an anonymous person, not doxxed, terrorize and go after others who are already either doxxed, they're working on doxing, etc. He acknowledged that, what y'all are here to see. So he's keenly aware that he is a performer for these people at the expense of who gives a fuck else for their entertainment. And then they want to say something like along the lines of, Chris, you better come up here and talk with us, or, you know, you ain't got no business bitching later if something were to happen like your kid's head getting smashed in. Or I swear to God, came right out of his mouth. Now, I ain't going to sit around and put up with someone calling me a fucking diddler, making up this false, bogus shit that tons of other people see and have called out. Still gonna sit here and act like he's on some high horse or different level. He's, you know, not a locale and this and that, and talking about doxers, scammers, and diddlers and this and that, while then going around and threatening children. You know, I could just as easily call you a diddler and make up some bogus story, but I'm not going to do that because it's cheap, it's fucking pathetic, it's desperate, and is the last, you know, line of rhetoric to go to when you ain't got nothing else and you ain't got no creativity. So I'm not going to say that, you know. Plus, I mean, I don't even know that to be factual. So I'm not going to call you that. But I did hear with my own fucking 2 ears you threaten a kid's head getting bashed in. It was an implied threat. if you want to get technical. And you made it towards Chris's kid. And I tell you what, a diddler ain't no good, but fuck, a person that threatens or stalks children like Jim Terry ain't no better either. And did y'all know this motherfucker actually said at one point, "We're all Jim Terry"? The Workyverse says that they're Jim Terry when he was addressing Bambi. They're all Jim Terry too. These motherfuckers are identifying with a child stalker and grifter, scammer of the true crime community. Everything they're supposed to be against and hate. As a group, at least the way they act in front for people to see them as, but they're really not against it. If they're against it, they wouldn't stand for Mustard Squirrel being a member. He's abused women and kids, domestic violence type shit 3 times. Serial repeat offender. You think if they gave a fuck about Easter and the family unit and kids in general and all that's wholesome and good, fucking have the likes of him hanging around? I mean, fucking come on, people. Use your goddamn noggin. I think we got Mocan back here. Mocan, is that you, bud?
It's me.
Alright, just making sure. Alright, I see it. You don't have to turn your camera on unless you want to. I'm going to bring you up on the stage. Hold on.
What's
going on?
Not much, man. Just got back from doing Easter with the family.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I saw some people go live earlier, and it's like they don't have any concept that today's fucking Easter. Just demanding people expecting people are watching them and demanding them to hit the link.
I know, right? It's wild. This YouTube shit, it's
Talk
crazy.
about entitled.
That's why I've kind of taken the way I used to live stream compared to nowadays is night and day. I just can't get into it like I used to. Certain people kind of ruined it. Like Triple T, MTP, all them idiots, they just kind of ruined it for me. They took the fun out of it.
Well, don't give them that. I mean, you just gotta.
No, I wouldn't say they didn't ruin it for me. They just kind of, I don't know how to. It was just weird, the shit I was dealing with, to the point I just finally was like, fuck it, man. Fuck this live streaming shit.
How do you think I felt? Like, I've had the most dedicated group of fucking trolls, like, fucking sit here constantly and with their little Discord notifier on, and it tells them whenever I make a post, whenever I go live, whenever I upload a video, upload a short, anytime I fart or do anything on YouTube, it sends out a notification. And I mean a separate notification extra from like the YouTube app.
Yeah. That's wild.
Every time I stream in here, I got to watching it within about less than a minute live. I would immediately get usually 2 to 3 people that jump in. One of those people that's jumping in is the dedicated screen recorder.
That's how it was with me. I had Dan Armstrong. It was like I'd go live and then just that, he's like...
Yeah, and they got that framework. They got that framework directly from Filthy, how Filthy was doing me. They started doing it with you. Then the Little started calling Rocco their property.
If you go to Dan's channel now, it's like he posts shit like how he's every time I don't go live for quite some time, you can find like if you go to his community post, you'll see dating back throughout the last year or two, like you can match up when I would stop going live for a while. He would eventually put out a post like, "Oh, I'm taking a break from YouTube for a while. Mocan, I forgot about you." Did it, and it's like as soon as I start going live again, boom, he's back at it. It's weird, dude. It's crazy. Yeah. I couldn't imagine actually being a famous person. I can't even imagine what a famous person has to deal with and go through.
Why do you think Filthy left the Workyverse? Because they are harboring too many cows. He ain't left shit. if he still got the same group of motherfuckers over there and he's still catering to the same audience, he ain't left fucking shit. He ain't left
Yeah.
a damn thing.
And they're all just
Hell,
crazy, like that Menace dude, like how he was cussing you out a while, like on
with
James
Jaw,
Channel a year ago about
like with
you
Jaw Rag
supposedly.
trying to say like you threatened to grape my wife, bitch. Put the proof
Dude,
up, bitch.
I've had people claim I've said or done something so many times, and none of it's ever true. It's like, what?
No,
That's that shit.
it's never true.
What Menace was saying, you supposedly said about his supposed kid. Menace has also said that I've supposedly said that. This other rapper, I think his name is like Larry Belafonte, he claims that dude said it. That's Menace's go-to. Well, that's not. He's Uncle Matt. First of all, dude, he's a tragedy pimp. It's crazy, but Menace will sit there and say
Hey, Bambi,
criminalistic
happy
fucking.
Easter.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't want to get back on that. I don't know. I got a bad habit when I'm
No,
talking to
you're all
somebody
right.
on
You're
live.
fine. I'm just saying hi. You're more than happy to talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
What'd you do for Easter? You have a good meal?
Yeah, we got something to eat after services, and then was gonna go see my nephew, but he's over at my brother's, so he's not even over here in this state. So we didn't see him today.
Yeah, I went over to my mom's. It was me, her, my sister, my stepdad.
Easter is not that big of a holiday for our family.
No,
it's just not.
We just
Thanksgiving
cook a big
and
meal
Christmas
and
and
hang out.
shit's more bigger than Easter's kind of something that everybody kind of does with their individual families.
Yeah, just our
here.
close family. And all the kids are grown now, so they don't really do the Easter egg hunting stuff.
Exactly. I ain't had an Easter basket. Well, actually, no. Someone got me one a few years back, and I remember saying, "Well, this is weird. I ain't had one of these since I was a kid."
Right.
But
Yeah,
it was an adult one. It had they made it funny. It was an adult one. Like they had condoms in the bottom of it. Like they they got like to be a joke. They got the extra these extra super tiny condoms.
Right.
This my cousin got it for me. She's a girl.
Heck yeah. Well, hey,
She's
man,
like
I'm gonna go.
To me.
I just wanted to come up here. You invited me to come up, so I just wanted to come up and say Happy Easter and just talk with you for a minute.
It's 4:20, man. I'm about to fire one up. You gonna run off already?
Yeah. Well, I got home about 30 minutes ago. I was pulling in when you texted me, inviting me up. So I'm gonna go in here. I gotta put I got leftovers. I gotta put those up. I gotta give Chevy. I brought her a leftover plate. I'm gonna give her leftovers. I'm letting her go potty outside right now. So I'm gonna go take. If you're still alive in a while, I'll come back up.
All right, man.
All right. Happy Easter. I'll hit you up here in a little bit.
Happy Easter, man. Yeah, I'll be here.
Bye.
I'll be going over Filthy. All right. All right. Let's get into this fucking abominations live stream.
Happy Easter, everybody. Happy 420.
Fuck yourself.
It's one hell of a day today, and happy birthday, Hitler. I mean, what a fucking day. Easter.
Wow. But of course, if I were to say some shit like that, they'll be talking about it for the next 2 weeks straight. Even I could even insert just kidding or sarcasm or anything afterwards. They'd be like, nope, that's how he really felt. He's just doing that as a PR stunt. I mean, come on.
Birthday in 420.
Hell, fuck, he gave who was it, Upchurch and them crazy motherfuckers shit for going around talking about how the swastika was originally a symbol of peace or something. Like this motherfucker, he had the most to say about that shit. Talking about they're fucking idiots. Well, yeah, you go ahead and you wear that fucking symbol of peace on your fucking shirt and go try to get a job and see how that works out. Like, fucking idiot, man. But he can sit there and joke around and say, "Oh, happy birthday to fuck all, dick all, Adolf." Oh man, you're not kidding. Yeah, his voice is annoying. That's why I've got to turn him way fucking down, because his constant vape hitting from nervousness and everything is just, yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, fucking one.
It's not as bad as Birdo, but it's still pretty bad.
I think what we've got here is
At least you can actually understand this guy.
Communicate, I think.
Failure to communicate. Who?
As you can see, the link is pinned for Faggy Pudding. Always Faggy Pudding.
Oh, I didn't see my name tagged. For Troc. But Troc don't talk to you.
Almost.
Shit, I can tell you right now that wasn't going to work. Bambi don't talk to you neither.
Saying, I'm bad. That way I could use it when I needed to say it. And of course, Harlow.
Wait, he wants a clip. Sly saying Bambi. Oh, but he said happy holidays, Bambi. That means he's not in a bad mood.
Whoever went in there on the fake filthy animal account, God bless you. I'm going to put the,
oh, bullshit.
I'll get a picture, but I'll put the original.
That was you.
We need all kinds of filthy animal number 3s because I never realized how somebody coming in and saying a word or two could fuck these people's mind up like it did. So,
dude, when you're talking about threatening people or threatening their nieces and shit, that's not some artistic style level trolling of getting a reaction, with minimal effort. You're using the maximum amount of effort, taking the maximum amount of risk, crossing the maximum fucked up, most maximum amount line when it comes to habitual line stepping, going to kids and everything else. You do that, and yet you want to bill yourself as some fucking amazing troll that gets these reactions without hardly having to take a fart. You are dumb as fuck. Anybody with a half a brain would call that shit out. That ain't no artistic style level trolling. That's some fucking punk ass, intimidate a motherfucker trolling.
It would be stupid. And,
oh, I know, right? But doxing's bad, but he has a doxathon.
Just because I'm no longer a member of the Workyverse.
Oh, shut up! All right? None of you were actually ever members of anything. You have no real membership roster. You have no charter. You have no incorporation. You don't have anything. You've got fucking screenshots and clips and audios and fucking AI audios and shit. Fake documents. Fake fucking letters and shit. Fake fucking receipts claiming you're fucking suing Square and all the other crap they made. Y'all ain't got shit. But you all loosely have stuck together and hang together in the same chats, the same groups, the same followings. You're all an unofficial fucking group on your own. I mean, if I was a fucking law enforcement person or whatever looking into this, I would deduce from my own who runs with who based on who I see hanging with who. And if you go by that, you're still around the same exact fucking people. So you can say you're not a member or whatever, but it's just fucking stupid. It's just, you're just playing word games. You're doing it for the LARP, I guess. And so it muddies the waters on accountability, who's tied to who and all that. But it's not going to work. How's that going to work when you're still around the same people, have the same people in your chat and shit? Oh, I'm not a Workyverse. They fucking harbor too many cows. They fucking lost their mind. Oh, hello, Mr. Fusion. Hello, JM. Hello, Hillbilly. Hello, Petey. Like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, I hate them motherfucker cow harboring sons of bitches. Hello, guys. Make sure y'all hit the cash app. Fucking hypocrite.
Tears your fucking ass up.
You want your cake and you want to eat it too.
Faceless fucking hillbilly up here that's getting fucking 10 times the viewers that you're getting. And I'll say anything I want to these fucking people. You know, I'll shoot it fucking straight.
No, you shoot it fucking anonymous and hiding like a little bitch. You shoot it this way because there's no other way for you to act. The day you're really doxxed, fuck, I guarantee you the filthy animal days are over. Let this motherfucker, let us wake up tomorrow and he actually become doxxed. Good Lord of all that's holy and good, please let it happen. I guarantee you we won't hear a fucking peep from this motherfucker again. Oh, and apparently, y'all, Moses didn't get doxxed at all. Everybody just got their panties in a wad and got angry, and somebody like MRE went after Bambi for it and everything. But we got it wrong, y'all. They win yet again, even though the video got struck and everything else. But it wasn't them, y'all. It wasn't them.
If you don't, fuck you. But this old fucking hillbilly that she can't understand, she was riding off my fucking back, playing my fucking Filthy Fridays, playing videos that I did. And I'm not a content creator. I've never claimed to be. The only content I create
Bambi, check IG, Bambi.
You know, I'm not
Who's she talking about?
That word is thrown around way too freely on here. I mean, just having a channel, if that makes you a content creator, then I guess there's a hell of a lot of them out here. But
oh, you make content. You make criminal content.
Else's content, which is every day of what her show's about. You're not a content creator. At least if I take somebody's content, they will come in here to watch it. You know,
she breaks down and reacts to stuff and has chill streams. I know your old mind, it's hard for you to get around the fact that a chill stream is a concept of a stream being live and broadcasting, having a panel, a guest, a couple guests, maybe just a person by themselves, going over various types of content, reacting to it, which is been long recognized and long debated and argued about whether it's truly fair use and blah, blah, blah. And there's people that are staunch, it's not fair use, it's stealing, like you. And then there's other people that, you know, and according to courts and different things like that, YouTube themselves and plenty of people that have fought over this shit, it is fair use. So technically it's fair use, but to a lot of people that pride themselves on making things completely out of scratch and whatever, you know, it's a matter of difference, okay? It's a matter of preference, all right? You either like content like that or you fucking don't. And if you don't, move the fuck on down the road. Like, it's that simple. Like, if I'm into fucking swordsmithing, what the fuck do I look like going over to a gunsmithing channel? I'm not going to be happy there. I mean,
down the road, they knew that bitch wasn't no doctor. They knew she wasn't related to the fucking mafia. But just
shut up.
You know, just
you ain't got no proof to show any of that. Just your word.
Not me. The minute I found out you was claiming you was a doctor, I got a hold of Fusion and JM. We ran your information, and I said that bitch is fucking done. And that's why you are no longer in the workiverse. Now, I'm not going to wait on you all day, Chris Trott.
Number one, she wasn't really ever in the workiverse, if you want to be that honest.
A little bit. I don't have no way of getting in contact with them, but if someone would like to give them motherfuckers a call and tell them that they are a linked pin, you don't have to email me. You know, you don't have to do
Why would
anything
anybody
special.
come on your link
Uh,
after you refused to
no,
come on
not
theirs
any
because they were
link
quote
for you,
cows?
not anybody else. Am I worried about somebody else hitting it? No. I'll either bring them up and tear their goddamn ass up, or just fucking kick them
Oh
from the
yeah, I know
stage.
you really tear their ass up, won't you?
View that fucking link. And if you would have been smart when that fake filthy account came
Bambi,
in,
I know you ain't gotta
that was
speak
your
for yourself.
highest potential
If
ever
if
getting
anybody
somebody
watches this
listening.
later on or
Think
whatever,
about that.
just know that this motherfucker is going to say a whole bunch of negative shit about Bambi, me, Harlow, and Troc, and you need to take it with a grain of salt. And yeah, especially if you listen really close to some of it. I mean, it's kind of clear it's bullshit.
Smoke and mirrors. You're untroublable? No. You are the easiest trollable person that I have ever run into in my fucking life. I mean, a
Oh,
fucking
look,
meme, one of my memes makes you
I
produce
thought it
5
was
memes to go live 3 times a day. You know,
that.
you are a
That's such
high
bogus.
producer in fucking milk. But with that being said, I truly believe that this is somewhat of a misunderstanding. And I think you need to grab your balls. I mean, after all, Troc, your uncle used to drive and suck some mobster's fucking dick. Surely you got enough balls to click this fucking link. Bet he don't. Bet none of them don't. Did y'all notice when that and what's crazy? Somebody contacted me. They're like, "Filthy, you over in there?" I said, "Well, fuck no, I'm not over in there. I go in there on a Rum Runner Creeker account. I'm telling them that's a fake filthy, but drop the link. I'll come up."
Here's the thing. You clearly came up on the panel the other day. Like everybody heard you. Now you could say that that wasn't you or whatever. Maybe you're talking about another fucking time in a chat or something. That wasn't you in the real chat. Whatever the case, you came on Harlow's briefly, or not Harlow's. You came on mine briefly. You wouldn't come on Harlow's. So I guess you're saying whoever was filthy animal at Harlow's or whatever was fake. You know, that's fine. But I don't get like where you think. I just don't get how you think that. I mean, you actually say at one point that Square didn't give y'all the full warning. Yeah, I've made them keenly aware of the type of psychotic individual you are, the things that you have perpetrated in unison with a group of other individuals online. Outright towards me, my family, my granddad, the local business owners in this area, the police, the damn Missouri State Social fucking Services Agency, the goddamn electric company here, the coroner here, the fucking fire department here. The guy, I mean, do I need to seriously go on? Because I have made them very keenly aware of anything, everything you've done, calling the schools, calling the doctors. Like, you want to talk about somebody producing milk? Like, well, then what have you've produced? I'll tell you, your own version of milk, um, just from all the shit you've done. You've produced tainted milk. That shit'll kill you if somebody drank that shit. It's tainted with all your fucking sins, all your crimes, all of that. And you think it's some kind of fucking badge of honor. And because there are people out there that enjoy watching you do it because they take no risk in watching you do this to people. And so it's an outlet of escapism for them that's unhealthy. They sit on the sidelines and laugh and whatever, but they don't do anything directly ever because they're not built, they're not like that. They're not a full psychopath. They're just a little sociopathic. They're not a full-on psychopath though, like you are. It's the psychopaths that's going to go out there and do the shit and take action. It's the sociopaths that are going to sit around and just fucking leech off of it and fucking, good difference of illustrating that would be filthy and mustard. On the one hand, you got the psychopath on the right, filthy, and then on the left, you've got the bitch ass sociopath. Hits on women and shit.
That I could give two fucking shits last who he is, who he ain't, the mob's dad, along with both of them. Why would you sit on the panel with a woman running a mobster's name that is a fucking rat, knowing good and well that is all manufactured fucking horse shit? You have no fucking honor. I mean, I couldn't believe, I've been told I was be blowed up. The next time you go out, you're a fucking dead man. I've been told all kinds of shit. I've never in my life been told. My uncle drove, yeah. Martha. Yeah, I mean, are you fucking shitting me? I mean, it is fucking comical of all the fucking things that you could fucking pull out that you're going to tell me your uncle drives fucking cars. Hell, my uncle one time drove a truck with 18 goddamn wheels on it. I bet you that just surprises the fuck out of all of you. Never seen nothing quite like it, folks. But
this fucking idiot, man.
Content, this woman creates, the type that nobody's fucking watching, and I didn't put no music. There ain't nothing fancy here today, folks. I am not a content creator.
Hey, y'all, remember, nobody's watching, but he is.
This content.
They all are, but nobody's watching.
She has got fucking videos up that don't even have 5 fucking views on them. There was more goddamn people in here waiting on me to hit the live button than what you got watching your fucking shit, Bambi. And y'all can go over to her page. I just sort of screen recorded it. I know it's rolling a little fast.
Here's the thing. What is that supposed to mean? All that illustrates is the usual old adage that fucking degenerate behavior, shit that is worse for people, is always consumed in more higher quantities than shit that's not bad for you, inherent in its own value. That's all that illustrates. Oh, I have a little bit more. I got some more numbers in my shit. I'm only threatening to dox these people's private lives and fucking fuck with them in real life. Shit, like I done that fucking one little motherfucker that's about 20 years younger than me. But yeah, I'm a big badass. I'm a big badass. Oh yeah, I'm a big badass. Excuse me. That's this new vape sound. Yeah. I know I didn't fart. Now, see, you got the troll. You just got trolled. See, I used a fart sound and lied about it being a vape noise to get you to think I had farted. And see, you fell for it. You fell for it. Meanwhile, this motherfucker, the whole time, he farted. Or he was taking a shit. I forgot. That's what it was. One time. Like, oh my gosh, man. They act like, oh, they're the people that always catch other people doing something on live. But if they ever get caught up doing something live, they just conveniently, you know, on the spur of the moment, have a quick mind enough that's used to lying and goes, oh, it was a troll, Meanwhile, though, if me or you say that shit, and even if we actually said, like, let's do a troll and did something to make them think one way and they go for it, and then we reveal later it was a troll, they'd be like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, you can't troll. You don't know how to troll. You can't fool us. I don't know. We've done pretty good a couple times, but see, that's the thing though. We could laugh about fooling y'all on something. We don't have to fucking brag about it. We could laugh about it amongst each other. But this dude, I don't know what the fuck he's getting on. Just some unexpected company. Hey, take care, Mrs. Bambi. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. I didn't think you'd want to be in here anyways. Is that a fucking bolt or a screw nut? Something. Take care. Let's get back to this fucking shit.
And tell people who the fuck it is.
Come on, Brian.
And it's a piece of art. The visual should speak for its fucking self. You did not hit the goddamn bar. I mean, it's just, it's just that simple.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since we're not Moses Heaps or Stevie or never mind, we got that wrong. That's right. Mr. Anonymous wants to still be anonymous. Since we don't have that sweet, sweet paywall established YouTube money and that blood money, just like old Blood Money Brookie, from the cash apps and the extortions of the community. Therefore, we didn't have a way, and don't have a way to buy fucking whatever Adobe Photoshop animations and whatever other side program they use, because they don't use just one program. He goes on this long diet. Let me save you this long bullshit. He goes on this long diatribe about how if you think that's one program, you're out your mind. But well, no fucking shit, dumbass. Nobody ever said that was just one program. I mean, fuck, it would be a hell of a program if it was. Obviously, they probably use a reface type of application. It just depends. But I guarantee you, it's probably somebody that's got a good little stash of side money from their little YouTube con that they've been running, making fun of fucking Dirky White, for God's sake, who's in jail for, he ain't producing much right now, is he? So no, of course not. So they got to cover his fucking mammy or his fucking. It's just crazy, bro. They just targeted that whole family. And I get it. They kind of made a name for themselves in a way. And they're a little different. They got a fucking documentary out there about them, for crying out loud. Their family, their whole family line going back last couple great grandpas that's fucking been tap dancing, fucking coal mining outlaw, drinking, swearing, fucking rowdy motherfuckers. That's fine. Hey, that's their culture, and you're not going to take that away from them. Fuck, why would you? Let them keep it. Fuck. You're not going to change their mind. You're not going to let, unless they want to change their mind on something, they're never going to change their mind. That goes for 98% of people, including myself. Hey, buddy. Let's continue to see what else. I'm trying not to skip over some parts but I may evidently do. Yeah, so I might just end up. Well, any of y'all can. I'll share out a link to share this upload. Certain people. I wouldn't want to go back through it, but I mean, from threatening Chris if he doesn't come up on the panel, threatening his kid, to you know, talking about Harlow, showing the information he believes that is like I don't. Here's the thing, like I'm not even going to go into it really the specifics on second thought, but just put it this way, just how they like to play. That they can't confirm nor deny, and then they'll wait a couple weeks. And after all this stuff and people making a fuss, now he's gonna come out and say that wasn't banned, that wasn't those folks. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was her, maybe it wasn't. But I mean, he kind of gave himself away though when he said that he's got so much different stuff and different names that he's never seen so much. How do you know those are all the same people? They surely can't be. So my faith that he has the right information is just low. Okay, but Bambi's been doxxed. I've been doxxed. Okay, so okay, he tried to do Harlow. He then withheld, or I don't know, maybe later on he eventually said fuck it. I don't know. I didn't stay to watch it all. But at first I heard him say that he wasn't going to dox Chris, if he came up, you know, even though he basically said he should because Chris stood by apparently, and we was I don't think we was doxing anybody. I think we showed some pictures, which they love to do all the fucking time, and take private pictures of people and public pictures and different things. So, like, how are you really going to complain about that? Like, you sound like a baby.
Now, there could be some legalities here with this telephone.
Oh, yeah, let me go back with this a little bit.
But
See, I skipped over something.
all of them plus. No, you are speaking, or Jim Terry. Once I found out she is out here spouting.
Oh, yeah, here's the Jim Terry bullshit where he says that, too.
I know a lot of people in here's dabbled with AI for avatars and shit. It just don't fucking happen. I just now figured out what the fucking ice skates was. I had no idea. I knew she was a goddamn doctor, supposedly. That you ain't. I didn't know she was a world famous fucking ice skater too. Because I always wondered. I'm like, hell, this bitch is on the street corner. Wonder why the fuck they put her in fucking ice skates. I mean, had no idea, Was talking to my brother-in-law, soon to be sister-in-law. I was like, yeah, you didn't know that? I said, no. Because, I really didn't fuck with Bambi. Once I found out she is out here spouting she is a doctor, she kicked me.
Well, what do you know? Thanks for the information. Appreciate you coming by, too. SK99. That's interesting.
Goddamn rocks, She had no choice in the matter either, because it's no way that I'm riding with that.
What I want to know is how's he supposed to feel, though? He still doxed Harlow. Apparently, well, he claimed to. Yeah, I remember seeing him come up on there, but I didn't hear that part yet.
And Bambi, I just want you to know you are speaking, or Jim Terry is speaking to you. We are all Jim fucking Terry. We have
We are all Jim Terry. Can you imagine saying that shit with a straight face? I cannot believe I just heard a grown adult say that. Supposed to be a grown adult. Wow.
controlled your fucking ass. I mean, obsessed, bug this, be that, Jules that. I'm going to tell you, I don't give up.
Well, okay. Here's what we'll see about that. And regardless, like, you're basically talking about insane, and you're not going to be he begged Filthy to spare him if he stays offline. Dude, that is such some, like, you don't bow down to somebody that threatens your family member like that. You just don't. You might avoid getting into contact with him. Like, I understand why he avoided going up there. He's got no right to claim and call for him to come up there after threatening his kid. He's got no right at all to do that. Most men and most guys probably would have said fuck that and went on up there just to argue and duke it out with him. But you know that if MRE feels that way and is so scared of Filthy, then you already know he fucking probably try to tell him, like, you don't want to do that, you don't want to, like, this dude is not much shit without a fucking telephone and a goddamn computer. Forgive me, Lord, I shouldn't have taken your name in vain. Honestly though, he's not much, like, if he don't have a window or a number to call or an angle to use or try to manipulate, he ain't much. He ain't much. I mean, that's point blank period. The problem is though, is when it comes to me, a lot of my family is aware, been aware. We've been through this a time or two. So it's harder to do shit over time. But, these are all new people supposedly towards him. So he probably feels like, the possibilities, are great. And that's just fucked up. Like, what's he going to do? Try to call and harass one of us? Like, I'll give you some of the greatest hits he's pulled. Call and harass a family member or fool them with some fake story about something, get them to stay on the phone as long as they can and talk about stuff. Calling your local police or some shit. I don't know. A whole host of other false and wrongful use of emergency / different services. What else? Sending a package of a bunch of nonsense from fucking a dead animal be dissected in a bag to fucking chocolate dildos. I mean, who the fuck knows what the fuck? I mean, I'm just sharing all the things that he's done. Uh, I can't think of much else, but popping up on your panel and porn bombing you, masquerading as freaking Andrea or me. Well, that ain't never gonna work around here, but it's funny, he plays those videos of him porn bombing one person, and he porn bombs Lauren, Rochelle, and each and every time it's the same person using the exact same setup to porn bomb the people. Same exact clips. You can tell after watching that those are recorded clips. The one of me is so old, it's got an old ass black border around it from when I was streaming on Streamlabs. Yeah, you can tell it doesn't even have a ticker, a little marquee at the bottom of it going or anything. That's how old that damn clip of me is.
The fuck how much pussy that woman sold, didn't sell. I don't give a good goddamn. More power to you, woman. You will never be what she is because
I mean, you say that he didn't dox Chris or nothing, but I'm looking at the bottom of this video and I see Chris's full name along with Bambi's. Well, yeah, and Bambi's name with their telephone numbers for the world. So I find it interesting that, but I guess he's going to claim he didn't want fully dox him if he didn't put his address out and all that. But I mean, hell, he's done put out enough now that people could realistically find him on their own. Like, he doesn't even need to. That's what's so, like, mind-boggling about that bullshit right there, is that technically he has doxed him. Nah, not fully enough.
she's got a community that stands behind her. Now, I'm not shouting Jules out. The goddamn numbers don't lie. I mean, anytime I've ever bounced in there, it don't matter if it just started, where you're at.
Because she has a bunch of women, and this is no disrespect to women, but she has a bunch of women in there from the 90 Days community, 90 Day Fiance community, and then some women from the plain old women's community and true crime community in there. And she talks about a variety of whether it's criminally related stuff, 90-day drama, drama in the women's community, drama with her and Bambi, drama with her and somebody else, drama with someone, some other guy she got drama with me, Square, drama with the work he works, drama with Paula. It's drama. It's nothing but drama. A lot of it, if you pay attention, she has those little spurts where she tries to go to like more mainstream style content, but even then she falls into going at this person or that person, Jen this, George this, She's got a bunch of women that like to eat up the drama. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I mean, that's all it is. And you act like that's some big accomplishment, Filthy? How do you know she's not padding her numbers every stream? How do you know she's not, spending just $10 each stream to pad herself an extra 40, 50, 60, whatever that'll fucking get her on the market, depending on where she goes for bots? I mean, we've seen people like Paula be able to add 300-400 bots to a stream. How? I mean, it sounds like it wouldn't be so. Would kind of be economical if somebody was serious about attracting attention and stuff. If they buff their numbers, not a whole lot, but just a little bit, just to buff them up a little bit. I mean, how do you know she's not doing that? You don't, fucking idiot.
That in it, she's got 60, 80 people. Sometimes it's 150 plus.
Yeah, and she could have like really in reality 40, 50, and you know, the other are Vietnamese and shit. Gonna watch too much more of this just for the simple fact that it's actually starting to give me a headache. Like he just irritates. He gives me a headache. He does.
You cannot stand it, Bambi, because you will never be that. Now, what does that woman say or do to
She'll never be what? A fucking sex trafficking fucking ex hooker that used to fucking pimp out women and take advantage of them and shit, and you're okay with it. And she's got a little extra numbers in the algorithm. So what does that make her? She's still a fucking human female. That's it. Hell, she's technically an older, less attractive human female. And not as intelligent if you want to ask me, but that's just my opinion. Like, I don't get what that doesn't, what she'll never be. Oh, you're saying she'll never get older and be less attractive like her? Well, that's a nice thing to say, Filthy.
hold these people's attention and get them in there? I don't know. I don't even know what I do that brings y'all out here. I've said it many a times that, you know, it just amazes me that this many people would tune in on a Filthy Friday for me to call Square a fag for the 100,000th time. But I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here this morning. And by all means, if y'all got something to do, this one here, unless they come up here and we get this resolved, this one here will be going over to Rumble, because I'm going to give y'all people what you've been asking for, and I'm going to give these 150 fucking people what they come here to fucking see. So, Crocky boy, come on up here. Come on up.
Yeah, and you can get the fuck right on the fuck off with that shit because you're not going to do anything.
Because all of them, really, he's the only one I think could even bounce back from this. You know, Bambi's a fucking nutcase, and
Yeah, like you're
she's
not.
playing these little games.
She's
And,
not a nutcase.
boy, it's biting you in the ass. You won't believe who called me. Yeah, they had to give old Jim a call, folks. Take a listen here.
Hi, this is Deputy Michelson with the Guthrie County Sheriff's Office here located in Iowa. When you get this message, please give us a call back at 641.
Y'all know how.
You could have got that from Jules. I mean, you could have, you know, there's no telling where you got that from. And then you had an app transcribe it into text like you did. You covered up the number part because that's funny. What are you scared to dox a cop? I thought you was big and bad, filthy. I thought you said fuck the pigs. Oh, it looked like you little pussy to me.
I love to make a good phone call. I thought,
Big bad anonymous badass can't even dox a number.
you know,
Oh, but wait, he is doxing numbers, so he just won't dox a police number. Oh, well, what was all that fuck around? Find out, no rules, bullshit.
probably shouldn't poke the bear. Like, don't know about calling this old piggy poo.
No, but that's what you do. Oh, you calling him a piggy poo?
Curiosity got the best of the old filthy animal, and you know it is the holidays, folks. So
Yeah, and you've got a fucked up way of thinking of celebrating it.
I had to do it. Now, they could be some legalities here with this telephone call.
Oh,
But
there's a
let's
whole bunch of
remember
legalities,
when
buddy.
Jules said that this guy knows she is a mental fucking nut on the door, old girl.
Yeah.
This dude
I'm not gonna let
hates
you
your
just
fucking
keep
guts.
disrespect.
And to think, folks, this woman says she does casework and shit like that. I mean, back what?
Yeah, shut up.
2 months now. If you can get on YouTube, get on the goddamn corner with a fucking can, and some generous motherfucker like me, if you tell him you're going to use it for drugs or alcohol, I'll hit you with a $20 bill. I just like honesty. Let's take a little look at this here. I have.
Oh yeah, this is when he porn bombs Nick's channel.
She wishes we were doing that to her. Well, yeah. I'll have to cut that. I have to.
We had no problem with you. I thought you had no problem with us until you just done that, you disgusting piece of shit. Who's Ian? Hey, who are you? I can't hear you.
Oh, Ian.
Oh, you're using a racist picture to cover up the porn. That's really good touch there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. So that's 30 odd minutes in. Banned from studio, right? That's fine. I'm
Well,
going
you
to
got to see it this time.
Right. I'm just going to put down the timestamps.
The other day, that was me, Mr. Fusion. Don't go around here doing that type of shit. And the other day, that was.
Wow, that's the best you got. That's real impressive there. Wow, real impressive.
That wasn't me, folks. That was Jim Terry. And if you're out there listening, Sly.
Yeah, it was Jim Terry.
Mr. Fusion that got you the other day. That was me, Mr. Fusion. Don't go around.
Bruh, I love how he's like, oh, that was Jim Terry, but then he's like, oh, Sly, yeah, that wasn't him. That wasn't Fusion that got you the other day. That was me. Yeah, I'm done listening to him. I've had enough. I can't do no more. I've done way too much as is. Oh my God, another damn 4 days ago upload, middle school teacher scandal exposed, cops, law and crime. What the hell is going on with all these teachers more and more, man? It's been like that now for the past year. Every other month, teacher case, teacher case, teacher case, teacher case, crazy teacher case, crazy gym teacher, lunch lady case, like fucking crazy shit. Yeah. I salute to Bambi's post. Let's see. Holy shit, somebody's calling Gene Dill a fraud just 2 hours ago.
I did an interview on Cameron's podcast, and they asked, you know, if I interviewed any people where I knew they weren't really telling the truth. And I said, well, Gene Deal, we did an interview. I did it because he was in the car in front of Biggie when Biggie got killed, and he helped get him to the hospital and so forth.
Who told you that?
He said it.
Puff said, "Can you know what hospital is?" He said, "Yeah, I know where the hospital is." And Big, and he said, "Yeah, Big, I'm gonna get you to the hospital. Big, I'm gonna get you to the hospital." And Big said, "Just do it before I close the door." That's cap.
You're saying he wasn't even there?
No, what I'm saying is Gene was back there with Puff. Remember?
Yeah, he was in the car with Puffy.
But
when Biggie's car got shot up, he was Puffy's bodyguard.
He's Puffy's bodyguard.
Right.
Yeah.
But he was in the you know,
I don't know.
In the row of cars.
But did Puff pull out with Biggie?
That's what he said. Look, he was there. He was with Puffy.
What did Keefe D say?
Well, Keefe wasn't there when Biggie got killed. Well, I mean, he was at I guess him and Orlando were at the museum at the party. I don't know if he saw the shooting.
No, but they all came out. The party was over. Everybody was leaving. Because remember, originally Puffy came to the party with Biggie.
Mm-hmm.
But then they left they left in different vehicles.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, and then you got sometimes where Gene is saying when the shooting started, he ran down the street. So did you run down the street from the venue because they just pulled out and got to the light? Or was you saying you was in another car? But here goes the thing, right? Here goes the thing with Gene. I keep telling people this. Gene, when we think security, you say guys like Monster and, you know, Kibo. You know what I'm saying? Guys that been dude security, street dudes forever. That's because we didn't see these dudes get active. You notice how you never hear any story about Gene, even then. Shots fired, Gene don't bust his gun. You know why? Gene got a probation officer's gun. This is why he don't bust that.
What is that?
What is that? that is a gun that you have to fire in certain situations, right? It's a difference between you having street security. They're going to get out. They don't give a damn if you didn't spare it off. It's going to be some bullets chasing that vehicle.
Right.
Gene Deal.
I think Buntry shot at the
Buntry
car.
ain't no goddamn probation officer.
Exactly.
That's street security.
Right.
If you notice, you never hear any stories. Find me one story where Gene had an altercation with anybody. You was the police, but yet he tries to like position himself like he was frontlining. You're not going to be a probation officer in the Big Apple where you got a case, you got a case files, you got clients, you got people, you got to make sure they taking their piss test so they got their jobs or they at the right address. In New York, 5 days a week, but yet the stories he talking is as if he flying around with Biggie, with Puff them everywhere.
Right.
You are situational. You get what I'm saying? Now, Wolf?
Yeah, Wolf.
That's a different conversation.
That's a different conversation, right? Shout out to Wolf.
Then he said the last time he
Rest
said,
in peace, Wolf.
He said, yeah, we can't blame Puff for all this. His kids was doing the parties too. Nigga, when they let you go in 02, 03, his kids was 6 and 8 years old. So when you listen to some of the things he says, Gene just retired about 5 to 7 years ago. Full benefits, that means he didn't have no blemishes. His write-ups was to a minimum. He did his full 25, 30 years as a probation officer, but yet he knows all the stories of how the contracts got negotiated, right? In UMG, how the publishing deals happening. Bro, security's not in the room when these things are going on.
No.
He also said that your mother was a goddamn...
Right, yeah. So I was going to get to this. So after me doing Cameron's show and saying what I'm saying, I understand why he did it. I'm not tripping. So he does this podcast with some other guy. And my mom had wrote a book just independently published that's on Amazon. You guys can go purchase it if you want to find out more information about me and my family. Go ahead. I don't care. But there's like a picture of her in the book, which is why they put a picture of her. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's from the book, I think. So they did this whole thing about how my mother was a KGB spy who came to America and infiltrated the Navy. And their proof is that they found some news article that at the same year that my family moved to America from the Ukraine, 2 KGB spies were busted that year. That's the proof. That's the connection.
But your mother's name not mentioned. And he gonna sit there.
No. And the people getting busted, the Lubovny name is not mentioned at all. Or the Behrman name, which is her maiden name, is not mentioned at all. They're just making this up and running with it.
He's gonna sit there with a serious goof troop look. I'm telling you, in the same year,
KGB spy,
the KGB spies,
it all fits together.
And people be like, oh, yeah. Like, come on.
The reason I mention it is because it's so silly. Like, it's just, come on, man. Like,
so where your mother's books at? Amazon?
Amazon.
Yeah, R&B got some books built to stand. She got...
Damn. Hey, stupid ass Ruru. Don't be commenting on my shit. Don't be commenting on my shit. You got a lot of nerve. Punisher Skull brand. Goodbye. Cannot believe that shit. Hold on, guys. Ah, shit. Let's check this clip out.
But I said,
oh, which one is worse? The word or
okay, I gotta get off the show.
what if we just go take this outside? What if we
Stop.
You're telling me that, like, let's say a white person, he grows up in like horribly poverty conditions in the South, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a black person who grows up and they have kind of a nice middle class lifestyle, right? Do you think that if that black person is called the N-word and that Southerner is called the C-word, even though clearly, objectively, that white person has a worse standard of living than the black person, that's more or less hurtful for one or the other?
What's the C word?
We don't say it. Oh my.
Yeah, I can't say it.
I don't know what the C word is.
Yeah,
I'm
just
just wondering because everyone knows what the
Is it
N word
less
is.
or more
I'm just
hurtful?
wondering what's the C word
is going to be worse.
Based on what?
Based on the generational and historic.
How could that be worse on the guy who's middle class, though?
It has nothing. This has nothing.
Hey, whoa! Hold on. Hey. Did you forget the part of the conversation where only one person should be speaking at a time? She's speaking. Granted, she's talking way too much than she should be at this point in the conversation. We haven't even gone through the intros.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Well, not really. It's her bad. If people are engaged in the conversation, you guys can't be interrupting other people.
Can I add
Kindly.
something?
Yeah.
I just want to say, both of you guys, it makes sense. Like if you're in a new relationship, you're not going to go and put anything anywhere it doesn't belong. And if you're in a married relationship and you guys both have talked to one another about what is appropriate in your relationship and you've already decided what your boundaries are, then that seems acceptable, right?
Hey, stop using logic and reason. Stop that. This is a Marxist we're talking to. You don't need logic. You don't need reason.
One time I did fall asleep
while doing that.
Right. I was like, I was drunk, and then yeah, I fell asleep. But why would he? See, I want to know, what part of it do you like? Do you like the part right, like when she doesn't feel it at all?
Robert Tanner donated 1,000.
If we're
Damn.
SA and women are we're the victims mostly of SA, so obviously we're all going to have different things to add so that you can hear our voices, because that's why we're here, right? So that we can give you the female perspective.
I'm not going to allow you. No.
In time out.
Thank you.
I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize what happened. She was talking, then you two were engaged in what we call a sidebar conversation, which we specifically tell you not to do. What do both of you not understand about how to engage in a conversation? Answer me that.
Now riddle me this, Batman.
If you
Yeah, riddle me this, Batman.
talking to us, not like on this podcast, is that how you would speak to me? Because I don't think so.
How would that matter?
How would that matter? What if I talk to you exactly how you talk to me?
Well, do you always talk the same way in a job occupation that you would outside
No,
of a job occupation?
I understand entertaining,
Well, it's not just entertainment.
but there's something to be
Can
said
you
of
tilt your
just
mic down, please?
degrading, just demeaning.
Well, that's kind of funny. Like, I had a shop foreman who was just like the nicest guy you could ever imagine when we were outside of the shop. And when he was inside the shop, he would throw tools at me all the time, literally throw them at my head.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Oh, it was great. He was like one of the best ever, right?
Sounds traumatic.
But inside of his occupation, right? Of course, he acts in the capacity of his occupation. That's how it works. Don't you act a certain way in your occupation?
Pleasant.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good that you've only ever had pleasant occupied jobs, right? But not all of us have. Some jobs require a different form of discourse.
Can I ask you a question? If somebody murdered your family and you saw the murderer standing right there, would you be pleasant, like verbally, to the murderer?
That's why you have such contempt for women, because you think of them as murderers.
Wow,
Your analogies
Good God.
never make sense to me.
Do you know what an analogy is? That's a complete logical failing on your part. Answer the actual question.
I'm trying to understand where this is coming from.
Why don't you just answer the question? Because I'll explain it to you. You asked me about my tone. I will explain.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. You can.
Can I say something?
No, let her answer.
If I saw a murderer, if someone murdered my family and they were right there, how would I react?
Yeah, would you be pleasant towards them verbally?
Would you be pleasant? It's a yes or no answer. Come on, bitch.
Like, would you treat them politely?
I'm sorry, but I gotta play up the misogynistic narrative. What?
I'm trying to understand, but
I'll make you understand, but I'd like you to answer the question first.
I would not have anything to do with him. So they don't need to breathe the air that I'm like, we don't need to be around one another.
When you go, okay, so you wouldn't be like, fuck you, I hate you, maybe I'm gonna murder you back.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Have you ever been in an argument with somebody?
Yeah.
Have you ever raised your voice at somebody? Or you're just, never once in your life somebody has upset you or done something which you determined or you viewed as wrong or a sort of grievance, and you've just always remained 100% tactful and you never got upset and your voice was always perfectly calm?
You'll know.
Have you yelled at somebody before?
Yeah.
What did they do? Were they wrong? Maybe you were justified to yell at them. Is that fair to say? Did somebody did somebody ever do something harmful or hurtful to you?
I felt very, very bad about it.
You felt bad. And have you ever raised your voice at anybody?
Yeah, that's what I felt bad about.
You felt bad about raising your own voice?
Yes.
Have you ever been involved in
Okay.
I don't know how better to.
For me to get angry at someone.
Has anyone ever treaded on you in some way?
Yes.
It's really weird. It's like, because I see you use cutting wit to cut people down, right? Do you feel bad about that?
I do not cut people down.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Well, then what was the quip at Brian? You just pay women to hang out with you? That wasn't a cutting quip, was it?
Yeah, but imagine having all of the leverage used against you.
I see. So what you're saying then is that you do have a defense mechanism that you'll use. Perhaps you don't raise your voice, but you'll use the defense mechanism you have of a cutting quip, right? Do you feel bad about that?
Well, it usually makes people laugh.
Sometimes, sure.
So it's like a positive thing.
But what if it hurt Brian's feelings? Like that would be
make me feel bad.
Yeah, well then you should feel bad. Brian, he looks like you got his feelings. You should definitely feel bad.
He didn't get his feelings hurt.
Who are you to dictate?
Yeah, now you can dictate.
Do you have your feelings? Are your feelings hurt?
Are my feelings hurt? I mean, by your position is one of misrepresentation. That's clearly that.
You represent yourself just fine.
Are your feelings hurt?
Huh?
Are your feelings hurt?
I think it's unfair to misrepresent somebody.
I'm sorry, I still don't know if they're hurt or not.
How does that pertain?
Well, that's the question. That's what she's asking.
Is whether someone's feelings are hurt or not, can you tread on somebody? Like if, maybe their feelings aren't hurt, but you have aggrieved them in some way, but their feelings aren't hurt.
Okay. But she's asking if your feelings are hurt.
Yeah, we can maybe let her speak for herself on this. I know the sisterhood wants to come in and defend her, but I'm talking to her now.
I'm not defending her.
That's cool.
I want to know what the murderer thing meant. Like, where did that come from?
He's just showing different behavior in different contexts.
Yeah, like thing X could upset you and you would behave differently if you're dealing with thing X. That's it.
So this is just, I guess, what I'm trying to get at here. Hey, can we get people in frame here? So I think on the sources tab, you can change the split. So scroll down, and then it's the top one.
They're so mean.
It's the other one. It's GH5R. See, but this is, you just said I'm mean. This is sort of the lack of self-awareness and lack of accountability that a lot of people have. And it seems like there is a trend more so when it comes to women having a lack of accountability. You're just saying, essentially what you're saying is, Brian, you are so rude and so mean and you raise your voice for no reason. And it's just, it completely manifests out of nowhere, out of the ether. However, I would like to, before I actually forward the position that you just completely lack accountability, do you think the fact that I have been a bit stern with you, do you think that you have contributed or done nothing wrong?
I would say that it's not.
What do y'all think she's gonna say, y'all?
But I would say
what would you
something.
Do you think she's gonna say that she was doing something wrong? Or is she going to play up to the ultra feminist stereotype? I'll give you a hint. I mean, I think these guys kind of go out of their way to make sure they get ultra feminist girls. Something tells me this isn't a completely random selection. Because they have a bunch of clips and hot takes of their shows, like this one, where there's always a showdown, there's always an argument. That's the only reason what makes these actually interesting for me, is the fact that the arguments, the discourse. I mean, look, it's not so bad when you look at it from the fact that he's actually trying to create meaningful conversation between the two sexes, and people of this younger generation and stuff, and what men want, what women want, and trying to reconcile those two things. But it just doesn't ever it doesn't ever move along too healthy, though. That's the problem. Maybe we're doomed.
Thing within yourself, and that it's actually
sure. People can have internally be short tempered,
right?
Or they can lose their patience, especially if they've their patience has been dwindled time and time again. I agree with you. I'll ask the question again, though, since you continue to duck it. What do you think you did to contribute? Or did you do nothing wrong? That could be your answer. You think you did nothing wrong. Okay, Steelman, my position, what do you think I think you did wrong, whether you think I'm wrong or not? You don't know. It's just nothing. There's just nothing there. What do you think I think you did wrong? How about that? We'll start there.
I don't know. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know, Brian. Please tell me what I think, actually. Can you please just tell me what I think? I wish I knew.
How about you just engage in good faith and answer the question?
What if you talk to me with respect?
How about you conduct with your respect begets respect? You need to respect me first.
Exactly.
Did she just say exactly that she needs to respect me first? So you were being disrespectful.
Me
first.
Or you? You, how I came in, I was polite, I'm nice. And then I feel like you emotionally explode.
Well,
why don't you tilt your mic down once again, please? Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, so this is kind of funny, right? So do you have people I'm assuming who are close personal friends of yours? You have people who are close personal friends with you?
I would.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Would you be would you be upset if you're sitting at a table and somebody called them a rapist in front of thousands of people? Okay, hang on. I just want you to answer the direct question I'm asking. Would that upset you?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So then if you were addressing that and somebody cut in, wouldn't it piss you off?
Do you actually want me to answer? Is this rhetorical?
No, it's a direct question. I'm not being loud or...
This is a panel discussion, and I heard SA being discussed. I'm a woman, and I think, okay, I have something to say about this.
Totally agree with your recap.
And also, I want to say that I was just going to add so that the conversation could be over.
I understand.
Because it was way too long.
I understand.
I don't even.
But hang on. But I understand the recap.
Grant.
Well, hang on. I understand the recap.
The recap's wrong.
But the thing is, even if that recap is true, I just would like you to answer me. If somebody cut in, right, when that exchange was going on, when somebody called a close personal friend of yours a rapist, wouldn't that piss you off?
No.
No. Okay. I think most reasonable people would piss them off, but okay.
No. Wow. I don't think that would be her friend after that night.
You would have to think, what are their intentions? Are they trying to diffuse the situation? Maybe we're all on a show.
Here, I'll make it. I'm gonna have to move it on. Okay. I'm gonna ask.
Like any of that's realistic.
I guess final thing on this, and the whole panel is gonna have to weigh in on this. Did before the show, when Blake there was giving the pre-show instructions, did he say the following thing? One person speaking at a time. Don't interrupt. No sidebar conversations, which is leaning over to the person next to you and speaking to them. Did he say that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Did he say that? And you've been on the show multiple times.
I heard him say that, but I'm saying I'm trying to understand how.
I mean, I do see her point that maybe she thought there was a time where she couldn't, like, he also said be aggressive, make sure you just don't sit there. I think there can be a little grace here.
No, here's what happened is there was a moment after the initial confrontation that I had with her.
He's like, no, there's no grace.
She said, now can I ask something? But you guys are conveniently omitting or ignoring the part when you were talking, Kenzie, they were talking. They were sidebarring.
I said, what is the C word? That is an important thing to talk about. How could you ever say
but I
that,
said,
oh, which one's worse, the N-word or
Okay, I gotta kick you off the show. I told you not to say it in the moment. I have to kick you off the show. Kindly get up and leave. Oh my God.
God.
Get off the show. Get off the show.
Until you pay me.
Get off the show. I told you not to say it. When you were talking, Kenzie, they were talking. They were sidebarring.
I said, what is the C word? That is an important thing to talk about. How could you ever say
but
that,
I said,
oh, which one's worse, the N-word or
Okay, I gotta kick you off the show. I told you not to say it in the moment. I have to kick you off the show. Kindly get up and leave. Oh my God.
God.
Get off the show.
No.
Get off the show.
You're gonna pay me for partial. You're gonna pay me for as long
Get
as
off
I've
the
been
show.
here.
Get off the show.
I'm not leaving until you pay me.
Get off the show.
I'm not leaving until you pay me.
Get off the show.
I'm not leaving until you pay me.
You're gonna have to handle it afterwards because you know how it is. You're not getting paid. Get
How
off the
dare
show.
you say
You'll
that
get paid. I'll pay
cracker and
you.
the N-word
Stop.
are even
You
close
can't
to the
say those
same?
words. You can't say those words.
They're not the same.
By the way, you signed an agreement.
How does this make you feel? I want to know. Do you think that the N-word, like, it doesn't make any sense. No white person has ever gotten offended as someone saying this.
Get off the show. You can't say that. Stop.
Why are you groaning at?
You got just get off. Get off because there are rules for the platforms. You can't say those words. It has nothing to do.
Where did it say we can't say?
I told you before the show. What is wrong with you?
I didn't even know that was a bad word.
You look. You need to leave. This conversation is over. Get up and leave. Get up and leave.
Have I been here for an hour? Because I'm going to be paid for at least the hour.
Sure. Fine. Whatever. Get up and leave. You'll be paid for the hour. Get up and leave.
Thank you.
Kindly get the fuck out and leave.
You're a little man, Brian. You're a tiny little man.
Thank you.
You too. I saw your discussion with the crew.
Get the fuck out.
I just want to say that
Get the fuck out, lady.
You don't know her culture.
Get out.
You sound like you're deaf and you're stupid. Get the fuck out of here.
What if we just go get this outside? What if we talk about
You're gonna physically assault me?
No, let's go outside. I want to talk about it.
You should stop.
I want to talk about it. I want to talk
You're
about
gonna.
it.
You're not talking.
I think she's gonna hit.
I want to
Are you
talk
gonna
about
hit?
it. Oh my God.
Don't do it.
I think
Don't talk about it with yourself.
Priscilla, this is not
Talk
making it
about it
better.
yourself.
How about we talk about
Priscilla,
it
this
together?
is not
How about
making anything better.
When you make fun of me, you look at me in my eyes.
Oh, man, look at my eyes. I'm thinking you're right.
Let's go.
I could just.
Just stop. Stop.
Let's de-escalate a little bit. Yeah, let's.
Just
go that way. Go that way. Girl, I don't feel safe. You don't want to make the other girls feel safe. Let's go.
No, go that way. Go that way.
Come on.
Go that. Don't walk this way.
You disgust me. All of your followers disgust me. You guys are disgusting, misogynistic, tiny little men. I hope you understand that. Thank you.
crashing out.
Just get out. Just leave. Just get your shit and leave. Just get out and leave.
You disgust me.
Cool, I get it. I disgust you. Get out and leave.
You really do.
Get out and leave. Can you go?
Well, it's very early on for this sort of thing, right?
Yeah, it's not even so. Yeah.
I think we need more champagne, guys.
I'm not. No, girl. No. No. He can actually get.
Pearl Davis has racked up a legion of online followers and plenty of breathless newspaper coverage by sharing her incendiary views on modern feminism. The New York Post called her the female Andrew Tate. So she tapped into genuine female pushback to the excesses of wokery, or is she just an attention seeker? We'll find out in a moment. But first, let's take a look at the clip that sent her viral.
A lot of people think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this opinion. If anything, this is probably my most extreme opinion. 90% of women have been on birth control. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. 1 out of 3 women has an STD. Average body count is over 5, so your average wife has slept with over 5 people. 95% of women are not virgins on their wedding days. So I understand the complaint.
Okay, well, Pearl joins me now alongside political journalist Ava Santini, who was nodding furiously along there to everything she heard. Right, Pearl, you would be called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment. You know, I'm a fan of Andrew Tate.
Of everything he says?
It depends what we're talking about, but overall, I think he's got a good message. I think he's good for young men.
Okay, look, you're talking about women predominantly, which is why you've got this big following. And your view is that modern feminism is deeply flawed. I would argue a lot of your proposals, like taking the vote away from women, are deeply regressive.
Mhm.
Why would you want to remove, just from yourself, the right to vote?
Well, what happened was I had the same view, right? Back when I started, I was like, why? I found out that only 5% of women wanted the right to vote. And I couldn't figure out, like, why would women not? No, it's true. It's true.
At,
You look it up.
at the time.
At the time.
Because they've been conditioned by men to think that they shouldn't have a vote.
I mean, that's what they say. But, you know, I started reading their writings, right? And what I found out was that the reason a lot of women advocated for it was because they believed it was the beginning of the breakdown of the family. You know, before you became one in marriage, 85% of people were married. And, you know, I hate to say it, but they were right. What has happened 100 years later?
But what's that going to do with them having the vote?
Well, it also goes back to responsibility. Again, men are 80 to 90% of the military. They run all of the infrastructures that make society run. So I just think if we want an equal say in society, then be equal. Do 50% of the hard jobs. Be 50% of the military. In the U.S., they're fined $250,000 if they don't join selective service, which is essentially the draft.
Okay, but specifically on the vote, what would having the right to vote have to do with family cohesion, for example?
Well, because again, before you weren't trying to divide a family. It was one family unit. You had one vote for the family. I mean, I don't think it's good for a family to have 2 votes.
Ava, your mouth seems to have dropped
No,
about
do you know when it's
3
sort of
feet.
like,
I
no,
know.
it's just sort of a bit galaxy brain. I feel like, you know, the stats that you're putting down are perhaps correct in some universe.
Which stats?
They just kind of don't really add up. I mean, just to take you back to the to the women's writings that you've allegedly read. I mean, at
allegedly.
The time, well,
What do you mean allegedly?
At the time that you're talking about, you know, women weren't really allowed to write. They weren't allowed to go to school.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. That's
actually,
incorrect. The first
okay,
female
what year are we
property. The
talking
first
about?
female property owner was in the 1600s. The idea that women couldn't work and couldn't.
I'm so sorry, but that will be inherited
the
property.
first female millionaire was in the late 1800s.
And was that inherited?
No, it wasn't. It was self-made.
It
She was.
wasn't.
No, yes, it was.
Self-made.
Yes, it
And
was.
She never
She was.
inherited
Yes,
land.
yes, she did not
And what law
inherit it.
permitted that?
What?
What law permitted that?
Well, there was no law. I mean, there's always been women that were influential in
let's
history.
let's get on to the vote. So what I don't understand is, you know, a part of your message, I've researched you today, and hang on a minute.
Okay.
You know, your big push is that you care about men and you don't think that men are getting enough of a say. But
Well, I care about
hang
women
on,
too.
I haven't
Care
made
about
the
women
point
too,
yet. Because of feminism, okay?
I think she's like very composed, and you can tell this other one is like going bonkers that she believes this way.
What I wonder is when you start making calls out like repeal the 19th, women shouldn't be allowed to vote. How is that helping young men? Because these young men have women in their lives. They have mothers, they have sisters, they have teachers, and they turn around. They don't know how to act around women because you're giving them license to be misogynistic.
I wouldn't call it misogynistic. I say be equal. So again, men do all of the
feminists.
Well, then okay, I'd love for the feminists. Please apply for the oil rigs. Please go do the hard jobs in society. They're open. They're hiring because I don't equate for. I don't think men or women are equal until we do the equal work. So no, listen. Go apply to be on the oil rigs. Go be a plumber, go be an electrician, go be on the front lines of the military, and then we should have equal rights. But until feminists are willing to do that, I don't believe we should have the freedom without the responsibility.
Okay, but I don't think that I'm physically built for that. You might be, but I'm absolutely
That's
not.
a
You,
bit-
no, but you
Wow.
said you were
Wow,
a volleyball.
wow.
You said you were a volleyball player, and so you've got more strength than I do. I don't think.
But
that
I don't
can
have more
do those
strength. I don't have
jobs.
more strength
But
than
I'm
the
not going
average
to take your
man.
right away.
I don't have more strength than the average man. But again, it goes back to go be a plumber. You want to be equal, go be equal.
But you want divorce to be made illegal.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because I don't think what we have today is really marriage. What is marriage? It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
When there's a 50% divorce rate and the average marriage
Why is that all
8
down to the
years.
women, though?
I didn't say that it was all down to the women.
So why
But
feminists ruin it?
you asked why I want divorce to be banned.
Yeah.
Can I finish
Yeah.
that first? So I'm saying, the people that believe in divorce, go be in long-term relationships. Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us
But
part.
doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin? So you wouldn't be able to get married.
What do you mean?
Well, you've spoken quite openly about how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage,
I
then
think,
I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live by.
And that's a fair.
It went over to Pierce, and Pierce looked at the camera like, "Oh shit, it's about to be a cat fight." It's about to be.
About how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage, then I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live by.
And that's a fair complaint.
Y'all gotta see this shit. Y'all gotta see. Pierce heard her say, "Well, you're not a virgin," and he's like, "Oh shit, it's about to go down." It's about to... Watch Pierce's fucking face.
Virgin, so you wouldn't be able to get married.
What do you mean?
Well, you've spoken quite openly about how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage, then I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually.
Look at Pierce. He's like, you couldn't probably see it, but he fucking takes his little eyebrows and he goes, "Uh-oh."
I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live by.
That's a fair complaint. I wish I was, but we can't go back. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, but I just don't think it's fair that you get to be here and you get to be paid for your views, and you're telling other women that they shouldn't be allowed to.
I think.
Hang on. Okay, if I may, at some stage jump in. Isn't the whole point of being a feminist, though, that women are entitled to have their own views?
Absolutely. And
so she's perfectly entitled to her views.
Yeah, but you can't.
You might not like them.
But I'm here to challenge.
Isn't she exercising her rights as a? Are you a feminist?
No, I am not.
Really?
No, I wouldn't. Don't go that far.
You don't want to be a feminist?
No, because I think if feminists really believed in equality, but you guys don't, I would love for you. There is an oil rig hiring. There is an engineering.
I would actually
firm
love to see
hiring.
Ava Santana on an oil rig.
No, seriously. There is a building being built next to my building. Go do it, feminists. Go do it. And me, I'm
doing the same job that I'm doing right now.
When you find the man you want to get married to, are you saying you will be with that man whatever happens the rest of your life?
Yes, for the vows that we're supposed to live.
How do you know you can keep them?
I mean, I think it's a choice. And that's the thing, like women are so willing to leave marriages because they're not happy. This is not about happiness. The most important thing is the children. And the problem is we have a modern society where it's me, my feelings, leave when I feel like it, instead of doing what's best for the kids.
Ava, I've got to say.
Damn, mic drop.
It's a little much.
I agree.
You take where Some of it I really don't agree
If you
with.
can't tell which
don't
one I
agree
agree with, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Things like that. I think there'll be a lot of people, especially older generation women perhaps, who think, you know what, she's got a point.
Well, I mean, I believe in agency. So I think that if a woman is going to look after her children in divorce, that's absolutely fine. I also believe in your right to speak your mind about it. What I don't understand.
I'd like to
what
say,
I don't
even before the
understand-
1920s,
Do you know what I mean?
women could speak openly. This idea that like women couldn't talk the last 500 years, there have been women
I know,
throughout
but the American
history
state
that have
education
been-
system has
that
failed before, and it's failing now.
there have been women throughout history that have read, written, and been very influential in society.
Okay.
So this idea like women could never do it.
Do you know
don't
what
believe
what
it.
I don't understand though is when it gets spiteful, okay? Because you put down a few arguments that I think are perfectly, like, you know, they're kind of evangelical and they're Christian, but those are your right to say it. What I don't understand is when it kind of seeks into this sort of, you call women fat, you say that they shouldn't have
Are they
abortions,
fat?
you say that
Are
they
they
have
fat?
STDs. You know,
I mean, the question is, are they fat? Yes or no? The average American woman is 170 pounds. That's objectively overweight.
I mean, let's be honest. We now celebrate morbid obesity as some kind of body positive thing, and it is complete nonsense. So actually, on that point again, there's a bit of truth in
And
that.
this is the problem. This is the problem.
How have we come to celebrate morbid obesity as body positive?
Well,
It's nonsense.
we're not talking about
Yeah, exactly. It's nonsense.
movies. I was actually watching your podcast earlier, and you spoke to someone who was, I would say, probably a size 12, and you called her fat, obese, and a divorcee.
She was fat, obese, and a divorcee.
wasn't.
I mean, like, I don't know what to say. This is the thing, women, we don't want to live in reality. We don't want to say things that are true. Was she fat? Yes. Was she a divorcee? Yes. These things are just objective facts.
Okay, I'm going to have to objectively.
And she insulted me first.
And she insulted me first. Just like the 80s. Gonna get it back in blood, blur. Gonna get it back in blood.
If you had government programs which promoted the
Now, this is a debate with Andrew versus a they-them feminist. A they-them feminist.
the nuclear
See, I almost don't know how to speak. Any way I speak, they're going to say is misappropriation. But this woman, female woman, identifies as they, them. See, that they would be like, you should say the person identifies as they, them. It's a female woman. I mean, everything about her says woman. If that's a man, like the day I see somebody and they're like, that's a man. And I'm like, what? That's the day, I don't know, like the dating game is going to change. Yeah, I'm going to need to see your birth certificate before we date. I need to make sure what you exactly are.
family or cross-generational family had a propaganda level, national level, like we would do with patriotism during a war, things
There
like
was a dude, there was a guy that killed this person that he didn't realize it at first. And then he realized he'd been with a guy. So one of them cases where persons went to great lengths to make themselves appear like a woman. And yeah, he killed that person. I mean, he's in jail forever.
Do you think that we would have more or less as it came to traditional family units, more or less?
More or less family units if we put out propaganda?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it depends on how effective the propaganda is, but sure. I mean, we probably would have more traditional family units.
Right. So then if you do a promotion for alternative family units, that would erode that, right?
For alternative, you mean?
Well, necessarily, if it's going to increase the amount of traditional family units, if there's national propaganda to move
I
towards
didn't say
that.
necessarily. I said likely, but
Okay, but even likely, then it would be likely the other way around. If
sure,
you-
it would be likely the other way around that if we put out propaganda for something that people would latch onto it, as people do.
Sure. And do you agree with me that alternative family units is the propaganda which is now produced mostly out of leftist institutions, out of feminist institutions, and out of feminist propositions to government.
Well, remember, we're talking about my version of feminism, not
Your version.
You know,
Your
right.
version does that, right?
Have I given you much of like? I don't think I've told you much about my version of feminism.
Yeah, I think you have.
That's
your movement. So you just got done saying that you would propagate or you would support the government itself pushing propaganda for alternative family units, right?
Wait, that's not. No, I didn't say that. I
You
mean, we
wouldn't?
can watch this back, but what do you mean by that?
Like at the national level, the government doing things like putting LGBTQ flags all over the White House, maybe putting the White House in an LGBTQ flag, perhaps having NGOs, non-government organizations, which are left-wing think tanks, working hand in hand with government to push alternative family units, which are staunchly feminist and psychological institutions, things like that.
Okay, so I mean, we could bring up psychology, but I'm not sure what that had to do with that. But look, so we can say, you know, these are fine. These things are maybe working towards normalizing those types of family units. Calling them propaganda seems like a loaded way to say that. And that's fine. If you want to use loaded terms like that, you can. That's
well, we
whatever.
can unload it. I agree with you. Propaganda has a negative connotation. I just don't know a better way to say it that people understand.
So okay, well, you think that the normalization or the attempt to, you know, normalize something is necessarily propaganda, or you think that there's a difference there?
No, I just said, I think propaganda has a negative connotation, like definitionally a negative connotation. But when I say the word propaganda, I think most people understand what I mean by that word, meaning there's a national campaign towards X.
A national okay, I mean, if all you're saying by a national campaign towards X is that people want people to be accepted as being gay, or people want to be seen as normal for having a gay family where they have, you know, two parents of the same sex and children that live in that household. If that's what you mean, then sure, I'm fine with the United States doing things like putting flags on their building, but not for that purpose. The reason that I'm fine with that, you know, something like putting a pride flag up during Pride Month, is because that's a representation of civil rights. Actually, I spoke, by the way, a little plug for my YouTube channel. I spoke at the Florida Senate about a month ago about this. It's an infringement on constitutional rights to not allow government entities to do that. Historically, the Supreme Court has ruled that way, by the way. But that is a promotion of the civil rights of those people, not a promotion of their lifestyle. Now, while it might also
wait, hang on, back up for me real quick. Did you just say that it's unconstitutional to govern for states to govern what now? Flags? Back that up. I just want to make sure I get this right.
Right. Yeah. It's so in the instances, and this is just a descriptor of historically how it's been, the Supreme Court has ruled it unconstitutional to regulate the types of speech that government entities can employ.
Government entities being.
Do you know what a government entity is?
I'm just asking you. So
no,
that
I'm just curious. Like, I just didn't know if you genuinely didn't know.
You do realize that you could have proprietary definitions of things that may not.
Right?
May not,
but
yeah.
I think it would be charitable to assume, you know, that we're kind of using similar terms.
Well,
but that's fine.
Well,
I think
hang
a
on.
government
Do you mean state government? Do you mean federal government? Do you mean local government?
Historically,
do you mean,
both. The Supreme
right.
Court.
So when we say government entities, I'm just trying to untangle it. That's it.
Sure. I mean, okay, sure. Yeah. Government entities historically, both on the federal level and the state level.
Okay. So like the Confederate flag,
historically, the Supreme Court has ruled it unconstitutional for that to be infringed upon.
Okay.
Now, the issue there can be a different argument against maybe why we shouldn't allow them to do it. Maybe it's not because it's unconstitutional, but maybe there's some other reason why we should infringe on their free speech.
Do you think we should?
On
the Confederate flag?
That would be a conversation about, you know, what's the usefulness, what kind of violence.
No, it'd be a conversation about whether or not you're consistent in your view that because states can do this, they should be able to do this, or they should do this.
Do you? Okay, that's not true. Look,
what
I was saying was that take the instance of, you know, putting up can I say the word swastika?
I would just say Swazi.
Swazi, yeah. Take, you know, I put up a nice 1942 flag up,
Mhm.
you know, on the state building or something like
Yeah.
that, and that causes some riot or that causes some violence or something like that, there might be an argument there to say, well, because it's had this specific negative outcome, then we should restrict them from doing that. However, that's not the case with the symbolization of, you know, Pride Month, the gay flags that are put up on buildings. The intention there is to represent the civil rights of those people. That would be
Well,
like
would
saying
it
you
be
can't
a
put up American
civil-
flags.
This is a civil rights issue on either end.
Do you think that the Civil War was a civil rights issue?
No, it's a civil rights issue on either end for the flag itself. So you can't say, so if you say, well, this is negative, right, or this is positive, just because one is negative doesn't mean it's not the same civil rights issue that you're pointing at here. So if you're pointing at states historically can't say anything, or government entities can't say anything about what types of flags are put up on you know, is it state property? Is that what you're referencing?
Right. So
Yeah.
government buildings.
Yeah, government buildings. Then it
State-funded
would still be a
buildings.
civil rights issue if you're saying that they shouldn't put up the Confederate flag. That would still be a civil rights problem.
When I asked you, do you think that the Civil War was a civil rights issue? Do you think that the Confederate flag represents the civil rights of African Americans?
No.
Okay, right. So that's the symmetry breaker here. And then there's also the
Well, what do you think a civil right is?
do you think that the
Don't ask me a question before you answer my question. What do you
No.
think a civil right is?
look, a civil right is, you know, something, it's actually, I think, pretty vague in our legal language, but
Yeah,
a
so
civil right is something like a human right that
yeah.
most people would call
So
a
like
human
you have a right to put that flag up. Okay,
No, no,
great.
no.
I have a right to put that flag up too.
Okay, see, that's where the confusion is. So I'm talking about when I say, you know, government entities have the right to put up like pride flags. The pride flag is the symbol of the civil rights of gay people to get married, own property, not be, you know, have their house raided while they're having sex or something like that.
Well, okay.
That's-
That's an assertion. So let's start with this. So you just making the claim like it is true that this flag represents this. That's great. Represents that to this group of people. I would make the same argument with the Confederate flag. Same exact argument. That's great that it represents a negative thing towards this group of people, but it represents a positive thing towards this group of people. It would be the same thing with the LGBTQ flag. It'd be the same argument both ways.
No, look, the problem here is that the condition that I gave for, you know, it being fine for them to use this form of free speech is the fact that it represents the civil right of that group of people. But the flag, the Confederate flag, doesn't represent the civil rights of who?
It would represent the civil rights of any people who wanted to see consistency so that they can have their flag up if they so chose. That would still be a civil right.
That isn't, I mean, maybe there's some vagueness on the civil rights thing, but I don't think that you think that, you know, putting a flag up wherever you want on whatever property you want is a civil right. You don't believe that, right?
I think that if you were going to be consistent with your view, you would need to believe that.
That's not, okay, this isn't answering my question. You don't think that it is a civil right to display
I think
or
it's a civil right if you put up a gay flag
I'm not sure
on
why you would
government
me.
buildings. Well, I'm trying to answer the question because you said I wasn't answering it. If you put it up on
I
a
have to
government,
re-ask it if you
put
did.
it up on a you didn't ask me a question.
I was in the middle of asking you the
Okay,
question.
you
and
said I'm not
clarifying.
getting the answer, so I was just giving you the answer.
So look, the question was, do you think that it's a civil right to see your flag equally displayed? Because that was what you started to say.
No, I think that it would be equally consistent to say if you can have an LGBTQ flag flying on some state building and that's constitutional, then you'd have to say the same thing about the Confederate flag.
That the argument was from the fact that that flag represented the civil rights of that
I mean,
group.
that's nice. What I'm telling you is that that's an assertion. Like what
That's-
demonstrate the assertion.
That's an assertion based off of the Supreme Court historically ruling it that way. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not making I can make a moral claim and we can talk about like why people shouldn't, because I think, you know, there might be like violence ensued by one versus the other, et cetera. But
Okay, so why should you be able to have the gay flag up but not the Confederate flag?
because I think that one represents the civil rights of a group, whereas the other one doesn't. One is more likely to incite violence. I don't think that the
Do you
pride
think that
flag being up is more likely
do you
to
think
incite violence.
heritage is part of civil rights?
I think that I think heritage is part of civil rights?
Yeah, when you're talking about the historical use of the flag, LGBTQ flag, for instance, this is going to have some type of like historical meaning to the people in which that flag represents, right?
Right.
Okay, isn't the Confederate flag going to have the exact same thing? It's going to have some kind of historical meaning when it comes to family lineage for people who live in the South, for people who, they had ancestors who fought in this war, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be part of their heritage and history. So don't you think that that would have specific meaning to them as well?
Right, but there might, like I said, be overriding considerations. Like if hanging that flag caused violence or something like that. Obviously, you would say, like, okay, if we started hanging up Confederate flags and then more violence ensued against like African Americans, you would say we probably shouldn't hang it. Right.
So then, by that metric, are you saying that if LGBTQ flags incited violence in people who were not LGBTQ, we should not hang LGBTQ flags?
Incited violence because of the flag itself? Like if it would have to be a
that
large
would be the
amount,
same thing.
It would have to be a large amount of violence.
Yeah.
It would have
So
to be
as
a lot
long
of
as
violence.
basically what you're saying then, just to make sure I got your view right, what you're actually saying here is, as long as people who don't like the LGBTQ flag being up go ahead and commit a bunch of violence, they should probably take the LGBTQ flag down.
There would be multiple solutions to that.
That's crazy. He's calling her out.
But that could be one of them. Yeah. If there was, like, let's say that was the only way to get people to stop being violent, that might be an alternative. Now, that's saying that that's like necessary to do to stop the violence. Now, if there's other things where we can preserve, like the protection of the displaying of it for civil rights purposes, for the representation of civil rights, and at the same time lower the violence in some other way, then yeah, we should do that alternative. You think that's controversial?
No, but now you're just switching the position, because initially what you said was this flag, if it's causing violence because it offends them so much that they can't help but become violent at the very look of it, or whatever it is, whatever it is that makes them respond negatively and commit violence because of this flag. All that would actually be doing is incentivizing people who are oppositional to the LGBTQ flag to commit violence, because then you would want to take that flag down, right?
Well, for one, I would say, listen, I would hold the same standard. Let's go back to this, because I would hold the same standard if we had a rule where we said, okay, we can display the Confederate flag and we can display the pride flags, whatever. If there started to be violence committed on one end because of the Confederate flag, I would say, like, okay, well, before we move to, taking the flag down, we should move to stopping the violence to whatever metric we can. Now, there might be other reasons why I think, like, maybe we shouldn't display a Confederate flag. I think the Confederate flag in and of itself represents the negative part of the history that shouldn't be displayed as if we're proud of it. I think it represents slavery. You don't think it does?
No, it doesn't represent slavery. It represents the heritage of people who had family members who died in the war on behalf of their beliefs.
And their beliefs were?
Well, the beliefs were to their state. It was being loyal to their state. Most Confederate soldiers didn't have any views on slavery, really, one way or the other. This was the higher-ups who had views like this. So the average soldier, in fact, there's one famous case of them saying, why is it that you're fighting in this war? You're so poor, you can't own a slave. And the response was, because y'all are here. So what that means is that as the North was invading the South, there was a lot of incentive for people to go and fight against it. They called it the War of Northern Aggression. And many of them had cause. They got their houses burned down, things like this during northern marches to assist in combat in that war. And yeah, I'm sure that people are very proud of the heritage that they come from in the South, from people fighting for the core beliefs and on behalf of their families, even if you don't like the cause itself. The cause itself is still very much baked into the American history, just like for instance, I couldn't ban the LGBTQ flag because of HIV, right? I couldn't be like, well, that's a stain on our history. The fact that there was a bunch of gay sex parties and they were giving it to each other.
He makes a
Couldn't
lot
do
of
that,
sense.
right?
Like,
I don't think that you can
he really does
make a good, honest argument as to why it is that people couldn't be proud of the heritage of their family fighting in the Civil War.
Look, the flag is a symbol of the leaders of that war, right?
No,
the people, you just admitted this, the people who respond in that way. Oh, well, I'm
like, and it's not that he's an advocate for being to fly the Confederate flag or saying you should. He's just arguing the logical point of what makes one okay but not the other.
we're fighting because you guys are here. They're there because they're there. They live there. They're trying to protect their homes and properties. That's perfectly fine. The problem is the people who were starting those wars were the ones who were using those flags. That's like saying, like, well, so-and-so wasn't a Nazi and, well, I don't know if I can say that word, fuck. So-and-so wasn't a, Nazi in World War II, they just had families that were, Nazi members, or maybe they were just fighting because they thought it was like a good thing. They were fighting the other powers that invaded. You wouldn't say certainly then that like they should allow, Nazi flags on government buildings,
if
right?
the standard is that we're allowed to put up the flag of our choosing because it has some representation value that we see it as. Like, let's say the people saw the Nazi flag as being something other than I heart Hitler. I wouldn't see a problem with that. No, of course not.
Okay, so even though that it is linked to that, it is linked to support of Hitler and the
And the
Nazi regime.
LGBTQ flag is linked to HIV.
Okay.
That's how
Just to be
people see
clear.
it. People see it as like, oh wow, AIDS, right? They see the rainbow flag. I think a lot of people think AIDS.
Yeah, that's fine, but there's not like gay leaders that are out there like pushing for AIDS, right?
There's not like anybody out there pushing for the Confederacy. Who's pushing for the Confederacy?
I live in the Deep South. There's people pushing for the Confederacy.
Who? Give me a single actual institution of any kind, anywhere, or any real body of people anywhere who's pushing for the Confederacy.
What do you think that, I mean, there have been moves historically to cede some of the states again.
That's not the Confederacy.
Because of the,
Let's check out this other one.
What do you think about the boss babe phenomenon, Rachel? What do you think about that?
I think it's all a huge farce. I think it's all a mirage. It doesn't exist. I think that women thinking that they're boss babes is pie in the sky silliness. I think it's a result of 100 years of feminist propaganda, and that a lot of women really buy into it because it's in everything, right? Every pop star, every singer, every rapper, every movie star.
Having a little bit of a buffering.
Every TV show you've watched since you were a little kid tells you that you can be an ass-kicking chick. You can take out all the bad guys in the movie, like roundhouse kicking their ass when you're 90 pounds. That you can, be a CEO and do all the things the men do, and it's going to work out for you the same way it works out for them, and that's just not reality. So I actually have a book I wrote about the history of feminism and how that all happened. I'm just not going to have a man's baby just to have a man's baby. If a man wants me to have his baby, I have 2 requirements. You're going to get a tattoo of my face on your body because it's a body for a body. My body's going to change forever. Your body's going to change forever. And my push present is either a car or a house, preferably both, but I definitely want a tattoo of my face on the bother of my child's body.
Damn. Like, that's a lot of specific requests.
Body, preferably stomach, because my stomach is going to look different after a baby. So your stomach should look different too. I'm just not going to have a man's baby.
Pause it. All right. So what's a push present?
It's when you push shoulders through your coochie and you risk your life to bring in another life, and you get
a present.
Gift. And a lot of people were saying the baby was the present. I don't agree with that. I think the baby is a lifelong responsibility, and it's also a blessing, but it's definitely not a present.
You think you risk your life pushing out a baby?
Yeah.
I mean, people can do this at home.
I plan to do it at home.
Yeah, it's not life-threatening.
But some people do.
Only for some people it's life-threatening.
Yeah, some people have.
But that's an exception, and it's not life-threatening. People do it all the time. It's not life-threatening.
Back
That's
in
one
the
of the silly
days,
things
women would lose their lives more before more
Modern
medicine, more modern.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
have
I'm just
modern
just curious if you don't mind if I follow up on this. Wait, you say a push present. A present is usually something that you give to somebody else, right? You don't usually get yourself a present. So who is this present for?
The present is for me from my husband, who I'll have my baby by.
So your husband's giving you the gift of a child?
Well, we're making the child together, but I expect a gift after.
So I don't understand. Who's the present for?
The present's for me.
So you buy
And it's a
yourself
present
presents?
for himself as well, because, happy
Would you
wife, happy
consider it
life.
to be a really sad
Oh, you and
birthday party if you were the only one who showed up to it and you bought your own presents for your birthday party?
That just depends on the financial state I'm at and where I'm at the time, I think. I don't think a
Can
birthday
you
alone.
give me like an example, any example you could possibly think of it's your birthday and you're the only one at a party for yourself and you bought the presents for your birthday and then you open your own presents that you bought for yourself. Can you give me an example of any case where that wouldn't be totally sad and pathetic?
Maybe wrapping it would be a little overboard, but I don't think buying yourself gifts for your own birthday is a terrible idea. I do it every year.
Yeah, but that's just buying yourself something. It's not a gift, right? Isn't kind of a gift definitionally a thing for somebody else? A present is usually something you get for somebody. I don't really think that we would in kind of the common use that when people say the word present, they mean for me. It usually means for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, who's the present? It's not for the father, right?
Mm-mm,
The
it's
present's
for-
not for the dad,
no.
right? It's for you.
Yes.
So you just use push present because it just sounds clever, maybe.
I didn't make up the term. I wouldn't be the first person requesting or receiving a push present.
Yeah, push presents go back
So it's basically what the husband buys the woman something for after birth.
Yeah.
Okay.
The push present, just so we have this, the push present.
This is my first time ever hearing anything about a so-called push present, and I think the way that like some literally ultra feminist crazy woman came up with that idea.
Like, here I am pushing this baby out for him. You know what? I'm pushing it out, so I should get a push present. What the fuck?
The present isn't the kid. The present
That's part of
is
life.
what the husband gives you as a present because you gave birth.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Okay, I see. So the baby itself is not the gift.
Yeah, the baby's not the gift.
Baby is not a gift.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it
you're
is.
getting a gift.
How is life not a gift?
And you consider that you deserve the gift because you had the baby.
Yes.
Okay. So then this means that you are giving the baby to the man.
The idea would be to raise the child together.
The idea to raise it together. So you're not giving it to the guy. So if the guy wanted to leave you and take the kid, to raise his child, you wouldn't contest custody and all that. You know damn well they would. And she said, she would. I guarantee. I want him to ask her that. Because she just said that it's not a gift. But then again, she also said it's a responsibility, and I don't know. This is just fucked up.
Okay. But you just deserve a present?
Well, I sat and I did the pregnancy. I'm the only one that can go through that. So, yeah, I would get the present.
Okay. I get it now. I think I understand.
Do you think
So
it's
you have
less
baby, you get a present because you have a baby.
You said
That-
maybe?
Yeah. You have baby, you get present because you have baby.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Is it less meaningful because you're asking for it though?
No, I think it's a good idea to put your expectations on the table.
So like, I want this when I give birth, and you're going to be like, yay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what if it
So
doesn't happen?
what are some things that a husband deserves a present for?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but I do love to give. I'm not just someone that receives, but I think presents could be given all the time. I don't think that there needs to be a special occasion necessarily. I think it'd be nice to see something when you're out. If it reminds you of someone, you get it for them.
And you want a house?
Yes.
Or a car, I think, right? Or a car. Can it be like a pre-owned Toyota Civic? Is that what they're called?
Can it be a tiny home?
Honda Civic. Oh my god. Jeez. Obviously not a car guy.
That wouldn't be my preferred.
Like 100K miles.
I don't think that would be the smartest car to put a baby in.
Okay, a Toyota Range Rover? Is that even a Toyota? God, what is wrong with me today?
Toyota 4Runner. You're thinking of 4Runner.
4Runner, yeah. Which one's the Range Rover? Is that a
Range
Jeep?
Rover is no, the Range Rover is a brand.
It's its own brand? I've what's it called? Take back my man card, I guess. I don't know.
I think it was the 100,000 miles that scared me off, not necessarily the
100,000.
car.
And then the tattoo, you want the man should get a tattoo of your face
Yeah.
on his belly.
Yeah.
Preference.
Because her body is supposedly going to change forever. But see, men, I mean, we value our body because we have to be able to work, like, but not in the way that a woman, I guess, sees and values her body. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Like would you accept like arm?
Someone has a tattoo of my face on their arm. I'd want the stomach.
Somebody already has a tattoo of your face on their arm?
Yeah,
Really?
she didn't ask for that.
No.
It's like a fan or something?
No.
Like a guy you dated?
Mhm.
Was it the
That's crazy.
8-year guy?
Mhm.
He has he's got a tattoo on your arm?
He has a
Do you-
tattoo of my face on
or-
his arm.
Oh my, I'm dyslexic today or something. He has a tattoo of your face on his arm.
Yeah.
How far into the relationship did he get that?
We were probably together already 7 years.
Now, did you ask for him to do that or he just
No,
did it
it
on
was a
his own?
surprise.
Okay. Do you have a photo of it on your Instagram anywhere we can find it or
I don't.
or is it private?
I don't think I have
Okay,
it.
that's
I got somebody trying to come up on the panel. Oh, fuck no. I am not letting you up. I don't associate with a 3-time domestic felon and somebody that supports deadly and has threatened that they're going to kill me and everything else. Fuck you.
fine. I was just curious. So tattoo of your face on the man's stomach.
I mean, this is assuming that the man I would end up with would already have tattoos. This is not like if I got with the guy that had no tattoos, I would think,
Okay.
you know,
Sure. Body for body.
body for body.
Body for body. Okay. Just question, how many kids do you want to have?
I would like to adopt, but
The
maybe
Bron
2 of my
Excellence
own and then
donated
adopt 2.
$200.
Just one sec.
The best present to give is hawk to you. Patrice O'Neill said it best. Men want to be alone, but we don't want to be by ourselves.
Well put, yeah.
Ladies, remember Varg comes as a base model. You're not special.
Damn. Okay. He's going off there. The best present, the Hawk 2?
You seen that video? Hawk
I've seen the video. That's really not
What?
that doesn't really do it for the boys. I don't know why this like obsession with that. Like, is it that hard to like spit on just to spit? Anybody can
I
spit.
mean, everyone has their own requirements and their own requests.
Yeah, but it's just like, why is everyone going crazy? I think
She's
it's funny,
smiling
but
while saying,
it's like anybody can do that shit. Anyways, wait, so okay, you want to
I would like to
have kids, maybe adopt
but I would like to have 2 of my own.
2 of your own. Okay, I see. If you guys end up having twins or like triplets, would he have to get 3 of your heads? Like
That's 3 push
Like an acid
presents.
trip.
That's
I think
crazy.
with that, if I had twins or triplets, hopefully not, but I'm fine with the one face. Just I'm probably
Mhm.
gonna have to get a nicer car, a nicer house.
Gotcha. Oh, one question going back. So that is a clip from your podcast. Your podcast is called what?
Something for that ass podcast.
Can you explain what the title? Something for that ass.
It's just like, we have something for that ass. We have something for you.
Like you
like
do
we have something to say, like something for that ass.
for that ass?
Your
Like,
ass,
is it a
basically.
specific ass?
No,
Like,
it's anyone's
It's
ass.
my ass.
It's anyone's.
your
It's the
ass.
viewer's ass.
It's the viewer's ass.
I thought it was like something for that ass. Like, that's $1,000 for that ass.
More like something for anyone's ass that watches it.
Something. And so the content is something, and the ass is the viewer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I got a quick question for you. I wanted to follow up. I was thinking about this. I hadn't really heard this idea of a body for a body. Can I just get a point of clarification? Is the idea behind this that your body is in some way being destroyed, and therefore you want the other person to make a sacrifice as well with their body because you're making a sacrifice with your own? Is that kind of what the logic is here?
Yes.
Okay, so then if you have an abortion, what should happen to you?
If I have an abortion, what should happen to me?
Yeah, body for a body, right?
I'm a little confused on the
He's going
question.
for it.
What should happen to me if I were to get an abortion?
Yeah, body for a body.
Well, I wouldn't be going through the pregnancy, so.
Yeah, I know, but there was
So
another.
your body wouldn't be.
There was another person who was involved here, right? And you destroyed that person. So what should happen to you? Body for a body.
So you're saying if I were to get an abortion and they were to already had gotten the tattoo, or you're saying just. The reason I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that if you have an abortion, you're killing a baby. So if you kill a baby, right, and the baby has a body and you've destroyed the body, what should be the punishment for your body?
I don't know. I guess that's up to God. I don't really have an
It's up
answer.
to God. Well, why can't it be up to man?
I mean, I
I think it could be up to man too, right?
I haven't really thought about that.
Oh, you haven't thought about it? Well, I'm just saying, following the logic of you destroy body, therefore they must destroy body on your behalf. What if you destroy another body? I think in that case, wouldn't the logic follow that then something bad should happen to your body?
What do you think would be appropriate?
Well, I don't know. Penalty, maybe?
Penalty for an abortion? I mean, that's your thoughts and your.
Well, no, I'm just saying logically, if it's just.
Well, it's not just.
So the reason you're saying get the tattoo is because that is some kind of sacrifice from your body that's in some way in your mind equalizing the sacrifice that your body makes. But what if the sacrifice is much worse than that? It's like almost a human sacrifice level because you've destroyed the entire body of the other individual. Shouldn't kind of the sacrifice on the other end be equal to that? Isn't that what the logic is here?
Truth bomb.
I think now we're getting into abortion talk. I think if you're going to get an abortion, you think that's the right thing to do, then you're doing what you think would be best for the baby, right?
Yeah, what if it's at 9 months? What if they get an abortion at 9 months or 8 months? Then it's clearly a full body, right? Then it's clearly a full body.
Mm-hmm.
So shouldn't it be some kind of restitution body for body since you've now damaged the body? Now, isn't it this kind of like eye for an eye is what we're doing here?
I mean, partially, but it's also just like if I'm going to be the mother of your child, I think you should honor me in some way.
Yeah, but I mean, what if you're a mother who kills your child? What should the honor for you be then?
I really don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because it seems like there's kind of a little embedded entailment there, right? That if you want another person to damage themselves because that in some way is a sacrifice which is equal to your own, then what if they make the ultimate sacrifice? In this case, they die because of your decision. Don't you think that the restitution then should be equal to what it is that you served out, since we're doing an eye for an eye here?
I don't personally think so, but
No, okay.
I'm just more so, I believe that the person I'm going to end up with is going to be tatted and he'll do well for himself. So I don't think my requests and requirements are that crazy.
Okay.
Men can be kind of shaped into these behaviors that are damaging towards women. And I don't want to focus too much on the idea of coercion or overlooking soft nose and things like that, because I think more of the damage comes from things like lying and manipulating women into and using them for.
What would be an example of lying or manipulating a woman into sex? Like if a man who worked at McDonald's said he was a lawyer, would that be?
No, like
giving the
I mean,
impression.
it would, but okay.
Sure, yeah, sure. Giving the impression that you're interested in having a relationship with somebody.
Can't
and-
women do that too?
Yeah, but I think it happens at a much higher frequency from the male side because there's more incentive to. If you tie your self-worth to how many women you have sex with, and you tie your self-worth to.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think?
So I mean, that sounds like there's a cure, though. Like immediately, it stands out to me that there's a cure. Now I understand what you're saying. At least I understand your argument. You're saying, and I'll just kind of steel man this to make sure I get it right. You're saying, listen, if society is saying that men's self-worth is much higher based on, you know, how many women they're having sex with, then they have an incentive to have sex with more women, thus lie to more women about wanting to have a long-term relationship in order to have sex with them, right?
Yeah, I would say that's part.
Okay, well then wouldn't the argument for this be female chastity? Wouldn't that literally cure that problem? Wouldn't female chastity literally cure that problem if women waited till they were married to have sex? Wouldn't that literally cure the problem?
I don't think necessarily, because part of the problem is the way that men view women, and that also needs.
Yeah, they do. Okay, but if they view them as thing I want to have sex with, if they're just objectifying them, right? Thing I want to have sex with, and woman goes, well, you can't have sex till we're married. How's that not the cure?
Maybe they just want to get married so that they can have sex with the person.
Yeah, but I mean, but if that is the case, then wouldn't that be vastly more preferable? Because you're saying they're lying to women about the wanting to have a long-term relationship with them. I mean, marriage is certainly a long-term commitment, right? I can't think of a more long-term commitment than that.
Sure. I don't think it's necessarily preferable, though, because I think a lot of women are feeling like they are undervalued and like they're not being appreciated for who they are as a person and only being appreciated for what they have to offer sexually.
Well, it seems that if a man's willing to marry them, they seem to be appreciated for basically everything. But if you're getting, what do they say, right? It's the old saying, if you're getting the milk for free, right? If you're getting the milk for free, then why buy the cow, right? So the question becomes, if that is your argument, and it does, and I did steel man it, you said it was, male promise.
Yep, that's the old saying. If you're getting the milk for free, then why buy the cow? You know. Who the hell is that? Oh, you're leaving some message in the back. Squidler, let me up. Let me up. Yeah, well, I'm watching stuff and giving my reaction. May not be that hard hitting of a reaction, but it's a chill stream as well.
Access to sex. Okay, that's a high status, right?
Somebody's here
Well,
now.
if that is the status.
Just like the 80s. Get it back in blood, blur, blur. You want me to let you up? I don't know who he is. It's like you're showing parts of your body and muffling it with your thumb or something. What do you want?
Hey, you like the look?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Is that spokesman? Is that spokesman?
Bring me out.
Huh?
Happy Easter.
Oh! Glass. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Why can't I get...
Chopper secured.
We gonna get it back in blood. This ain't cool, y'all. We gonna get it back in blood. Blur. Blur. We gonna get it back in blood.
It sounds like female chastity would essentially
Stop, idiots coming to my stream. Get out of here, old Donnie. You can tell you're the same person. I ain't no idiot.
I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't.
I don't think it does, because I think part of the problem is that women want to be valued for more than that.
Yeah, but they would be being valued for more than that. They would be getting married to men, right? Those men would definitely value them, or they wouldn't be marrying them, right?
But if they're still just marrying them because they want that status of or the access to a woman, I don't think.
Well, I'm sorry. Let's just assume for a second that like only 5% of them marry completely on the condition that that's the only way they can have sexual access. Wouldn't that still be completely superior in every way to modernity that you're talking about right now?
I don't think that a 5%. I don't think that would be inaccurate.
Okay, let's say it's 50%. Wouldn't that still be superior to the
No.
modernity that you're? How would it not?
So sorry. In your example or scenario, is it like a society where we're not allowed to get divorced? Or
It's just modern society. Modern society where you're saying there's a plague of men who will lie to women in order to get sexual access. And they're like, okay, but if they lie to the woman and say, hey, I love you, but I'm willing to marry you and take care of you for the rest of your life in order to get access to that sex, how is that still not superior to the idea that they can just hump you and dump you? I don't get that.
Like, I suppose that's you could say that's superior, but how do we get there? And why do you think it's just
But that's not really the question of how we get there. We first have to establish that that has to be superior to what we now have.
I'm not committed to an answer on that.
You're not committed to an answer. So you think it would be inferior that if men were marrying women for access to the sex, that would be an inferior system to what we have now? Or they just lie to them and then bang them and there's no consequences whatsoever?
I don't see why it would be superior.
Well, because they would be in this, because your issue is they're lying, right, so that they can have sex and there's no social repercussions, and they're lying about wanting a long-term relationship. But if they marry you for the sex, they're definitely committing to a long-term relationship.
Okay, yeah, I see your point with that.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So then I guess.
So then, like, female chastity, which should really be our number one thing we're looking at here, right?
I think I still don't necessarily agree.
Oh, okay.
Because
Not necessarily.
I think part of the problem is still the fact that women are feeling undervalued. And
Yeah,
not
I
wanting
get
to be
that they
valued
may
for
still,
sex.
but
And so
you would agree it would be vastly superior, right?
I don't necessarily agree, because you marry somebody who just values you for sex, and then if that's the only thing and you're still not feeling valued.
Well, what
for
do
a
you
person.
think men value women for? Do you think what do you think that they're valuing them for? Like their credit cards? What do you think they value women? They value women because they want to have sex with them. They want them to have their children. That's the main value that women have to men. Like, what do you think the big value is women are bringing to the table absent sex? I actually want to know the answer to that question.
This is such a point.
Love and friendship.
Love and friendship. You can get friendship from men. Why do you need friendship from women?
It's friendship with all these extra benefits, sharing your whole life with somebody, having a child with them, merging worldviews.
Sex.
Huh?
Sex. So I mean, so instead of when you're saying friend, the distinction between you being a friend with a guy and you having a wife is your wife is your friend who you also have sex with. It sounds like the value here still seems to be the sex. Like, because you can have all those other conditionals with other people, but the sex seems to be the thing you are putting a value emphasis on.
I disagree, and I don't think sex should be the primary value, because sex is kind of replaceable. I think the value that you get in a relationship is that merging of worldviews.
What do you bring to the table?
What do I bring to the table?
Yeah, in a relationship.
I think I bring a unique perspective, and I can help you live a more fulfilling life.
You think men date you because you bring them a unique perspective?
Yeah, I think I have given my partner a unique perspective, and I think
Okay.
I think I've helped him to start living a more fulfilling life, and I've led him to being a better person.
Doesn't every human being on planet Earth have a unique perspective?
No.
No, they're not. No.
No.
How could two human beings not have unless you're saying all human beings are not unique?
Sure, I would say a lot of people have. You could say down to there's some differences between people, but I think there's a lot of overlap and shared worldviews.
So you want to be valued. So you're one of those, I want to be valued for more than just my sexuality, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
What do you
most
want to be
people
valued
do.
for?
What
do you want to be valued for?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question that I don't have. I want to be valued for who I am as a person.
Okay, but why wouldn't you be valued for who you are as a person? And the highest value that the man has with you is still the sex. I don't get that. I still value you as a person. I think you're great. I think you're wonderful, this and that. But the not having sex thing, that's a deal breaker. That seems reasonable.
I think I would want to be. I don't think I would want sex to be at the top of that list.
Why?
What I'm valued for. Would you want like a woman to value you most for the money that?
Would
you
I
provide?
want my woman to value having sex with me more than anything? Oh, it's terrible. Oh no, what would I do? What would I ever do if a woman only valued as her top priority having sex with me? Oh, it's terrible. How would I ever get through the day? She didn't love my big brain and big mind, and she only valued sex as her highest priority. I don't know how I could live.
I don't know. Maybe that shows that's how you value yourself is what you have to offer.
Wait, I
sexually.
have a question for you. Would you date a guy who lived with his parents?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah. My first boyfriend did. He didn't live with his parents.
Yeah,
but-
you were well. You were 29. That was when you were 23.
Sure.
So you want to have kids one day?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd be totally cool dating a guy who lived with his parents?
Well, my prerequisite for having kids, because I never wanted kids until my current partner.
Hey there, you
was
don't
that
know me,
if
but
we're going to
I
have kids, I need to be able to be at home and raise the kids because I don't want them raised by the system.
So you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
I would try to work from home.
What kind of income you live in? Don't you live in one of the highest cost of living areas in California? You said you're from the Bay.
Mhm.
Isn't it like?
We're outside of the Bay, so it's a little lower. But
Okay,
yeah.
well, in any case, California is still high cost of living. So, and you don't want to be working, so your partner has to work, correct?
Mhm, yeah.
Okay.
That is the
So-
requirement if we're to have kids. I don't think that's unreasonable because I think it's important for
Right.
a mom to raise.
So then you look to a man to provide.
Sure.
Okay. Don't you think that in the same way you feel about your, and I actually think it's a bit of a straw man that men only care about sex, but let's just grant it. So the same way that you think men think that about women, you think that about men. You simply look at men as how they can provide for you.
I don't. My partner wants to have children, and that was the agreement that we had. It's like I'm okay with
You
having
wouldn't
a kid.
date him. You would not date him if he was not able to provide
If
for
he
you.
didn't want kids,
Let's say he did.
he does want kids, and that is the condition in
So
order
there's a
for us.
condition,
In order for us to have kids,
right?
I wouldn't leave him if he decided, like, sorry, I can't do that.
What if he still wanted to have kids, but he couldn't provide?
I would say, sorry, I'm not having kids.
Okay. So if women are sex objects, then men are success objects.
I'm not valuing him on his success. It's the practicality reason for raising a child. Like, I don't want to be the kind of person that just has
Okay.
the school system raise
We've
their
been
child.
lingering on this for too long. Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
A bear.
Okay. So bear. I'd like to hear the reasons why, starting with you.
Okay, so first things first, bears act strictly off of instinct. So usually if they attack, they're probably threatened. Human beings, we have the ability to critically and logically think. We also tend to have a moral compass. So anything a human does is significantly worse. I am much more easily going to forgive a bear for mauling a human being than I will a man for hitting a woman.
So
Men are more dangerous because
Men are
we
more
have
dangerous than
we have a
bears?
moral compass. We know it's wrong, but people still do it.
Right, but this is assuming that in both instances, this is doing a comparison where the man attacks the woman and the bear attacks
Like
the woman.
danger wise.
This is assuming that in all scenarios, this woman is going to be attacked.
Again, I would forgive the bear a lot easier than I would forgive
But
the human.
what does that have anything to do with making a risk assessment of which one is more likely to attack you? Because that is essentially what this question begs.
I guess I don't know. You're in the forest.
Well, hold on.
so
Let me
they can
get
do
everybody's
anything.
justification before I give my take. So, why bear?
I don't know. You're in the forest, and like
Okay.
people can behave. Is that's a setting, or am I wrong?
So, I think
I don't know.
Yes, you are in the forest.
Okay.
But I'm confused.
Whatever.
What?
I'm assuming I wouldn't see a bear in my house or anything like that. Like, I don't know. Like, if it's more secluded, then I would probably buy the bear more. I don't know. Does that?
I don't know. Well, so
How are you going to say you'd
making
rather come across a
considerations for where we're gonna
bear
see the
than a
bear,
man?
Who are the type of men you're generally going to see in the forest? Dudes who are just going camping, kind of like
Or hiking.
want to ignore society. Like they're kind of just chill guys
Not all of
doing bro stuff. Like if you're going to run across a guy in the forest, it's probably going to be a dude that's kind of just a normal guy. So if we're going to make those considerations for the bear, we should make those considerations for the guys.
Why the bear?
I will say.
For the past 2 months, I already had my weird, creepy, not good things with men, and I rather trust the bear right now over men.
Okay, so you had bad personal experiences in your own life.
Yes.
Ergo, you'd rather be in a forest alone with a bear versus a man.
Yes.
Okay.
Brian, I've actually changed my opinion on
Does that
this.
not?
What's your opinion?
Okay.
My opinion is I totally side with the bear now because
What?
I will tell you why.
All right, let's hear.
Okay. The bear is satisfied with a good meal. The woman gets to accurately play the victim, and the man has no. There's no ill will on his side. Nothing happened. He's not blamed for any of it.
I'd rather be food
Everyone
for the bear
wins.
than-
Everyone wins.
Okay, so
There's a flaw in your logic.
Okay.
I'd rather be
Tell me,
food
tell me.
for the
Hang
bear.
on, I'll tell you the flaw.
Okay.
The flaw is that after all of the bitching, whining, and screaming from this woman who was mauled by a bear due to her own stupidity, some man's going to have to go out there
Fair.
and put the bear down.
Fair. You're right, Andrew.
But the
Again.
bear already got me.
So I just spent the last like 4 days up in King Canyon in Sequoia. And yes, I was hiking out with bears. And I was at a river and I went swimming and there was a bear like 50 yards away. It was a mom with her cub. They left me alone. I left them alone. I went swimming in the river. I took a nap on a rock. I woke up and they were gone. But when you see a man on the trail, you go like, you completely ignore them and dodge them.
Okay, so hold on. So let's just say you did that, right? Did the man chase you down and then attack you?
No, but you tend to.
Okay, but so you took an action, but it doesn't mean that like nothing happened.
Yeah.
But
you ignored him like you did
But
the
the
bear.
point is that you don't know what that person's thinking, right? When you sit
You don't
there
know
and
what-
you pass the bear in the woods.
But the bear's
You don't know what the
morally
bear's thinking.
predictable.
No, you pass the bear in the woods. The bear is predictable because it acts off of instinct. Humans can sit there and they can pass you, and then they can come behind you and like pop you in the head or whatever the fuck.
Well, then let me ask you a question, just to because you can predict bear behavior, and you're obviously very skilled at the prediction of bear behavior. If you were to, do you think, walk up to 50 random men and pat them on the head, or 50 random bears and pat them on the head, which one do you think would be more likely to fucking maul you to death?
The bear. That makes it predictable.
Hold on.
That's a completely
Question for
different situation. It's not in its natural habitat.
What do you mean? It's
But
Well,
still-
no,
but
you
it's
can do it in
still
their
a
natural
bear, and
habitat.
it's
You
still
walk right over and you just go and pat it on its head.
I'm gonna dodge both the bear and the man.
The man's in his natural
My
habitat.
point is
when
that
you walk
human
over and
beings
pat
are
him
more
on the head.
dangerous than bears.
Okay,
You
so
didn't
let's
answer
try
his
this
question.
again.
You didn't answer his
You would
question.
agree. You would agree that men are in their natural habitat. If you find one in a city or you find one in the country, they're in their natural habitat. And if you walked over and you were to pat just random men on the head versus random bears on the head, which one do you think would be more likely to viciously attack you and kill you?
Probably the bear, but that's why you
Probably the
that's
bear.
why you don't be stupid.
Because you know
But also,
what
yeah,
the
Yeah,
bear's
it would be
think.
pretty stupid to
Doesn't
take
that
a
kinda
gamble with a bear, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
You seem like it'd be far more comfortable patting random men. Touching random men without their permission seems to be well within your comfort level as opposed to touching random bears. right?
Comfortability and
You
predictability is
you
different,
don't
though.
bother a bear the way you bother men.
No,
But-
yeah, I get where
What?
you're going with this, but it's more about like I think you're trying to say they're just more predictable.
That's
like,
yes. I'm saying
I wouldn't
because
go
because
pat the
any
bear
animal
on the head 'cause I
acts
know
off of
it would kill me.
instinct. It's easy to predict their next move. Human beings, you can't predict their next move.
Not
Now,
just
hold
men.
on.
I wouldn't even say that about just men, but
you
like
predict
like
the moves of a wild bear, really?
No, yeah, that's. I mean, I'm
More
an
likely
outdoorsman as
to.
well. I'm a hunter. I spend a lot of time outdoors. I got to push back on this a little bit.
So like,
bears,
really,
yeah.
they can manipulate you into thinking that they might eat you and then they won't, or
Bears are very simple. Yeah, you're right. They are simple. It is either I'm going to kill you, I'm going to eliminate this new threat, or I'm going to go away. Those are the only two options. With a man, there are a million options, and only a few of them are bad. Most of them are like, hey, I'm going to say hi to you, or I'm going to ignore you.
That is-
Most of them, and you probably won't even see the guy.
that's absolutely fair, and I agree with that
So
too.
there are
but for
far less negative outcomes with the man than
far
there are
less
the bear.
negative, but far less negative, or are you gonna go for I know for sure more what the bear's gonna
Okay,
do?
yeah, I know for sure that the bear is either going to avoid me or murder me. I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm much more likely to take the chance with the guy because there are more options than ignore me or murder me.
That's how most serial killers get away
Yeah,
with shit.
I would take that gamble any
Kidnap,
day.
torture you.
Fair enough.
Generally speaking, that's probably not going to happen.
No,
But with a
fair
bear,
enough.
it is one of two options. And he just might be hungry. The bear, if it's hungry enough, it's like,
And the
hey, that
man
thing's
just
smaller than me.
might-
I'm going to kill it and eat it.
I think these answers come from
Bears
me
think that way.
personally, like
It is, am I hungry? That they don't have too many thoughts in their
I have
head.
never
It's
ran across an aggressive bear, and I have been around a lot of bears from the Appalachian to up north California to fucking
Bullshit.
Alaska.
Been around a lot of bears. My ass. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. What bears have you been around in the Appalachians? What bears?
The ones.
What bears were you running into in the Appalachians?
There are a lot of bears in Tennessee.
What kind?
They're black bears.
How many bears?
And what other kinds of bears are there?
How many bears have you come across?
Yeah, how many bears? How many bears have you
Literally
I
dozens
am in the woods a lot.
Okay, literally dozens. Like you cross paths.
Yes. I literally have a selfie with me and a bear in the back.
Okay,
Look.
and then how many men have you walked past?
Too many.
Millions.
But okay, wait.
Wait, why do you say it? Why do you say it like that? Hold on. Let her answer.
Yes,
Why do
I'm
you say it like that?
antisocial.
Oh, you're not anti-men?
No, I hate everybody equally.
Okay, so how many men do you think you've just walked past without incidents? Millions?
Quite a few.
Maybe not millions, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands throughout the whole course of your life? Think of high school,
Yeah, but a bear has
college,
never hurt me.
at the mall, at the restaurant. Yes, perhaps I'm not doubting that a man or some men in your life have hurt you.
That's probably where that answer really comes
But
from.
let me ask you a question. How many hours of your life have you been in proximity to men as compared to proximity to bears? Like, would you say you've been in proximity to bears for less than an hour of your life?
No, I would say more than an hour.
It's probably on the
You're
order of
kicking it with.
magnitude of that.
I mean,
you
if
said
we're-
a couple dozen, so you're just kicking it with bears for like 30 minutes. You're just chilling.
Sometimes you just sit there and you watch the bear and you're just like, okay, cool.
If we're chalking it down to just like a comparison to a bear, then obviously, yeah, like this is kind of like ridiculous. But the answers that are coming from like a bear being more likely to us to be wanted to interact with than a man is coming from other situations that are a little bit more deeper than.
My point is that human beings are more dangerous than bears.
I'm just trying not to say things I'm not allowed to either at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not saying that human beings are less capable of inflicting harm. They are more capable of inflicting harm. But on average, men are not going to inflict harm unnecessarily compared to bears. Bears don't care. They're just going to do what they want to do regardless. There are less walls they have to go over. Morals, their humanity, like, is this other person posing a threat? All of those walls have to be crossed by a man. But for a bear to want to maul you, it's like one or two. It's like,
But that's
do
why,
I feel
that's
like
why I
it?
say it's significantly easier to forgive a bear than it is.
Or it's not about
What does it
forgiveness.
have to do? It has nothing to
It's
do with
like
it.
it's likelihood of being harmed.
Well, yeah, I would still pick the bear. I would rather be mauled by a bear than hurt by
Bro,
a
this
bear.
whole like it's all
I mean,
yo.
I'm actually okay with that.
It's
just fine.
Anna, have you ever
You know,
seen a
pick the bear.
woman's?
I mean, who cares?
Have you ever seen a woman's reaction to a spider? And y'all gonna pick bear?
I love spiders.
Okay, what's up? What you got?
Can I add a little follow-up question to
Sure.
the bear talk, keeping on
Sure.
the subject of bear talk? And I want everyone to answer real quickly. You're walking through a forest, this is part 2 of the question. You're walking through a forest and you can see one of the 3 following things. What do you pick? A man, a bear, or a woman? Which one do you pick?
A man.
Me?
Still probably the bear.
Still a man.
No, it's solely just, I don't think there's any right or wrong answer. I'm just asking out of curiosity.
A woman? No, I don't know.
I would choose a man because a woman can't help me.
Yeah, I would trust in a man more than I would trust in a woman.
1,000%.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm a firm believer if you can't get out of the woods by yourself, you don't deserve to get out of the woods.
It's not really the question, but
Damn old survival of the fittest ass motherfucker.
Fair enough.
I mean,
They're
you could
talking
even
about they're talking about a man helping them.
I mean, look, but you could
That's
even-
how I view it. Yeah, if I was in the woods, how I kind of view it is that.
Wait. Now, are you one of those people who would be able to get out of the woods yourself?
Yeah, I just spent the last 4 days in the f***ing woods.
All right, great. Can you tell me how you make a fire in the woods?
Yeah, you have a spark thing.
Yeah, no, you
Spark
don't have anything.
thing.
You just have your bare hands. How would you make a fire?
The stick with the little.
What does that mean? I don't know what that
Rub the
means.
stick-
You walk me through how you would make a fire in the woods.
You rub the sticks together, dude.
With a little bit of.
You rub 2 sticks together, and then what happens when you rub 2 sticks together?
Friction happens and then it creates heat and then heat creates fire.
Well, I mean that's true, but you would have to combust something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you walk me through, without being snarky, actually walk me through how you would start a fire in the woods by
What
yourself?
does start a fire have to do with anything?
it follows.
What does you, why, I don't understand. You're one of the guys, you're going to make it. You're the person who's going to make it out of these woods. You are a savage Shira broad. Now tell me how you make a fire in the woods when you don't have anything to make a fire with.
He said, "You're a savage Shiva broad."
You don't have a lighter.
I don't know why you don't have a lighter, but I'm very prepared when I go in the woods.
Why don't you
So you can't
engage in
answer the
good
question?
I don't feel like answering this question.
You can't answer the question, right?
No, because I already answered it.
But you would be one of the ones who got out of the woods, right?
Yes. No, I would die in the
Yeah.
woods.
Wait, why don't you feel like answering the question?
I just answered the question. I
You
told
didn't answer. You just said.
friction creates heat, heat creates fire.
Yeah, but he was
Well,
looking
no. That's just an oversimplification. Walk me through how you would do it.
I'm good.
Just take the L and say you
good.
don't know.
Okay, fine. I don't know.
You don't. So okay. Do you actually don't know though? Can you into the mic?
I do not feel like having this conversation right now.
Hold on, you're triggered over the making fire conversation?
I'm not
That's where you draw the line?
Damn, she's triggered on making
I draw the
fire.
line at making fire. I will not make fire. I will die in the woods, cold and alone, happy.
Well, why? Okay, why don't you just engage in good faith? Like, I don't get it.
I mean, it's kind of funny to me that I mean, you were so into the conversation 5 seconds ago, and then suddenly I don't want to answer any questions. Very strange.
In fact, hold on. In your pre-show notes, you said you're incorrect about the bear debate, and if it is still a topic of conversation when I come on the show, I would love to come on and tell you you're wrong. If you would have me again.
Yeah.
So you can't just shut down the conversation.
But this has nothing
Actually,
to-
I brought up the
I
bear
already
debate.
told you.
I brought up the bear debate precisely because
I already told you I prefer to pick the bear. And I said I'm a firm believer if you can't make it out alive by yourself, then you don't deserve to make it out alive.
But you also said you would be one of the ones who did.
Okay, then I won't. I'll die in the woods.
So you wouldn't be one of the ones who would make it out of the
No,
woods?
I won't.
But you're holding yourself out to be some like survivalist, and he's asking you a basic survival
I'm
question.
not a survivalist. I just hike in the woods for days at a time.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Okay, not a problem.
Okay. Well, she doesn't want to answer the fire question. So there's not really anything we
You
can
take 2 sticks and you rub them together.
rub them
Yup.
together.
You're a man. You're not her man.
I didn't need a dog.
And when you show me a man, I mean, you know,
I don't even know what you just said.
I said, when you show me a man, then she can like look up, but I don't think like I don't see one. So
Why would I take the advice of a woman who has a paperclip in her nose?
it's not a paper clip. So there you go.
What is it?
It's an industrial bar, so it's actually made to be like this. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, my bad. What was I thinking?
Yeah, mind your business. How about
Yeah,
that?
no. What was I thinking? I mean, you're the one who dressed me, not me who addressed
you're the
you.
one that,
but if I
you
fire
wanted
back,
people to
suddenly you're
address
upset.
you. You wanted
have
the
20
debate,
pieces
so,
of
like,
steel
go
in your face, and I'm supposed to take
Okay,
what
and it's
you
better
say
than looking like a
seriously?
big mouth
Yes.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean, you're wearing a wig.
Andrew,
You have
doesn't
pieces
matter
of
what
steel
we
in your
look
face. I'm
like.
supposed to take what you say seriously.
Okay,
I
are
don't
you
think
coming
so.
after African tribes? Because I know a lot of African tribes that do have like a lot
Yeah,
of
name a
piercings.
single African tribe by name. One.
You do it. The
No,
fuck?
you do it.
Masai.
You just make a claim. Name a single
Masai.
African tribe.
Masai.
One.
Masai.
No. Let her answer. Name a single
Do I
African
have
tribe.
to name one?
One.
Just for what reason? Why do I have to name
Right,
something
you
that's
can't.
part of my
You
fucking
just said, I know
heritage?
tons of African
Why
tribes.
does
You can't name a single
why do I have
one.
to name something that's a part of my heritage? Why you're coming after
name one.
my heritage? Thank
Yeah,
you.
a single name of
Thank
an
you.
African
You sound
tribe. One.
stupid. You look as stupid as you sound, honestly.
Are you going to name a tribe?
I don't have to.
Because you can't. 'Cause you
No,
don't know a
and I
single
don't
tribe.
have to.
Wait, imagine saying this is an intricate part
I
of my
mean, you act
heritage,
like the
and you
fact that
can't
like
name
even
a
fat
single
people with
tribe.
hair don't even actually exist in other fucking societies, and that they have
So
like.
great, so
actual-
just name one.
You don't
What are
have
they
to
called?
name it to know that it exists. You
Are
want
you
me to go
gonna
grab
name a-
my
are you
phone?
gonna
I can
name a
go grab
tribe?
my phone and tell you right now.
Yeah, oh, you'd have to look it up.
Do
It's so
you want
intricate
me
to your
to go
heritage. You
grab
have to
my
look it
phone
up.
and tell you right now? I am storing so much information in my head. It doesn't matter what if I remember
Oh, that's
it or
great.
not.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know what a burrito is?
Of course, we know what a burrito is.
Yeah, great. Do you know that there's maybe a part of a cultural heritage that a burrito is a part of? What would that
Okay.
cultural heritage be? If you
Okay,
had
and
to
there's
guess?
other foods that exist that I can't even name,
Just
but it
answer
doesn't
my
matter
question.
that if I know whether they're
Yeah,
the
no,
name
I
of
know.
them.
A burrito, though,
It
you would
doesn't matter.
associate with
It doesn't
what
matter,
heritage?
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and it
I
doesn't
know.
matter.
So a burrito,
and it doesn't matter.
a
and it doesn't
burrito,
matter.
you would
and it
associate
doesn't
with
matter.
what
And
heritage?
it doesn't matter. And it doesn't
You're
matter.
just going to spurt?
And it doesn't
You're not
matter.
going to answer a
And
single
it doesn't
question?
matter because I don't have to.
Yeah, so
And I
so
don't
you
have
can
to because
associate
you
that a
already sound
burrito-
fucking stupid. You sound like because I can't name something that doesn't exist.
name
But
a
it
single tribe.
but it exists, and it doesn't matter if I.
But it's so important to
He
your
doesn't want
heritage.
your
You can't
answer
say
because he
one.
wants us to dick ride and sound stupid. He doesn't want you to help me.
He just needs
I don't.
sex.
I don't think
So
she
it's
was
okay.
saying her piercings are because of her heritage. I think she was just saying that.
I didn't say that. She said this is an intricate part of my heritage because the African tribes. I asked her to name one.
I
she
said
can't
that there's
name
a
one.
lot of African tribes that do
He's
have a lot
rambling.
of piercings.
Name one.
You are. It doesn't matter if I have to name one. Did the Aztecs exist for you to say like, oh, that there's like pyramids out in Mexico? Like, shut the f up.
Who
dude.
built
You sound
those? Who built
stupid.
those?
Huh?
Who built the pyramids?
Which one?
That-
Did I
like,
not
you
just
don't
talk
know
about
anything.
the
Like, why would I
Aztecs?
take you seriously?
Dude, like,
Why would
are
I
you
take a
slow?
person who said
Sorry.
this is
There's more. I'm writing down.
If you want me to answer a question, how about answer me a question about how you're slow?
You want to get into aliens? We'll talk about who really built the pyramids.
Like an alien's right here, bitch. Like, come on.
I mean, it's just madness to me that this is so
I just think that
important to
you
you,
just
the
sound
cultural
stupid
heritage
because
that you don't
think
know
that
anything
because
about.
you can't name
Nothing.
something specifically that it doesn't exist.
Something specifically that what doesn't exist.
Oh my God, are you that slow? Or
I'm
what was
listening
the
to what you're
conversation
saying.
that we were having this whole entire time? What was I saying this whole entire time?
Well, what you said was there's a cultural
Thanks for your business.
heritage.
And you
The car's on its way.
Face jewelry. Hang on, let me finish. That's why you have the face
Why can't
jewelry.
let
and
you
the-
finish? But
Let me finish.
Sorry,
You
we
asked
can't
me a
make it at
question,
this
not want
time
to
to that
answer.
location.
Libby, I'm so sorry about.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. That's why I didn't
Yeah,
engage.
don't worry about it.
Towards
Just talk
her.
together.
That's why
talk
I didn't
together.
You were disruptive towards her, and now you're asking for the same
Oh,
respect is ridiculous.
Are you going to answer a single
That's
question?
ridiculous. Okay, so I mean, you can keep that argument to yourself on trying to make people sound stupid, but at the end of the day,
I
you
don't
sound
need to try
fucking
hard.
stupid. The more that you're trying to say that it doesn't exist because I can't name a single like tribe or society or blah blah blah. I have seen the pictures. I know that they exist. It's just like like move on past it. We don't
Yeah, so I just
we
listened to
can
what
say
you
that
had to
Drake.
say.
We know that Drake talked kids,
You just
but
gonna
like just because
filibuster?
we don't have like everything right here, and I can't tell you all the fucking kids that he was talking
Doesn't
to,
make it
doesn't
any
mean that
less
doesn't
true.
exist.
So anyway, so what you said was, you said that all of the face piercings in the wig were because
My wig had nothing to
of
do
your
with this, and
deep
now you're
connection-
delusional.
You're still not going to let me finish. You're not even
No,
going to let me
I'm not
finish. Go
going to
ahead.
let you. You
tell me
didn't
when
let
you're ready.
Libby finish, and you didn't let a lot of people like finish. So
I'm
why
waiting
should
for
I
you to finish.
care?
Let me know.
Like, please, I'll let you finish. Just explain to me why should I care?
Great. What you said was that all the face jewelry in the wig was based
I did not
specifically
include
around-
my wig, so go back.
It's
Try
not
it
a wig?
again. Thank
It's
you.
not a wig?
I didn't. I didn't include my wig. So you coming after my wig whenever I was talking about my piercings?
Oh, my
Try
bad.
it again.
They're just your piercings. I'll correct the record.
She just wants to fight with him. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. And he's engaging with her
I
back.
said it's a part of my heritage because am I not
But you
African?
can't name a single.
He's like, you want to have a fight? Let's have a fight then.
My
That's
skepticism.
how Andrew
When you
is.
can't
Do you
name
know
a
the
single
story of
tribe,
slavery?
which is so important to you.
Are you
that
stupid?
put
Do you know the
20
story of
pieces steel
slavery
in
and
your
how a
face.
lot of slaves don't even know their own tribe?
You're still spurging.
Do you know the story of slavery and how they don't know their own tribes? Like, answer me that, please.
I have to go.
Are you done spurging now so that I can
Are
at least
you
make
going to
a point?
answer the
Are you done
question?
spurging?
Because it sounds
use
stupid to
different
me
one.
that you're going to try to tell me about how I don't know society, like
You
my
don't.
heritage and blah blah blah. Whatever
You
we all
don't
know,
know.
and it's basic common knowledge that Black
Oh, yeah,
people
the
in
name
America
tribe.
who didn't come directly from
Name
Africa, who
a
their families were
tribe.
brought here, that we don't know our f***ing tribes and blah blah blah.
You
But I
know a
do
tribe?
know, in fact, that there are
It's
tribes out
important
there.
to you, but you don't know a single tribe. Got it.
Why are you acting like that information is so readily
Okay,
available?
like I'm
for
gonna
you to go
listen to
and find,
Nick
though?
from Big Mouth. Like,
Like,
shut the
It's
fuck
not,
up.
wait, it's not readily
Ryan,
available.
if you're gonna say
African
something, you should
tribes
say
are not
something,
readily
because I'm not
available.
gonna
That's not
answer
what
to
I
you. You sound
meant.
fucking
Like, and
stupid.
you're taking it in that way and laughing like some weirdo. But you know that's not how I meant it.
Has it been 5 minutes yet? Yeah, okay.
Like, why are
Okay,
you
shut up.
laughing like that?
It doesn't seem like it's very important to you.
Everybody, put your swords away for just a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
That's very
To finish, I'd like to actually finish without being.
Put your swords away.
Wait, it's already
So
finished with
what she said was this. Your exact words. See, she's still filibustering. What she said was the massive amount of face wear that I have is due to my deep cultural African connections to my tribes.
Am I wrong?
And then when I asked her what tribe, she can't name a single African tribe. Not one.
Okay, that's like asking me to name every woman, every woman to exist
Name a
just
woman
because.
right now.
Literally so.
paper
Hold
band,
on.
name your just because I like you know,
One
like
sec,
just
guys.
Trolling you.
One sec. All right, guys, check this out. Check it out. Look, I got to move it on. Listen, it was good. It was entertaining. A little heated exchange. It was good. That was the most. It was the most you said all night. I love it. It was great. Thank you. It was good. I'm glad we got to see a different side of you. And I personally think Desmond's at half trouble right now. Just kidding. I'm kidding, Desmond. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Was that cringe? Sorry. I don't know. Hide that super. Which one? I don't see it. Anyways, guys, we're just gonna hide that one, Nick.
You're a man. You're not her man.
I didn't mean to dog.
And when you show me a man, I mean,
I don't even know what you just said.
I said when you show me a man, then she can like up. I don't think, I don't see one. So
Why would I take the advice of a woman who has a paper clip in her nose?
it's not a paper clip. So there you go.
What is it?
It's an industrial bar, so it's actually made to be like this. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, my bad. What was I thinking?
Yeah, mind your business. How about
Yeah,
that?
I know. What was I thinking? I mean, you're the one who addressed me, not me who
I mean,
addressed
you're the
you.
one that,
But if I
you
fire
wanted
back,
people to
suddenly you're
address
upset.
you. You
You
wanted
have
to
20
debate,
pieces of
so, like, go
steel in your face, and I'm supposed to
Okay,
take
and
what
it's
you
better
say
than looking like a
seriously?
big mouth character.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
doesn't
I mean, you're wearing a wig.
Andrew,
You have
it doesn't
20 pieces of
matter
steel
what
in
we
your
look
face. I'm
like.
supposed to take what you say seriously.
Okay,
I
are
don't
you
think
coming
so.
after African tribes? Because I know a lot of African tribes that do have like a lot
Yeah,
of
name a
piercings.
single African tribe by name. One.
You do it. The
No,
fuck?
you do it.
Masai.
You say, name a single African tribe.
Masai.
One.
Masai.
No. Let her answer. Name a single
Do
African
I
tribe.
have to name one?
What? One.
Just
For
'cause she
what
can't
reason?
prove
Why
it-
do I have to
Yeah,
name
you
something that's a
can't.
part of my
You
fucking
just said, I know
heritage?
tons of African
Why
tribes.
does
You
I?
can't name a single
Why do I have
one.
to name something that's a part of my heritage? Why you're coming off
name
of
one.
my heritage?
Then
Thank
give me
you.
a single name of
Thank
an
you.
African
You sound
tribe. One.
stupid. You look as stupid as you sound, honestly.
Are you going to name a tribe?
I don't have to.
Because you can't. 'Cause you're
No,
a
and I
single
don't
tribe.
have to.
Wait, imagine saying
Something tells me like she really couldn't name a tribe. I couldn't either. I mean, hell, I can't name one off the top of my head. But his point, and she knows exactly the point he's making. His point is, you know, you can't even name one of these tribes, but yet you are talking up here and trying to act like a victim because I pointed out that, you know, obviously he doesn't agree or think that her piercings and stuff, like he thinks it's way too much overboard. And I agree, like, you know, I don't know what guy wants to date somebody that has so much metal in their damn face, but you know, like I've been with one woman that technically, you know, could like they had a tongue ring, right? You know, and big deal, you know, a lot of guys, like there's guys that'll talk like, man, I wish I had a girl who had a tongue ring, man. Oral would be off the chain, and no, it wouldn't. No, it would. No, it's not. It's not that big of a difference. Matter of fact, some of the times I actually preferred for the damn thing to be off. You know, because it's not that big of a deal. You know, guys are ridiculous. They're ridiculous. The hell happened to that?
this is an intricate part
I
of my
mean, you act
heritage,
like the
and
fact
you
that
can't
like
name
even
a
fat
single
people with
tribe.
hair don't even actually exist in other fucking societies, and that they have
So
like.
great, so just name one.
You don't
What are
have
they
to
called?
name it to know that it exists. You
Are
want
you
me to
gonna
go grab
name
my
a- are you
phone?
gonna
I can
name a
go grab
tribe?
my phone and tell you right now.
Yeah, oh, you'd have to look it up.
Do
It's
I
so
do you want
intricate
me
to your
to
heritage,
go
you have
grab
to
my
look it
phone
up.
and tell you right now? I am storing so much information in my head. It doesn't matter what if I remember
Oh, that's
it or
great.
not.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know what a burrito is?
Of course, we know what a burrito is.
Yeah, great. Do you know that there's maybe a part of a cultural heritage that a burrito is a part of? What would that cultural heritage be? If you
Okay,
had
and
to
there's
guess?
other foods that exist that I can't even name,
Just
but it
answer
doesn't
my
matter
question.
that if I know whether they're
Yeah,
the
no,
name
I
of
know. A burrito, though,
it
you would
doesn't matter.
associate with
It doesn't
what
matter,
heritage?
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and it
I
doesn't
know.
matter.
So a burrito,
and it doesn't matter.
a
and it doesn't
burrito,
matter.
you would
and it
associate
doesn't
with
matter.
what
And
heritage?
it doesn't matter. And it doesn't
You're
matter.
just going to spur?
And it doesn't
You're
matter.
not going to answer a
And
single
it doesn't
question?
matter because I don't have to.
Yeah, so
And I
so
don't
you
have
can
to because
associate
you
that a
already sound
burrito-
fucking stupid. You sound like because I can't name something that it doesn't
can't
exist.
name
But
a
it
single
exists.
tribe.
But it exists, and it doesn't matter if I.
Yeah, but it's so
Why
it's
does it
so
matter?
important to
He
your
doesn't
heritage.
want
You
your
can't
answer
name
because he
one.
wants us to dick ride and sound stupid. He doesn't want you to help me.
He just needs
I
sex.
don't-
I don't think
so
she was
it's okay.
saying her piercings are because of her heritage. I think she was just saying that.
I didn't say that. She said this is an intricate part of my heritage because the African tribes. I asked her to name one.
I
she
said that
can't
there's
name
a
one.
lot of African tribes that do
He's
have a lot
rambling.
of piercings.
Name one.
You are it doesn't matter if I have to
You
name
can't
one.
name one.
Did the Aztecs exist for you to say like, oh, that there's like pyramids out in Mexico? Like, shut the up,
Who
dude.
built
You sound
those? Who built
stupid.
those?
Huh?
Who built the pyramids?
Which one? Yeah,
Yeah,
did
like,
I not
you
just
don't know
talk
anything.
about
Like, why would I take you seriously?
Dude, like,
Why would
are
I
you
take a person
slow?
who said,
Sorry,
this
can you
is
answer me
my
that
question
question?
is so
If you want me to
important to
answer a
me.
question, how about answer me a question about how are you slow?
Ancient Egyptian, you want to get into aliens?
Wanker.
We'll talk about who really built the pyramids.
Like, an alien's right here, bitch. Like, come
It's just madness to me that this is so important to you, the cultural heritage that you don't know anything
because
about.
you can't name
Nothing.
something specifically that it doesn't exist.
Something specifically that what doesn't exist.
For this resupply, you're going up to the.
Or
I'm
what was
listening
the
to what you're
conversation
saying.
that we were having this whole entire time? What was I saying this whole entire time? I would
Well,
just like
what
to
you
know.
said, was there's a cultural heritage.
And you
That's
asked
why
me
you
to
have
ask?
the face jewelry. Hang on, let me finish. That's why you have the face
Why should I
jewelry.
let you finish, but you didn't let her finish?
Let-
Sorry, what
you
was
asked
your
me a
name,
question. Do
girlie?
you not want the
Libby.
answer?
Libby, I'm so sorry about.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. That's why I didn't.
Don't worry about it. Just talk together.
That's why I
Talk
didn't.
together.
You were disruptive towards her, and now you're asking for the same respect. Is ridiculous.
Are you going to answer a single
That's
question?
ridiculous. Okay, so I mean, you can keep that argument to yourself on trying to make people sound stupid, but at the end of the day, you sound fucking stupid. The more that you're trying to say that it doesn't exist because I can't name a single like tribe or society or blah blah blah. I have seen the pictures. I know that they exist. It's just like, like move on past it. We all like.
Yeah, so I just
we
listened to
can
what
say
you
that
had to
Drake.
say.
We know that Drake talked to kids,
You just
but
gonna
like just because
filibuster?
we don't have like everything right here, and I can't tell you all the fucking kids that he was talking
Doesn't
to,
make it
doesn't
any
mean that
less
doesn't
true.
exist.
So anyway, so what you said was, you said that all of the face piercings in the wig were because
My wig had nothing to
of
do
your
with this, and
deep
now you're
connection.
delusional.
You're still not going to let me finish. You're not going to
No,
let me
I'm not
finish. Go
going to
ahead.
let you.
tell
You
me
didn't
when
let
you're ready.
Libby finish, and you didn't let a lot of people finish. So
I'm
why
waiting
should
for
I
you to finish. Let
care?
me know.
Please, I'll let you finish. Just explain to me why should I care.
Great. What you said was that all the face jewelry in the wig was based.
I did not
specifically
include
around-
my wig, so go back.
It's
Try
not
it
a wig?
again. Thank
It's
you.
not a wig?
I
It's
didn't.
not?
I didn't include my wig. So you coming after my wig whenever I was talking about my piercings?
Oh, my
Try
bad.
it again.
So just your piercings. I'll
Yeah.
correct the record. Your piercings were due to an African heritage, which you had a deep connection to because of African tribes.
I said
but
it's
you
a
can't-
part of my heritage because am I not
But
African?
you can't name a single
Am I not African just
tribe.
because I don't know?
Imagine my skepticism when you can't
Do you
name
know
a
the
single
story of
tribe, which
slavery?
is so important to you.
Are you
that you
stupid?
put
Do you know the
20
story of
pieces steel
slavery
in
and
your
how a
face.
lot of slaves don't even know their own tribe?
She's trying to use little factoids that she knows to try to invalidate his point. But I think his point is not too far off.
Answer the question because it sounds stupid
Like,
to me.
obviously, her heritage is African and stuff. He's not saying it's not, but he's like, how well are you even educated about it? Like, how much do you know? Tell me. And she can't tell him anything.
Directly from
So that
Africa,
tells him
our
enough
families were
that
brought
she doesn't know
here
anything.
That we don't know our fucking tribes and blah blah blah.
You
But I
know a
do
tribe?
know, in fact, that there are tribes
It's
out there.
important to you, but you don't know a single tribe. Got it.
Why are you acting like that information is so readily
Okay,
available?
like I'm
for
gonna
you to go
listen to
and find,
Nick
though?
from Big Mouth. Like, shut
It's
the fuck
not,
up.
wait, it's not readily
Ryan,
available.
if you were gonna say
African
something, you should
tribes
say
are not
something,
readily
because I'm not
available.
that
That's not what I'm
You sound
saying. Like, and you're
stupid.
taking it in that way and laughing like some weirdo. But you know that's not how I meant it.
Has it been 5 minutes yet?
Yeah, okay.
Like, why are
Okay,
you
shut up.
laughing like that?
It doesn't seem like it's very important to you.
Everybody, put your swords away for just a minute.
Yeah,
That was
but I'd
very
like to finish. I'd like to actually finish without being filibustered.
Wait, it's
right?
already
So
finished without
what she
filibuster.
said. What she said was this. Your exact words. See, she's still filibustering. What she said was the massive amount of face wear that I have is due to my deep cultural African connections to my tribes.
Am I wrong?
And then when I asked her what tribe, she can't name a single African tribe. Not one.
Okay, that's like asking me to name every woman, every woman to exist
Name a
just
woman
because.
right now.
Literally so.
Pick your band, name your
Just
favorite
because I
song.
like you know,
One
like
sec,
just
guys.
Trolling you.
One sec. All right, guys, check this out. Check it out. Look, I got to move it on. Listen, it was good. It was entertaining. A little heated exchange. It was good. That was the most you said all night. I love it. It was great. Thank you. It was good. I'm glad we got to see a different side of you. And I personally think Desmond's at half chub right now. Just kidding. I'm kidding, Desmond. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Was that cringe? Sorry, sorry. I don't know. Hide that super. Which one? I don't see it. Anyways, guys, we're just gonna hide that one, Nick.
Okay, so it is other people's responsibility to make you feel emotionally safe.
I say when there is not full disclosure of the plan of what's going to be done to me psychologically, then that is the responsibility of the person who's manipulating me.
It's really funny that you say that because this actually is just deterring responsibility to the second party, right? So you're saying
yes, you guys are more powerful than I am as far as damaging me psychologically because we live in a society that has normalized the manipulation of women and their vulnerability emotionally. So I believe that you partook in that same essentially tactic of getting from me what you wanted.
Yeah, so I'm going to just like grant a couple things, right? Thing one.
I have to go to the bathroom first, and then when I come back, you can share.
Okay.
How many shots did you guys?
Holy
have?
crap!
One shot.
This is my third shot.
Maybe don't. Maybe the alcohol is not a good idea.
Well, if you guys were nice, I wouldn't need it.
If we were nice, she wouldn't need. We've been nice.
I think you guys are nice.
We've been nice.
You want passive aggressiveness? I would rather you just say exactly what you're.
I was just about to tell you exactly what I thought, but then you had to pee.
I did.
We're gonna.
I've had a lot of children.
We will get in future episodes.
Wait, what does having a lot of
the
children
table
have
for
to do with
people
peeing a bunch of
so they
times?
don't have to get.
So yeah, I mean, I was just about to grant to you. Yeah, I don't care about how what I say makes a person emotionally feel if the purpose of the discussion is a disagreement. How your emotional state from there is totally irrelevant to me.
Do you know that that's a symptom?
Of what?
Psychopathy.
Psychopathy doesn't exist.
Damn.
It does.
It doesn't.
It's the lack of empathy for another's
Nope.
feelings.
Okay, so you're a psychologist, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that psychopathy is actually a medical psychological condition and that you can identify it in the
Yes.
DSM?
Yes, they can now brain scan you and tell.
Oh yeah, this is the MILF mom. This is the MILF mom. This is the MILF, the late 30, early 40-year-old MILF getting rammed on OnlyFans and the internet that has come to the Whatever podcast a lot. Oh yeah, I know her.
If you have psychopathy.
Do you have your phone?
Yes.
Okay, can you pull up the DSM-5 and show me where it says anything about psychopathy?
The
I'm not talking about the DSM-5. I'm talking
Well, then
about
how do you categorize what is a psychological condition?
you can get a brain scan and your gray matter would show up differently than somebody without psychopathy.
That, first of all, when you're talking about brain scans, that's really brand new tech. That's the same thing as when people say that you can do a brain scan to determine a gender. You really can't because you have human
Correct.
variances in
The
sexuality.
gender is determined more by the hormonal makeup in the
brain
body
matter
system.
cannot determine if somebody is a psychopath, but even if it could, psychopathy in and of itself has not even been demonstrated to be harmful to society. Psychopathy in and of itself could be a boon to society. For instance, you may need people who have completely unfeeling dispositions for certain jobs which need doing.
I agree, because we are all tools essentially of the divine.
Well, I mean,
God.
sure,
So you
yeah.
would, you in your
Yeah, I would
ideology, you
say-
would call it God.
Yeah, I would say that we're all definitely in.
I
you know,
agree.
have a-
there's
have a telos from our
there's where our
creator.
Venn diagrams are crossing.
But
I believe we
need
are
to-
all tools.
But I need to ask it just because I don't care what your emotional state is when we're having a discussion about something we disagree on. I don't understand why that would even indicate psychopathy. It's very common for stoic men to not care about the emotional status of a person who refuses to adhere
It's
to
very
logic.
common of men to be It doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, but now you're conflating two different things. So I would agree.
Psychopathic individuals are abusive.
Yeah, but
just
not all
because
abusive
it's
people are
been
psychopaths.
True, that's true. Some of them are narcissistic.
Yeah, but not all abusive people are narcissists.
Some of them are just trauma responding, and they overreact.
Not all of them are doing that either. Yeah, abuse.
Name a type of abuse
Abuse
that
from
somebody.
you is so broad that encompasses everything. Encompasses emotional,
it's the degradation.
physical, psychological.
It's the degradation. It's the calculated degradation of another individual without remorse, feeling, or care. It's not a trauma response, in other words. Now, what you saw of me in the last show was me trauma responding. So I did hurt people's feelings, and I said things that were, you could say, you could say abusive. But I really was, I have very complex traumas. I could spend
but isn't it
a lot
awful,
of time telling you
but
about
isn't it awful convenient to say when I do it, it's excused. When you do it, it's because you're a psychopath.
Well, to be honest with you, you're a predator. I'm not.
Well, you're not a predator?
No.
What makes me predatory and you not predatory?
I don't go out seeking to hurt people. You do.
Who do I go out to seek to hurt?
Me.
How did I seek to hurt you?
You are seeking to show the followers that I am basically not worth living, not worth speaking, not worth breathing.
What are you talking about?
Not worth having an opinion. My opinion.
Well, if your opinion is bad, then yes, your opinion. So look at
you are a very condescending person.
Try to juxtapose yourself, put yourself in my shoes for a second. Okay. Let us assume for a second that I had some knowledge. So
I was raised by your type.
Assume for a second. Well, they didn't raise you right, but assume for a second.
No, I just diverted to something else.
Okay, so anyway, back to this real quick. I was in the middle of talking. It's awful of you to cut me off while I'm speaking.
It is.
I'm speaking.
I'm just giving you back your own medicine.
I'm speaking.
I'm giving you back your own medicine. I don't respect you.
I'm speaking.
I don't respect you.
I'm speaking.
I don't respect your thought process.
So anyway.
I literally don't respect your thought process.
Who cares what you respect?
Who cares what you respect?
I mean, do you want to have
Why should I care about you if you don't give a shit about me? I don't give a shit about you. If you don't, if you don't give a shit about me, I'm going to show you what it feels like to have somebody not give a shit about you. But I'm not going to gaslight you and pretend like I give a shit. I'm just going to tell you I don't give a shit about your
type.
Then
there's a difference between
I don't give a shit about you. You're a piece of. You're only here because your sex life sucks.
I actually
do you want to go there?
Yeah, go there. You're only here because you have children.
Okay. I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
I thought, but hang on, here
because your sex life sucks.
I actually
do you want to go there?
Yeah, go there. You're only here because you have children.
Okay. I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
I thought, but hang on, you can dish it out, but you can't take it.
I gave you explicit boundaries that you were
and I just broke your boundaries because I don't give it. Because I don't give it.
You didn't give me boundaries. Get your wife on the phone.
What would you like to talk to her about?
I would like to ask her how the sex is.
Okay.
Wait, that's great. Come on.
I really would.
Look, we got to.
I can't. I was married to your type. We can call my ex-husband if you want. He might answer. You never know. You two would get along. You'd be besties. He's a real winner, by the way.
Look,
I mean, he probably is. He divorced you, right?
No, I divorced him.
Oh, well, that actually makes more sense.
So look, if you want Andrew to respect the boundaries, you can't be slinging.
But here's the thing, Brian. He didn't give me boundaries. He didn't give me. I gave him boundaries. He did not say you can't do this. You can't do
said
that.
You're responsible for my emotional health.
We can put the no button in the middle, and you can use it too if you would like. Do you need boundaries too and consent?
Yes, put it there.
Do you need a safe word? It's no.
Put it there. So here's the boundary.
Now you feel safe.
You
can say no whenever you want.
Okay. When I hit the no, that means stop talking.
Okay. Agreed.
Okay. Do you think you can do that?
Can I show my ass on camera every time you say no?
No.
Why?
Because that would violate the terms of service.
What's the terms of service that I can't
you can't show your ass on camera?
I never signed anything that said I couldn't.
So you're going to break the TOS?
What's the TOS?
Nick, just intro if you have to.
What is it?
It means
we're on YouTube and Twitch. You can't show.
You guys, I'm old. I don't know what these things are.
You know what YouTube is.
I don't know the
rules.
Do I seem like I follow rules?
Okay, but would you?
You don't seem like you're even rational or coherent.
I'm not rational to mainstream society. I'm
Okay,
not.
so
I'm
listen-
a divergent.
listen. Okay, so-
Obviously.
You can be divergent and be rational.
No, not
Yeah,
necessarily. No,
yes.
not these days. No, you can't.
Yes, you
no,
can.
you literally can't.
Yeah, you literally
do you,
can.
Do you like
Do you
Trump?
literally
Are
know
you
what the word
supporting
literally
Trump?
means?
Are
Because
you
it literally doesn't mean what
Are
you
you
literally think.
supporting Trump? I'm asking you a question.
Yes,
Look at you.
of course.
Okay, look at there's an area our Venn diagram intersects.
So what does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Let's say,
Okay.
let's just pretend
Okay.
Trump was my dad.
Uh-huh.
Let's just pretend.
Yeah.
Would you give me a little more respect?
No.
None?
No. I would treat you exactly how you treat you. I usually match people's energy. So if
Same,
they're being lunatic assholes, then I'm a lunatic asshole.
Same.
Yeah.
High five. And
No, you so just so you know, yeah, I don't want to touch you. Don't want to touch you. But here's the thing, right? No, don't do it. Don't touch me. Don't.
How do you think men treat women who they think they are settling for? Do they treat them well, or do they tend to treat them poorly?
Poorly.
Poorly. Poorly. Yeah.
Poorly.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an answer?
It's so tough because we're talking strictly based on looks, and it's
Sure,
like
yeah.
relationships.
Yeah, there's more to it
so
than
much,
that.
you know,
but-
like if you're mid, my consideration. I mean, if we're still looks, then that's fine.
yeah, we're
but
still
like,
talking about that.
I don't know. I think they treat them similar to how they treat themselves.
Well, I mean, we have a woman here who said her treatment totally changed when she became more physically attractive. She used to weigh more. She now weighs less. The treatment has totally changed.
Mm-hmm.
And so, taking her anecdotal example here, I would say this equally applies to women.
Yeah.
Women treat men who they're more attracted to better than they treat men who they're less attracted to.
I think
Now-
that's just
I'm
a
not
subconscious
disagreeing.
thing.
Right. But if as a
even a
woman,
conscious
but let me ask you a question. If you think you're more attractive than you actually are, how are you going to treat the men who are actually in your league? You're going to just outright reject them. You're going to ignore them. Or if you do end up in a relationship with them, you're going to view it as settling. And invariably, you're not going to treat them very well. Not in all instances, of course. I'm not saying all women are inclined to treat people worse off, but it occurs to me that we do tend to treat people differently based on our sense of how attractive they are. If you settle for somebody, you might do less for them. You might not treat them as well.
Sure, that's fair.
I think a lot of it for girls too is like a lot of attractiveness. I know we're talking solely based off looks, but a lot of attractiveness is from personality. I've seen guys that I like know that before I get to know them, I can be like, they're not very cute, they're not that good looking, but once you get to know them and their personality, it can completely change. And I'm notoriously known to go for guys that the rest of my friends don't find very attractive, but solely because of their personality and how
How
they
tall
hold
were they?
themselves.
Maybe right though.
Or wait, are you asking or no?
Yeah, so were they still 6'3", but they weren't good looking, but their
No,
personality
not
was good?
necessarily. I mean,
I thought you only dated 6'1" and above.
my height and above, like almost 6'1". Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, height's a big thing, but I think that their personalities are more like the thing that gets them across for me. If a guy's funny and like holds himself with confidence and stuff, it goes
Right.
way further.
Are all men funny? And what percentage of men do you think are funny? And what percentage of men hold themselves with confidence or have charisma?
Probably pretty high amount, but I think there's a fine line between confidence and charisma and like ego.
Sure, these are all different things, but
yeah.
I would say that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, I agree that men can make up for deficiencies by having outstanding personality, humor, etc. They can make up for it. I still think some component of physical attractiveness needs to be there.
Yeah.
But yes, sure. If they can, but what if a guy doesn't have those things?
Doesn't have the physical traits?
No, he doesn't have the humor or the charisma or the personality.
It's probably a no go. I find that when people don't hold themselves in confident ways, don't have the charisma, they become less attractive to me.
Okay.
Even if they're like a 10 out of 10, there's just something about them that will always be less attractive to me.
The way you think really matters.
Yeah.
There was a guy that I was talking to. He had an 8-pack, beautiful, but he was a liberal, and I was just like, I can't do it. Just the way that the things that he would say, I just couldn't do it.
You did the right thing.
I'm telling you, he was sexy. His biceps were insane, but he was just stupid.
Not big into
it really does matter. My first boyfriend, he actually was ugly. He was not attractive. People tell him all the time, how the hell were you able to get Kishwan? He says, my personality. And it's true.
Yeah.
He was a conservative.
No, I was like 17.
Oh.
He's in prison now. I didn't really choose the best guy the first time around.
Dodged a bullet.
So I
Yeah,
guess,
there you go. Yeah.
I mean, I guess going back to my point, so if women tend to have a delusional and inflated sense of self as it comes to their physical attractiveness, they'll rate themselves higher than they actually are. They rate men lower than what those men actually are. I mean, how is this just not a recipe for disaster where women will just be perpetually chasing after men who are out of their league and rejecting the men who are in their league? So, I mean, that's why I think this rating question is important. Frankly, I think most women are trying to date well above what their looks, prospects, and personalities warrant.
I say some women, not all.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
mean,
especially think the issue of women chasing men is rampant right now. I don't know if I entirely see the correlation between it being because they rate themselves more highly and tend to avoid men who you say are in their league. But I definitely think that it's a problem when women demean themselves to the point of chasing a man, whether they recognize they're doing it or not.
Well, I think that the script has slowly been getting flipped with Gen Z. So the idea of egalitarianism, the movement towards we're just interchangeable widgets, which has become socialized in society, it seems to be rejected pretty heavily by a huge subset of Gen Z. A bunch of them embrace it, don't get me wrong, but a larger subset of them say no than you would ever imagine. And so they seem to look at this and go, you know, if you really think we're equal and you really think that you're awesome, and you can pay for the dates and you can and that it seems to kind of reverse the script. Right now the women kind of have to chase them, and it's like, yeah, you know, we don't really want to get involved if this is going to be a lot of work and a pain in the ass and this type of thing. And there seems to be a much larger subset of that now than there was definitely for millennials.
Just one point of clarification, Gracie. When I say chasing, I don't mean that they're necessarily like doing the proactive things that men do to get women, although they are. But so when I say chasing, I just mean like the men that they want to be with. So the man could still be taking initiative because men will shoot their shots with women below their league. But the women will view this purely sexual interest and think that this is somehow equating to like long-term romantic interest. And so a really attractive guy might pursue a woman who's less good looking than him. Doesn't mean that she'll ever get commitment or anything like that. That's why women often complain about boys and the like, because there's just a differential there. And you typically, it does happen to men, but you typically don't hear men complaining about, well, I slept with her once, and then, I mean, look, there's some women who do this, but I slept with her once, I wanted more, but she didn't. Some women do this, but it's not a common complaint among men. And the differential is, so as a man, if we can sleep with a woman, there's a very high likelihood we can get her in a relationship. It's not clear to me if the reverse is the same. It's not clear to me if a woman, just because you can sleep with a guy, that you can, with certainty, get him into a relationship if that's your goal.
Doesn't that make sense though, based on what you just explained? So like a guy, did I hear this right? So a guy sleeps with a girl, and thinks he could get her in a relationship. Is that what it is? But then it's not the same
Yeah, like as men, if we can sleep with you, if we want a relationship, there's a pretty good chance we can get that girl in a relationship.
Right.
It's not clear to me if a girl sleeps with a guy that she can, in all instances, get the guy in a relationship.
I think that's fair.
That's true.
Because here's one of the reasons. So in order for us men, in order for us to sleep with a girl, typically, from the girl's perspective, from the woman's perspective, we have to be at least attractive enough to be in a relationship with you. So if you have, and it goes sort of very opposite ways. So for you to sleep with a guy, even if it's casual, you'll typically want the guy to be like, you'll go out of your way to find like a super attractive guy to do that. Yeah, it's a fly. Cool. Whereas when it comes to women, or excuse me, when it comes to men, we'll sleep with a girl who, just on the basis of her looks alone, we just want to have sex, whatever. She'll never get commitment. She'll never get a relationship. We'll still sleep with her. Like just on the basis of her looks. Like we'll sleep with her, but based off of her looks, we would never be in a relationship with her. She'll never get commitment. She'll never get a relationship. Does that parse for you? Like,
yeah.
So for example, if a guy's trying to get laid,
Yeah.
like he just wants quick sex,
Yeah, it doesn't
he'll lower
matter
his
as
standards.
much, sure.
Whereas women, if they want to just get sex, they'll actually, typically, they're not going to lower their standards looks wise. They're going to raise their standards looks wise. They're going to be like, well, if I just want casual sex, I want it to be the hottest guy I can get it. Whereas for a relationship, they might recognize, well, I can't get that hot guy into a relationship because he just wants sex. So I have to be more realistic when it comes to the physical attractiveness of a long-term partner. Does that make
that's
sense?
fair. But I don't know that well, again, this isn't going to apply to every woman, but like, I feel like if I wanted sex, I would go for someone who I felt was in my league and or above, you know?
Yeah, so the most beautiful men on planet Earth, right?
For sure.
Tens, right?
Yeah. Well, listen, after discussing, I lowered my number, okay? So don't shit on me.
But I'm just saying, from the perspective of a woman who says, I'm a 10, they say, well, I'm going to go out and get a guy who's in my league. That's every guy who exists, right?
Sure. But I do think after hearing all this discussion, like, I think there is one thing to admitting or saying out loud that you're a 10 and then actually internalizing that and feeling that way. It seems like more women just ask the question, like myself would say, yeah, I'm a 10, but then realistically in their everyday lives, I don't think they actually.
Neither do we. We think the exact same thing.
Well, no, not
So
that
we're saying the exact same thing, right? Is that, yeah, you're correct that most women will identify themselves at an outrageously high number, 8, 9, 10, something in this category. But I don't think that they're being honest. And when you start to reduce why they're not being honest, you start to recognize these kinds of patterns that it has more to do with how I feel, more to do with how I want to present, more to do with that than how they actually think they rate compared to other women.
Right. So then if that's the case, I don't know that everyone would delusionally go after the most attractive guy. Does that make sense?
Right. But that would make our point for us to be saying, so if you weren't going after the most attractive guys, but you're going for whatever was in your league, then this idea that you were a 10 and amongst the most beautiful on planet Earth clearly can't be the case. So that's the point, right?
No, and I think I got around to the point.
But you did mention the patriarchy, so why don't we go into that? What is the patriarchy?
The system of beliefs held by men who are, overly in power, to basically just set their standard of what society should be. Based off their beliefs of,
Are they in power because they're men?
I mean, sure, probably.
And so what percentage of men are in power?
A lot. I don't know. That's a very specific question.
But I mean, do you think it might have more to do with like their class or status than the fact that they have?
No, I think it usually.
Yeah, that they always, these ultra feminists always think, well, it's got to do, there's corruption, or he inherited it, or it's so mind numbing for them to contemplate or even let alone accept the fact that there are tons of men out there that are successful, hardworking, have a good net worth for themselves. Probably, maybe, let's say they don't have any children or they only have one child and they're very involved with that child, but they're divorced or something. They've had a hard time with their first marriage, you know, and a lot of girls would probably say, well, they would find something wrong even though all those boxes are met: security, stable job, good with the one kid he has and everything, makes good money, successful. They'll just these ultra feminists, man. It's like they gotta find something. There's something underneath there. There's just got to be something.
Starts with them having a. So I think they will get ahead in life a lot easier if they're men.
No, no. Men have it way hard. Men actually have to work to become something. We're just here. Like, to be quite honest with you, we could get into clubs without having to pay for shit. We could get bottle service without having to pay for anything.
But can we get paid the same as men?
We do. If we didn't, that'd be an issue.
What are you talking about? Women do not make as much as men.
If a woman cannot do the exact same amount of work as a man, you can't expect that one to get paid the same. If a woman construction worker and a man construction worker, we're working right now together. The man is carrying 100 pounds of weight. The woman can only carry 50. Why the hell would that woman get paid the same?
Why? What about a man who's an executive and a woman who's an executive?
Is she just putting in the same amount of work?
Yeah.
Let's be real here. If that woman is an executive and let's say she gets pregnant, should she deserve the same amount of money as the man that's actually still going to be at work?
Besides, you're at the mercy of the firm's argument, which is, if it were true, that what you're saying is true, that women who are not in these construction jobs and this type of thing, but rather are in kind of comfy AC related jobs like the men, and they're getting paid less than them, then why wouldn't a man create an entire firm of women and then destroy their competition because they're now paying their staff way less?
Yeah, why not?
Am I wrong that women get paid less than men? Because I don't think I am. I think that's pretty common knowledge.
If that is the case, right? So this is what I'm questioning is the basis for this case, right? If it were the case that were true,
which it is.
If it is, then why doesn't a woman even or a man just hire a firm of these women and pay them less than the firm that are hiring men, because they would make a killing with an all-woman staff?
You tell me. I don't know. I'm not a dude. I'm not making that decision. If I hired a firm full of women, you bet I would pay them just as much as I'm not going to pay them less. That seems backwards.
But you would think a man would, right?
Potentially. I mean, I don't know who's been paying us less. I don't think it's women.
Well, if it's men, then why wouldn't a man just have a firm of all women and pay them less if they get the same amount of work out of them?
I mean, that's a question for a dude. I can't answer that.
Why couldn't you answer that?
Why wouldn't a man have a firm of all women and pay them less? I don't know.
I mean, because then they would destroy the competition who's paying the men more, right?
Okay. So, I mean, why don't we see that then, if that's the case?
Because it's not the case that men are making more in those positions than women are. If it was the case that you could pay women less to do the same job, then why wouldn't you just make a firm and pay all of them way less for the same job?
So you're talking about the wage gap, right? So why don't you tell us what your sense of the wage gap is? Because there's these numbers that get thrown around. Women make 77 cents on the dollar as compared to men. Is that what you're talking about when you say the wage gap?
Yeah.
So what is the number that you think it is?
It's around that.
Like 80 cents.
Something like that,
Nick,
and then women of color make even less.
Yeah, Nick, we have something on that too. So two things, Nick. The pay scale website on the wage gap. And then there's also, so you just do Google pay scale wage gap. And then also in the infographics folder, there is the, hold on. There's the wage folder. And in it, you mentioned women, you mentioned in women of color.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick, you're going to pull up it's in the wage gap folder, the Asian women one. But it's not number 2. It's the one in the middle with the straight lines. Do the Asian women first, then we'll do pay scale. Okay, so you mentioned women of color. Actually, Asian women out-earn white men. This is the median weekly earnings of full-time workers, white men versus Asian women. That's two minority categories.
In higher paying jobs is what you're saying.
No, across the board.
Dang.
Am I
Doing a comparison to comparison. So my understanding of how
It's not
this
too
is
much
from
different.
the
Looks
Bureau
like
of
they
Labor
even beat us at
Statistics.
the
They
end.
just take all the earnings of men, all the earnings of white men compared to all the earnings of Asian women. Now, these are all full-time workers, mind you. Now, the wage gap that you referenced earlier, that encompasses all the money that men bring in and all the money women bring in. So it could be making a comparison of a woman who has a part-time job as a barista. And part of that data is also comparing it to men who work on oil rigs who get hazard pay.
And then where are you guys pulling your stuff from?
Nick, you can pull up pay scale. Pay scale is a fairly, it's actually pretty, I think it's actually pretty left-leaning. It's a fairly reputable company. Can you scroll down, Nick? There should be like a circle chart. Scroll down. Okay. Can you scroll in on that one? You might even be able to right click and I don't know if it's an image. The gender pay gap in 2024. So the uncontrolled gender pay gap, which is what you're talking about, women earn 83 cents for every $1 earned by
Where
men.
you're including like part-time and all that.
Well, this is where you're not factoring, you're not controlling for anything. So it's all the money that women make, all the money that men make.
Okay.
But it's not factoring in for the fact that, for example, all men collectively work more hours than women. They're more likely to work overtime. They're more likely to relocate. They're more likely to work hazard pay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Wait, pull it back up real quick. The controlled gender pay gap. So this measures median salary for men and women with the same job and qualifications.
All men and all women.
All men, well, it's same job, same qualifications.
Okay.
So if you actually control for each of these things and you start removing these variances like hours worked, different job field, different choices, it shrinks down to 99 cents.
It's still the
Right, but it's still
you make a penny less than a man. Man, that's rough. But let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. I always wondered this question. Even if it were true that men who owned firms of some type or another did hire women at a lesser wage than they hired men, who cares? Why is that even a problem? If they're just like, I just don't want these fucking women to make as much as the men that I hire, why is that actually a problem?
I mean, it's a moral problem.
What is the moral problem?
I mean, that dude's like a piece of shit.
Why? Why would it make him a piece of shit?
Because he doesn't value women as much as he values men.
He doesn't value their labor as much.
But if it's the same labor,
Even if it's the same labor, he just doesn't value it as much.
well, then I think that says something about how he values women.
Yeah, but how would it actually be immoral? Like, why would it be immoral, for instance, if you owned a business, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would it actually be immoral for you to be like, I just don't want to hire men at all. I just don't want to even hire them because I don't like their faces. Why would that even be actually immoral or problematic?
I think it's problematic because you're not considering different perspectives that can contribute to the work that you're doing.
But it's yours. Why do you need to consider other perspectives? Like the other perspective, it's your shit, right? Like if you found a business, right, and you built it up for 10 years and you're going to start hiring people, and you're like, I don't like women. I just don't like them. I don't like them. So
I just don't like them.
I was thinking about this and I was trying to figure out what's actually immoral about that.
I mean, I guess I just think it speaks to like
they can't answer them questions. It's too much of a hard question.
John Smith donated $200.
Hey, John, thank you, man.
The reason these feminists and angry women are so upset is because they don't have a man to tell them to calm down and relax.
Are you going to do it, John Smith?
Calm down. Calm down. Relax.
Oh my God.
Relax.
I think I just came.
What?
Oh my God.
But anyway,
what the?
Yes, I was just wondering if you could elucidate me why you would actually think that was immoral. I get that you wouldn't
because
like it.
you're saying I don't like women. I don't want that's such a I don't think that's like good moral standards to just like it kind of relates to all the shit that we've been talking about with her and how she wants to hurt men and shit, right? Like it doesn't feel so far away from that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but let us assume that a man goes, a woman's labor, right? It's worth as much as a man's. And insofar as the labor she actually does and the labor he's actually doing, it's about the same. But they just cause so many problems, right? They cause all sorts of issues. They complain a lot. They're always at the HR department because they got too flirty with a guy at work. They're just a pain in the fucking ass to deal with. They're just a pain in the ass. And if I have an all-male workforce, I don't have to deal with any of those fucking problems.
But you have to.
That seems like it's a really justified and reasoned reason.
Are you saying that all women are like that and that women are just causing problems in the workplace? Because I don't think that I've ever been like that in the workplace.
Most women aren't like that.
Okay.
But I'm going to assume that there's enough of them that are, that you're still gambling.
You
And that if it's even 20%, I can understand the rationale and could not say it was immoral for a person to be like, yeah, I don't want to deal with all that. I literally just don't want to deal with it.
To not hire them.
Yeah, to just not hire them.
Yeah.
To
Like,
just
if,
be
like
like,
I have my own business. I don't plan on hiring anybody. I like just working for myself. But I could see that if someone was like, oh, I just don't want to hire them, I don't think that that's an issue. But if it was like, oh, I'm going to hire them, they're doing the same work, but I'm paying them less because I think that they're doing more complaints. Like, I don't know. I think that, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I just don't think that like all women are just inherently like gonna cause problems or like these
I
complaints.
totally
Okay, that's why I wanted to
completely
make
100% agree.
Yeah.
But let's say it's 10%, which is a lot. That's a lot. So
Can you
that's
just fire the
that's
one
like,
who is?
That's like 1 in 10 women that you hire. Well, but the problem's already caused, right? The issue's already there. And you're like, in this factory, right, I can have a guy put the hot dogs on the little pallet and then it goes up, or I can have a woman do it. They do it about as fast. They do about as much work, but I never have to deal with the,
Do you think there's a little bit of inherent sexism though in that? Like, I think there's like a little bit of inherent sexism in your words.
My question is not whether or not it's sexist.
Okay.
My question would be, who cares if it is? Why would that be a problem to be sexist under those circumstances?
I just don't
So in
understand
other words, sexism itself, I'm not sure is immoral in and of itself if it's indicating a behavior that you're trying to avoid. So for instance, wouldn't it be sexist? Well, I'll explain. Wouldn't it be sexist, for instance, for you at night to walk across the street if a group of men are moving towards you?
Oh my God. Yes, because I would not change what I was doing if I saw a group of women. If I saw a group of men, I would be a million times more likely that I'm going across.
So are you sexist?
I think it's.
Are you sexist?
Well, for my own protection, in that case, I would say yes.
For your own protection, in that case, yes, I will be sexist. Aren't we saying the exact same thing?
Although mine could be life or death, yours is not a life or death. Are those different?
Or right, it could be the life and death of your business. And that's basically to the financial ruinations, your life, family, everything else. I agree that maybe the stakes are slightly higher from the physical aspect, but the principle's the same. I'm sexist towards this group because even though most people in this group aren't going to do this, enough of them will that I feel like crossing the street, probably a good idea. And do you think men would blame you for doing that? No, they're like, go across the street. We know that there's predatory men. Yeah.
Right.
So why would men get blamed for not wanting to hire women for that's my thing. That's why I'm like, is it immoral?
I have a question. You said men do you're saying that, what do you say, 10 or 5% of women cause problems in the workplace?
Well, we're just assuming it for the sake of the hypothetical.
Would you not say the same thing about men?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. If
what
you have
about the men that can't keep it in their pants at work? And
jealousy,
but are you going to have that problem if you have an all-male workforce?
But you're saying
hang on.
But what if it's an all-woman workforce?
Yeah, but if it's an all-woman workforce, then you have catty backstabbing and all sorts of other issues.
You don't have the, oh, my dick is bigger than yours. Like I sell more than you are.
Then let's test this. Okay. Do you think that at all?
That's an interesting thought, actually.
Male private schools, there's more complaints from the students who are men, or more complaints from the students who are girls?
Women.
If you had to guess.
Probably the girls.
Hang on. Well, wait. Why do you think that?
I think that girls are also just more vocal about it, though, their complaints. than men
So
are.
then they're going to cause more. So hang
Yeah,
on.
That's a
exactly.
that's a good thought process. I
of
mean,
men
girls
who have
usually are
complaints, but
more
shut their
vocal about
mouth
stuff
about
than
them,
guys are.
versus a workforce of women who have complaints.
It's not
and
a
don't.
bad
Which one do I want to hire?
observation.
But I think the all women workforce and all men workforce have equal amount of problems.
I think she's pretty honest there,
Yeah, no. If you're saying that
and used
one
her
of them's
head with that
complaining
answer.
constantly and the other one's not
See,
complaining constantly,
that's what actually Brian and Andrew want to create on here. They want to create positive conversation. Even if people disagree, they just wish that when people disagreed, they didn't act like little extremist feminist babies, which is what they get a lot of on this show. So if I'm seeming like I'm disrespectful or biased towards the women, it's just because so many clips I have seen on here, like that's the type of behavior I'm expected to see. So whenever I don't see that behavior, like it's refreshing, and I, call it out and give it points where it's due. Like there's a lot of like very educated, very beautiful, and self-respecting women that come on this show. It's just not the majority, unfortunately.
that's already
I
a
don't
huge
think
problem.
women necessarily
fucked
complain in the
hypothetical,
workforce. I think there's some level of professionality that women have when it comes to working, that they're just not going to be sitting there complaining 24/7.
Really? Well, let me ask you a
A
question.
competent woman, yes.
Let me ask you a question. And give me
Yeah.
your honest
Yeah.
answer. Okay. Let's assume you had two different offices that
Mhm.
you could choose from. One office employed 300 women. The other office employed 299 men and you. Okay. 299 men plus you. Which office would you prefer to work at?
Which one's better? Or are you saying they're equal?
They're equal. They give you the same pay, right?
I don't think it really matters. I mean, at that
Yeah.
point, it would be
Which-
which one I would be happier with.
Yeah, which one do you
people
think you'd
I
be
like
happier with?
more. Depends on who the boss is. How like
The
does
boss
it-
is a man in one.
in both cases.
No,
or-
and the other one it's a woman.
I don't really think there's a difference. to me.
No, you wouldn't care?
I wouldn't care.
There
at
would be
all,
no preference?
I mean, maybe if like the male one, because I'd feel like, oh, I'm kind of special, but like that's it, because I'm the only woman that was hired. Like I'm, but like.
And you don't think
besides
that would have anything to do with the fact that there would be way less catty bullshit, backstabbing, bitching, whining, complaining, telling you all about how such and such is a mean
Well, I
bitch
think
the second she walks out of the room to
I
you,
think you're
and you have drama clicks all over the place?
I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying though is men have equal issues.
No.
Just in different
Here's
ways.
what happens on
Well,
a
if you're
construction-
one
here's
woman
what
with a bunch of
happens-
men, like
I would
you're
feel
gonna-
way more
Yeah, I
comfortable
would
with a
feel
bunch
more
of women.
safe.
I would feel more
Here's what-
connected to them. I would be
Here's
more
what happens-
motivated.
Here's what happens on a construction site, right? Or something like this. They're all fucking exhausted from working their asses off, and they don't have time to whine and complain and click and do all that shit. They just don't. And inside of office spaces, sales spaces, things like that, yeah, there's a bit of that for men. But to say it's anywhere on par like it is for women, you talk to women who are in these sales jobs, and they're like, oh my God, these bitches are awful. They're backstabbers, they're connivers, they click up. If you're not part of the clique, they're just horrible, insufferable.
I think that's like putting a very like big stigma on women. I don't think, especially in
It
a
is putting a very big stigma on, but the question is whether or not the stigma is deserved.
I think no. I think especially that's like one thing that I said. Like I would say I disagree with the podcast, that the women that are selected to usually be on this podcast are somewhat kind of like that and represent a different kind of like the more problematic side of women, which I agree a large majority of women can be
Have you ever
problematic.
talked to a hairstylist before?
I mean, yes.
Well, have they ever told you what it's like to work in the beauty industry?
I got my hair done 3 days ago. She was talking to me about how all the sororities girls come in and they talk shit all on each other, and she just hears it
All day,
all day.
every day.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
but that's the thing is that's why the stigma exists. The stigma exists specifically because of the application. So what I'm saying to you is, if she's willing to cross the street based on her sexism, there's this low percentage of men who are actually predatory. In fact, almost every man you walk by in the middle of the night is not going to do anything to you. Do I blame you for crossing the street, though? Not really. Not really, because I can understand, I can rationalize in my brain why a woman would want to do that. And I'd recommend to my wife to do it. She's walking down the street in the middle of the night under some circumstance, cross the street.
Do you have a wife?
Totally rational. Yes, I have a wife. Totally rational to me. Okay. But it's equally rational to me then to say, okay, if I had a firm, right, and there was some inbuilt sexism based around the stigma, would it be rational for me to only want to hire men? I think it's rational to say I only would want to hire men. I don't think it's immoral that a person would move down that that thought pattern. I'll only hire X based on social stigmas, which can cause serious problems to their business for their own protection. That's all I'm saying.
But you did mention the patriarchy, so why don't we go into that? What is the patriarchy?
The system of beliefs held by men who are, overly in power, to basically just set their standard of what society should be, based off their.
Force Mutual Insurance. How can we help you? I can do that.
Let's check out. I feel just like the 80s life. I'm cooking dope, I'm selling chickens. It's actually, I'm cooking. That was one version of it. Another version is, I'm selling dope, I'm cooking. I'm cooking dope and selling kush. I feel just like the 80s life.
And so what percentage of men are in power?
A lot. I don't know. That's a very specific question.
But I mean, do you think it might have more to do with like
It's
their
just what my
class
lady
status?
like. Didn't I know you hoes tonight, my bitch, you need
No, I
some
think
baby
usually
wife. Yeah.
starts with them having a, so I think they will get ahead in life a lot easier if they're men.
No. No. Men have
Okay.
it way hard. Men
Yeah.
actually have to work to become something. We're just here. Like, to be quite honest with you, we could get into clubs without having to pay for shit. We could get bottle service without having to pay for anything.
But can we get paid the same as men?
We do. If we didn't, that'd be an issue.
What are you talking about? Women do
'Cause
not
at the end
make
of the
as
day,
much as
if a
men.
woman cannot do the exact same amount of work as a man, you can't expect a woman to get paid the same. If a woman construction worker and a man construction worker, we're working right now together. The man is carrying 100.
This is feminism, people. All the women on the panel claiming to be Christian. You can't be a Christian and be a feminist at the same time. Feminism is antithetical to Christianity. Feminism is evil.
Oh, okay. Well, going around the table, Jason Cassell, thank you so much for the TTS. Really appreciate it. Are you?
Okay.
Do you consider yourself a feminist?
No,
No?
not really. Yeah. No.
No.
Depends on how you define it, but no.
Okay.
No.
I would. Say yes, but then if I was asked by a feminist, sometimes they don't think sex workers can be feminists, so it depends. Yeah.
Okay. What are they?
I'm anti-feminism.
Anti-feminist. Okay.
Same here, anti-feminist.
Yeah, anti-feminism.
Anti-feminist. All right. We'll come back to the feminist conversation.
Can
a
I
little-
ask a quick question?
Sure.
I was just for Chair 3. What do you think? I want to know this. What do you think submission means? What does that mean to you? Submission.
Like
Submission
listening
to your husband.
Like, yeah, respecting your husband, respecting their final decision making. I mean, obviously it depends on the situation, but typically trusting their decision making.
Then
So,
you're
you know,
deciding
okay.
when to be submissive, and ultimately you're not being submissive.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, hang on. Before you get into it, I just want to make sure that, because I think it's a fair criticism that if you're not defining terms. Do you think that submission means obey?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, obey. And obedience?
Yeah.
Part of submission.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, why would you, I guess, following that line of reason, would it be submissive or non-submissive to question your husband's authority on a major decision?
Well, it's not that I wouldn't listen. It's that I would want to have a conversation about it. And I think most decisions can, like, I don't think and obviously there's some situations that we addressed that there does need to be an urgent decision that should be made by the husband. I think most decisions, most major life decisions, can be talked about before they're decided on.
I agree they can be. What I'm asking you to reconcile is your definition of submission being also obedience, obeying, trusting, doing, and reconciling that with the idea that there needs to be X to placate you if there's even a major decision which happens. Can you tell me how that fits your definition of submission?
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Like, you're asking what?
If you question the authority of your husband by demanding a conversation with something he doesn't want to converse about, rather wants you to be obedient in, how does that form to your version of submission? How's that you being submissive?
I wouldn't necessarily question and demand a conversation. I think just in general, it could be problematic if a guy is not seeking discussions with his wife, though, because the initial example that was brought up at the very beginning in the clip was you're moving in 3 weeks and you come in and you say that. I don't know why you could not immediately after have a discussion. Hey, how are you feeling about this? Instead of coming in and just throwing it on her.
Perhaps you can, but the idea here isn't what can or can't do. The idea here is what is submission, what is not.
Yeah.
Is it actually submission? If he says, listen, I know that you probably have all sorts of protests here, but I don't want to hear them. I want you to instead execute and obey what it is that I'm expressing to you that I want done, to obey my will. Are you then submitting or not submitting by saying, no, we need to stop right now and have a conversation about this?
I'm not saying I would stop and say, hey, let's have a conversation. I might want to, and you can submit to your husband, and I can also still think that he should have a conversation with me about these things.
Yeah, sure. You can say that you think that he should, but the idea there in the clip then, when you had a criticism, you just countered the criticism because you said, no, I'm not saying that I would actually question it. That is submission, and that is exactly what I expressed. Submission is obedience.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm saying I would absolutely submit to that. But no, my issue is this idea that guys should not be just making decisions. Sorry, I know you want to talk.
Oh, no,
as a person who doesn't care what they have to say all the time. I don't think that there's decisions where that's, obviously there are some, but in general, that's not necessary. So I'm just pointing out that if a guy is doing this on things that can be talked about, that's an issue.
Well, then that's countering the trust that women should have in faith in men.
No,
is that inside of a Christian marriage, you're supposed to have trust and faith that your husband's leading you correctly and trust and faith in his authority. When you say things like this, like, no, he needs to stop and have a conversation with you. He needs to justify it to you. He needs to make arguments to you for it, things like this. You're actually countering the view. It's actually what it does is it inverts it. It inverts the view of what submission is actually supposed to be. It's obedience to your husband. It's really inside the Christian view, at the purview of the man to make these decisions. And that, I think, women should be reinforcing, who are Christian women. They should be reinforcing that idea of trust in your husband, trust in your husband, trust in your husband. And they don't. Instead, they resist submission at every level because they think it's mean. They just quote mean, it's like that to me is absurd.
I have a question for you, Andrew. So, question is it submission if, like, let's say, you're like, oh, we're going to move, the husband goes, oh, we're going to move to Nevada in 3 months. And then the woman's like, okay, I'm going to pack both of our stuff now. I just need you to tell me, like, why, as I'm packing, I don't need, like, I'm going to do it either way. I just need to know the reason. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Is that submission?
Well, actually, this is a great question. I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Let me
I'm doing it
back to make sure. Let me repeat it back to make sure. So he says, look, we're moving in just a couple of weeks, right? You need to pack everything up.
I'm doing it.
Go, okay, I'm packing it up, honey. Right? Now tell me why we're doing this again.
Yeah.
Right? Got it. So here's the thing. Let's say you do ask that question. He says, no.
Why? What, is it legal stuff?
No. Don't say no. Just say, he says no. What is your role?
They can't comprehend no.
He said, you say, can you tell me why? And he says, no.
I would be scared if it was it legal? Like if it's another woman, I don't care. We'll pack up and leave. I don't
Okay,
whatever.
sure.
Like
So he looks at you and he says, "No, it's not legal."
oh,
There you go.
then I'm like, okay, like then whatever. Okay, if it's not legal, then cool. We're not like skipping town, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So then you're gonna.
Okay, if it's not legal, then whatever. Like I don't care. I've lived out of a bag for like 10 years, anyways.
Yeah, got it. But what I'm saying is that within the purview of submission, right? The fact that you even had to ask him if it was legal is also moving against your idea of trust.
Really?
Moving against
No
the idea
way.
of trust in the authority of your husband.
Well, then wait. Question.
Brownie said, you know, you're just not giving me no attention. You just not giving me no attention. You're on this damn computer and the game. You just not giving me no damn attention, Brownie says.
I got a question for you. What if I like pre-planned, like in advance, in a sense where I was like, hey, on a date with him, you know, before we were even married, and I was like, hey, if you ever needed to skip town, can you just let me know? My rule is to let me know, is it legal involved? If it's legal involved, then
So you mean you set down some boundaries that you had with
before I even get married?
Yeah, early on.
Yes.
Right. Do you expect him to adhere to the boundaries that you?
I would hope so. Yeah, because I'm going to adhere to all mine.
No.
Oh,
that's
what?
not submission.
What? No way.
That's right.
Come on, it's earlier.
Submission in the
But can he just tell me if it's legal or not?
Submission is the obedience to your husband.
I know, but what about the law?
It's obedience to the husband. Listen, I'm gonna explain this the best way I can. Inside the Christian view, even if pre-marriage you had some discussion about whatever it was, right? So here's what is put on the man's shoulders in the Christian view. He's to put his life before the lives of his wife and before the lives of his children. He's to accept all danger. They get the lifeboat, right? He doesn't get the lifeboat. He stays behind, right? If they're marooned on a desert island, he's the one who gets eaten and not them, okay? If there's any sort of defense of the nation which comes up, his duty and obligation is to go and take care of that problem. By the way, these are not the only duties that they have. That's just some, but the starting level of security at the home starts with the husband and the head, who is the husband. If they are providing those duties and providing those resources inside of the home, as they're supposed to do inside of the Christian view, right? Their wife's job is to submit to the authority. If he's holding up his end, right? His end of the authority here, you're supposed to be holding up his end of the authority, period.
Okay, well, we'll go. Quick question, last one. So what if we made this thing where I was like, okay, if we ever need to skip town, move, whatever, could I just be like this, and then if you do this, then I know it's not legal?
Yeah, you can,
so I'm not an accomplice?
Like you can put in the request for any high sign that you would want.
Okay, I'll just be like this, and if he goes like this, I'm like,
listen, you can put in a request, but that's the opposite of submission to make a man that he obeys your authority. A husband is not obligated to obey the authority of their wife. The opposite is the case.
I just went like this, and legal. Like, is this
but what if they respond with this? You know, their authority, right? It's their authority.
Even if it was legal, I'd be like, cool. Do I get a lawyer, to help us?
Like, I gave you my high sign, right?
I would want to know if it was legal. If it was legal, it's fine. I'll just get a lawyer. That's fine. I just want to know, do I make the call?
No, you don't have any trust or faith in your husband.
I do have trust. I just want to know if it's legal.
If you have trust, then trust.
But the legal
why that makes so much sense? Because the idea here is that if the man is taking the head, the Christ head here, the role, right? The same way you're supposed to trust and have faith in Christ is the same way you're supposed to trust and have faith.
So I'm going to assume it's not legal.
Yes.
Okay.
You're supposed to.
Yes.
Okay. I just thought immediate
trust.
Yeah. As long as it's not illegal, I'm cool. I don't care. I can live anywhere.
Think about how easy it'd be to trust in a man who's taking on the role of dying for you. Like you're like your husband is supposed to love you as Christ loved the church, and Christ has died for you. So I think it'd be really, really, really easy to take in that submission role and take on that submission role when you know that he loves you enough to die for you.
Yeah, I'm cool, but he knows that I'm going to do this at one point.
Wait, I do have going around the table on that note. The man being willing to die. Should your boyfriend, so you've been dating for a year?
I mean, all of that is true. I mean, that is what most Christian guys are. That's the expectation for a man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only if he wants to. Because yeah.
Okay. Quick answer.
Willing to, yes.
Willing to, yes.
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 Okay. And then if a guy wasn't willing to, like, what's your response? Like, if he's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Then why are we dating?
Why are we dating? Okay, he's got to give his life.
He's obviously not fulfilling that role.
Not fulfilling that role.
No,
okay.
I think like as
Yeah.
Christians, we should be willing to take the bullet. Like I'm willing to take a bullet for most people. Like I think that it's pretty selfish
But
to
in
not.
a situation, you said man. The man should take the bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone should like. I would take a bullet for my husband too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah,
I would too.
Yeah, but like,
But that's actually beating up your own biblical role. Right? So
I
the
wouldn't.
idea here is
I would take a
the
bullet for
reason, the reason
Of course,
you're not
Andrew's mad at me for wanting to die for him.
But I'm not even trying to be, I'm beating up the ideology, not you personally. The things that you're saying here don't make any sense. Even from the Christian role, that would be incorrect. He should step in for all threats towards his family. That is his ultimate duty unto not only fulfill to his family, but unto God. He's supposed to. You don't have to.
Yeah, but I want to.
And here's why you shouldn't.
And I
Here's
think
why
we
you shouldn't
should.
Even. Hang on. Here's why you shouldn't even. Because the idea is you're a caretaker for the children, this kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
These
you got to
roles
be
are
there
set
for the
a
kids.
specific reason, right? But all of this usually comes down to just a paltry excuse for egalitarianism and refusal to submit to your husband's authority. And so you come up with all sorts of crazy mental gymnastics to try to justify egalitarianism, why we need to be more equal, why the husband and wife need to have a fair shake against each other. No, the Christian view, submission of the wife to the husband leads and is in authority.
Just look that way. Okay. Wait, I had to follow up on this. What? I guess my confusion is there was a lot of pushback on this whole, oh, the man, like you don't want to be submissive to your husband, but you want him to die for you? Like, does that seem like a fair, like the least a man can get, I suppose a Christian man can get, is if he's willing to die for you, if he's going to provide, if he's going to protect, should at least obey him. That's like way better trade-off. I just have to obey, you have to die. Shit, if somebody gave me the choice, none of y'all are gonna date me after this. If I have to obey if the choice is, okay, Brian, you got to obey somebody or you die, I think I'd rather obey somebody. Now I'm gonna get called a beta male, whatever. Fine, I accept the beta male title. I will survive and whatever. I think the woman should take the bullet because I'm better suited to, after breastfeeding, I'm better capable. Maybe breastfeeding, the women are better at. Can you milk a man? I don't think you can milk a man.
No, you cannot.
I don't think you can milk a man.
There's not
You cannot milk a man. I think Filthy needs to know that.
You can milk a
Yeah,
man.
but you can't make them.
You have to
That's
take
disturbing.
drugs for it.
There was a big to-do because there was a group of the T's who pumped themselves full, in fact, of various hormones so that they could lactate more. And there was a big controversy over what the quality was of what they were putting out there. And when it was scientifically tested, it was not good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Shocker.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Because a
I just
man's
think,
not supposed to do that.
Sorry, you can't
if
do
the
it.
guy's got to take a bullet for you, it's a fair trade-off. You gotta listen to what he says. You gotta listen to him.
Somebody in your chat said man milk. That's so gross.
Man, oh my gosh, that sounds like an actual drink.
We have some chats here on YouTube. Okay, welcome back, Priscilla. So, do you want to introduce yourself to the people?
I am Priscilla.
Oh yeah, she was the one that left last time.
That's
we
dope.
saw earlier.
Okay, welcome. All right, so
will she take accountability
Priscilla,
for
you wanted
bad
to come back
behavior?
for a
Doubt it.
redemption episode? I guess where do we start? Do you want to say sorry to Andrew? Maybe.
No, but I do want to say I am
She said no.
Not. I do want to admit that I am ignorant of the YouTube rules and all of that, and so I do feel bad about kind of pooping on the show, and so I do
Kind of
apologize to
pooping.
you, Brian,
Oh,
for that.
wow.
Because that I'm very ignorant about. The YouTube stuff I'm learning slowly. So
Yeah, there's just certain words like the platforms don't allow, like, or it'll like demonetize the video. So we try to avoid saying certain words, slurs. There's certain topics that we go over before the show, like, hey, don't bring this up. So yeah. But you did kinda, get in Andrew's face a little bit. Do you want to apologize for that?
No, I had it coming.
Did he have? Did this monster here? Did he have it coming?
Did he have it coming?
that was the first time I've ever met you.
Yes, he
Yes,
did.
love at first sight.
So why did you try to dress me down?
Oh shit.
He's a married man. I'm
So
sorry.
you really like that all happened because you came back. I didn't say a word to you, and then he came back and started trying to dress me down. That's when I made fun of you.
I thought it was interesting that I presented a thought about an argument that you made in the past, and then instead of having a proper rebuttal, you just attacked my character.
Oh wait. So well, first of all, I didn't attack your character. I made fun of your voice. But the thing is
That's part of my character.
when you came back, no, that's not what happened. When you came back, who the hell are you to do X, Y, Z? That's not an argument.
I didn't say who the hell are you to do X,
Yeah, you
Y,
did. You
Z.
said that's her culture. Who are you to question her culture? So you weren't making an
I
argument.
said you don't know about her culture.
Yeah, you were trying to take.
I think that's laughable.
Yeah, you were trying to take a shot at me on your way out the door, and so I took a shot at you back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have engaged at all. And by the way, up until that
was
point,
not about you. That was about.
No, you were getting
I
into
thought
it.
it-
You're like, and you, Andrew, blah 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 blah, and then I made fun of you a little bit. But before that, I was totally respectful to you, as long as you were respectful to me. Is that not true? Did I say something before that was disrespectful?
I was on my way out, and I want to say it's like the equivalent of punching someone while they're turned around.
You came back
And I think
to
it's-
yell at me.
I did not come back to yell at you.
Yes, you did. You were leaving, and then you came. You said, "Brian, you're a small
and
man."
I
And
said
then, as you were
sorry.
leaving, you came to take a shot at me. So then I made fun of you a
Damn.
little bit.
Yeah, me directly. Not any of my ideas, not my philosophy.
So
not,
it was warranted for you to personally attack Brian.
No, that was rude, but that is between
But-
Brian.
Oh, I see. So the thing is like you weren't turning around to take shots at me. You were just turning around because you wanted to make an argument on your way out the door. That's very strange.
I guess I felt unheard, and I wanted to feel heard, and I wanted to get my say, and I felt like my voice was being sort of.
How was I didn't have anything to do with that. I was just sitting here. Yeah, I was literally just sitting here. I didn't do anything to you. Then I made fun of you slightly because
Not
you
slightly.
you
I
decided
think it's really weird
you
how you keep
decided
downplaying
to
it.
you decided to dress me down. Yeah, I don't think it was that bad.
No, I do.
Yeah, it was get in your face and shove the chairs, and
I
it
did
was
not
that
shove
bad.
the chair.
You pull up the video.
I moved the chair,
Yeah,
not
it was-
shoved the chair, and moved the chair in my direction so that you can look at me in my eyes. Because
Well,
I think that in order to have proper empathy, you should probably look at someone in their eyes.
It was definitely it was more of a shove.
It's not funny. It's true. I was like, okay, well, if he wants to look at me in my face and mock me, like, okay,
Yeah.
like at least you're
Well, you
looking
were-
at me, and not while I'm
you
turned
were-
around going to leave.
Well, you were doing things which were mock-worthy, and no, you weren't turned around to leave. You
Just
were
being
standing.
myself
You were
is
standing there
mock-worthy.
yelling at me, and I mocked you to your face. You weren't leaving, and I mocked you. You forget the part where you turned to me and,
I was not
started
yelling.
started to
I
lay
was
it
not
to-
yelling.
You started to lay into me, and so I mocked you. And then you
You're
flew
right.
around the table, shoved the chair, got right in my face, right? Put your face down.
I did not clench
right?
my fist.
Losing your minds. Losing your mind.
I was
right?
not losing my mind.
You were losing your mind.
And
you
then I
were
thought it was
hysterical.
interesting how when
This is like woman
I,
revisionist
I
history.
thought, no, you know what's funny is that if I was a man, you would not be so audacious because
No, you're right. I
you
would have thrown you out the
know-
window.
you know-
right? That's true. I would have just thrown you right
you
out
would
the
have thrown
window.
no. Okay, so let me no. If I was a bigger man than you,
Mhm.
you would not flap your mouth
Do you
like that,
think that-
because you know that I am less powerful than
It's
you
really
physically.
funny. Most men.
That's why you're doing
Do you
that.
realize that I was in an ordeal kerfuffle in Miami, Florida, with a guy who was
Shocker.
a guy who was massive, roid raged out of his fucking mind, and he was threatening to do bodily harm to me live on a stage, right next to me. I didn't back down an inch. I don't give a shit if you're a man or you're not a man.
He's talking about Wes Watson.
Argument.
He's talking about when he got into it with Wes Watson on that one stage event thing. They happened to both be at that same thing, and Wes was on the panel up there, and he was talking shit to him. He's like, "Oh, I'll slap the shit out of you right now." And Andrew goes, "Really? You know, I'm armed." He said, "Do you normally go around threatening to slap and announce that you're going to intend to try to do bodily harm towards me and other armed men regularly?" That's what he said, basically. Like, you know, you even approach this way and act like you're coming that way, I'll drop and draw and put your ass down. People don't realize that. If you're not in one of these ultra blue states with the fucked up leftists, you're now when you're even in some of the blue states, you technically have the same right, but you're more liable to be charged, and you know, because of the prosecutors and stuff around there and the cops. But truthfully speaking, I could be out at an event, I could be outside walking my dog, anything. If somebody if a car stops past me a little bit and somebody gets out and starts running towards me, or like, let's say fucking weird ass squirrel popped out of a car one day and just started running towards me, or just power walking towards me in an aggressive way or talking shit, anything like that, I'm not even required to say stop, but the way they train in the defense class and the CCW stuff, you have your hand on your weapon and you draw simultaneously when you see a threat coming towards you. You draw and you get aimed on that threat. You then tell the threat to stop if they're, you know, kind of far away. If they keep coming, you might tell them to stop again, depending on the distance factor. But normally, one stop is all, you know. Say stop once. After saying stop, if they don't stop, they keep coming towards you, boom, drop them. And then you know, you don't mag dump, you fire one shot. If they somehow miraculously after that continue to try to come at you, you would drop them again. You know, but yeah, you definitely wouldn't mag dump the person or anything like that. You do something like that, there's some people that get really scared and they can't help it and they dump the whole entire thing. Yeah, those are the people that end up usually getting charged too. unfortunately. And they ain't even really mean to, but that's just the reality. You got to really, that's why it's important to train and practice on that and take classes.
Arguments are arguments. When people go crazy and try to make them physical,
I did not go
You went
crazy.
I got to vouch, and just to vouch for Andrew, the man in question was a large man, bald.
Yeah, Wes.
I'm not saying that to himself, but he was blasted in tattoos, and he was an ex-convict.
And he was massive.
Massive, huge dude. I'm not talking about. I'm just saying. And Andrew looked him in the face. I don't even know if you looked at him. You're just like, whatever. I'm not even scared. And Andrew wasn't scared at all. To be fair, it was Florida, and Andrew was armed with a firearm.
But I'm armed with a firearm everywhere.
So there's that.
Because it's just generally speaking a good idea.
Especially for women.
I don't disagree with that. Except usually they don't get sufficient training, and so their gun gets used against them. But I don't disagree. I prescriptively think that women should probably carry firearms. I think it's a good idea. But that aside, I didn't run and get in your face.
See, exactly right there, like he said. But a lot of the times, unfortunately, a woman's gun gets used on them or something, or turned on them, and that's why it's important to train. Like you don't have time to give them 500 warnings. The judgment between somebody approaching you and the distance, you don't want to you don't want to let them get so close. Like they don't have to be within less than 3 feet for you to be able to fire. And yeah, I wouldn't want to fire at anybody that close to me. Not unless I absolutely have to. Like if I get caught off guard or something, and I'm not able to get in the position until they get nearly that close. But preferably, you'd want, best case scenario is you catch them 10 feet out from you, starting to approach you, or even more than that. And if they're 10, 20 feet out, you can tell them stop once or twice. And if they do not seem to stop, then you fire. And there are going to be people that try to do that to people. And then as soon as a gun comes out, they may even think, oh, they ain't got the balls to use it. They use it. And then next thing you know, they're down there going, "Ooh, you shot me. You shot me. I was just going to just rough you up a little bit. I didn't intend to hurt you or kill you. Blah, 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 blah." In the case if it was one of these internet trolls, I'd be like, you know how much stuff I've got documented on you saying, you could try to argue and say a bunch of it's not you, but you can't say it's all not you. So bullshit, you wasn't trying to hurt me. It's just stupid.
I didn't run over to you. I didn't go into your. Now I want you to view it this way. If you were sitting there and I did the same thing, how would I be viewed?
No, but I do want to say that you are stronger, and there is that power.
Oh, I see. So you can do whatever you want to me because I can't do harm to you.
But I did not touch you, so I think it's weird that you framed it as assault.
Because you're banking on female.
I did not throw anything near you, so
you're banking
there was
on
nothing.
female privilege. The idea is I can do whatever I want to you because the public appearance is if you do something to me, right? You would be viciously attacked for hurting the poor little girl who didn't do nothing except run over and get in your face and talk about shit.
If I wanted to play victim, then I wouldn't have asked you to come outside with me and to talk about it. I wasn't trying to play victim.
No. Do you understand how it sounds when somebody says, let's go outside when they're upset?
Fine.
Do you think that sounds like they want to have rational discourse, or do you think that sounds like they want to physically tangle with each other?
We would have talked about it, and then if you felt that was appropriate and that's what then there definitely would have had to be consent on both sides.
It just sounded to me like it sounds to me like a bunch of excuse making.
I think it's
you deserve it.
Okay.
It's totally appropriate. If the roles were reversed, that wouldn't be okay, but I can do it to you because you're stronger than me. Therefore it's okay.
Did I hit you? Did I
You
inflict
definitely
physical?
shoved my chair. Yeah.
I shoved it, or did I pull it?
Yeah. If I walked over here to where you are and pulled your chair and got in your face, but didn't actually touch you, what would the perception be?
That's because the argument earlier was that you are stronger than I am,
So
right?
therefore, you're justified where I'm not.
No, so you are using that against me because you think
Because
that
I ran
will
over
not,
to you.
No, you think that I'm not going to say anything because, of course, that's emotion is important. You can't just
who said you couldn't
shove
say
that aside.
anything?
I'm saying that's something that if you're just talking crap,
Yeah.
Hold on, buddy. We'll go
whether
out.
I'm a man or a
We'll go
woman,
out, okay? Just calm down.
would it make
He's
sense
standing on me, y'all.
that you'd be sort
Means
of
I've been on here
antagonizing
way
the
too
person,
long.
sort of inciting
Yeah.
some sort of
Yes.
response
That's
from
what
that
happens.
person?
It's called a tit for tat. That's how it works.
But it didn't seem tit for tat. It seemed like I made a comment about a thought that you had.
Yeah, you were trying to take
then
parting. You were trying to
I
take
could've
parting
talked about
shots where
how
I just sat there and took it. You're trying to take parting shots where I sat there and took it. You want to get your. That's why you went over to the mic and were like, "You're all small dicked." It's the same shit. You're trying to get your dunks in for your parting shots, and I didn't let you have your parting shot. You got upset. You ran over here because you didn't get your parting shot. Freaked out, embarrassed yourself, made yourself look bad, and now your argument to me is, well, Andrew, it's true. If you came over and did that to me, it would have looked terrible and awful, but it's okay. I can do it. Well, because you're stronger than me. So therefore, I'm justified doing horrible things to you that you're not
Horrible.
justified doing to me. That's literally your argument right now. Just pointing that out.
I want
Damn.
to say that
He
what you
called that
did
out
would
for
be
what it
legally
is.
considered
Bullshit.
harassment, especially in a workplace.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
No,
is.
it isn't.
Way more than what you're saying me being assaulting.
No, I
assaulting
guarantee you that it's not going to be considered harassment for me to make fun of your voice. It definitely is going to be considered battery if you come over and shove my chair and get in my face.
Shove
I
or
promise.
pull.
Huh?
Shove or pull.
Well,
Did I
it doesn't
shove?
matter.
How did you wait?
Am I applying force to hurt or am I applying force
hold on.
to direct?
But the chair moved this way. If you pulled it, it would have
Yeah,
gone
she
towards
shoved
you.
it.
It was a shove.
Is this considered a?
You're gonna physically assault me?
No,
a workplace?
No.
Because I know the laws on that.
In addition to that, nobody here, you're not employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
this-
that was my question.
So it wouldn't be considered a workplace harassment.
So then what are we if we're not?
And just to be clear,
You're
let's even,
independent contractors.
Contractors.
just to be clear, even if we were to grant that, your conduct would have been deemed workplace harassment.
And by the way,
Definitely.
it's completely legal to make fun of people at work. You can get fired. That's true, but it's not illegal.
None of that has to do with disability.
Nope. You can make fun of people with disabilities
No,
at
I've
work.
sued 2 people for that and won a bunch of
Were
money.
they above you in station?
Wait, we
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
It
why.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, yes, it does. If I'm at work and
No,
there's
no,
some
it-
chick, there's some
I
chick
know
with a
law on
disability, and I'm like working on a conveyor or
Wait.
something, I can look over and
Hold
make
on.
fun of her.
Hold on. We don't need to get into
Yeah,
like
but
discussion.
you're
Okay,
wrong.
I
Just saying.
need-
Making fun of people, not a crime. Definitely shoving their seat or getting in their face. Yeah, that's arguably a crime.
Mocking to where it incites hostility or
Not a crime.
yes, it is.
No,
Look
it's
it up.
not.
Well, why don't we just look it up?
Do you know what the First Amendment is?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, freedom of speech. It's unabridged. It means it protects hate speech too.
What if we just
I
look
can go
that
out on
up?
the street right now in front of a bunch of deaf people or and be like, "Hey, you blah 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 blah," right? I could be like, "Hey, you blah blah," and they can't do. It's not a crime. Now those guys could get really pissed.
I don't want
They
to
could
talk
be
about
really
it
upset,
anyway.
but it's not a crime.
I don't want to talk about that.
No, yeah, I don't care about what your preference is for what you want to talk about because I want to talk about this. I
Then
would like
go
to.
on.
I would like to discuss why you think it's okay to.
I would like to.
based on
okay,
based on
I'll
an
tell you
insult.
why. Do you want to know why?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you why.
Okay.
I think that everyone grows up differently. That whole conversation precipitated from you trying to present an argument that the C word, which I actually thought was a woman's, I thought that's what you guys meant of the C word, because that would be anyone's natural when you say C word. That's what you would think.
I did think that.
Well, hold on, but maybe that's because you guys weren't paying attention because the context immediately before the C word was brought up was related to the N word.
Oh, I
And
do
we were
remember
talking about race. So I don't know how you could, I don't know why you're asking for clarification on that, because if you were listening to the rest of the conversation, he referenced talking about the N word, and it was about race. So, and it's clear you knew because the words came out of your mouth.
Right.
You knew what the other C word was. So that's my confusion. In any case, we don't want you to say either of the two C words, because not because me and Andrew, if this was off stream and you wanted to say any of that stuff, or it was a different platform, we didn't have an objection as it pertains to like the use of those words, but we have to, the platforms have rules and guidelines for monetization reasons. Some of them are stricter than others. TikTok's notorious for this. It's about the platform, not, and you got confused there. You're like, oh, why aren't we allowed to say the C word in like a general? No, it's because of the platform.
Yeah, we don't personally care.
But I don't need to explain to you. And in fact, in the pre-show instructions, we do explicitly say for our own guidelines and because of the platform's guidelines, avoid these topics. Don't say these words. You were on the show with Sav 2 Sundays ago or whatever, and then you were on this week. We went over the pre-show information. Don't use slurs. Here's a couple slurs to avoid. And we say, including but not limited to. And so when we were messaging in the Instagram DMs, you're like, well, did you explicitly tell me not to say the C word? The problem with that is if I were to do that, you realize how many different slurs there are? Like there's hundreds of different slurs. It would not be practical for us in a pre-show environment to like, first off, even if we listed every single slur not to say, which would be in the hundreds, if not thousands, nobody would remember each individual. No one would commit to memory hundreds or thousands of slurs to not say. So we say, don't say these slurs, including but not limited to the, well, I'm not going to say it, the R slur, the F bomb as you dropped it, the N word. Those are like kind of the basic ones that could come up. But anyways, it just seemed kind of strange that you're like, well, you didn't tell me not to say it. But actually, if you watch the video back, like in the moment when you're like, what's the C word? I was like, don't say it. I said that. I said, don't say it. And then you said it.
And he did drop the F, and he knew you weren't supposed to do that.
And the R slur.
Yeah.
After I was already told to leave, which I'm sorry because that was vindictive.
That, yeah, you did it maliciously because you like, oh, now I know not to say these words. Let me just try to fuck his business.
No, I already,
That was the point.
I initiated this whole thing, the apology for that. So do you forgive or not?
Do I forgive you? I mean, I'm over it. I guess it was a couple of days ago. I don't know if I forgive you for it, but I'm over it. Like I'm not going to linger on it aside from this conversation we're having.
I just was shocked, and when it was coming out of my mouth, it was more like me like externally realizing what you meant. Like I was processing it and saying it at the same time.
Saying what?
The C word. I was like, is that what you mean? So it came out as I was thinking it. I was like, what?
No. But so if you watch the video back, there was like an initial moment where you were like, wait, what is the C word? What is, and I was like, no, don't say it.
Right.
I said it there. And then of course the pre-show information were like, don't say slurs. And then you got there was a little bit of heat going on in a couple different directions. And then you're like, and then you drop it. And then you got the kick.
It was an extroverted thought. I was just
James Sexton is on the case. But yeah, it's true. In fact, I even required verification. So they all had to send me a photo too, my viewers, so I could verify. You think I can't just take their word for it. I got.
Oh, okay. First of all, let's get something correct. If I'm doing one of these chill streams where I don't think a lot of people are paying attention and stuff, I may not comment so quick or look at your comments. That just is the way it is. But your name was brought up, yeah, by whatchamacallit, Mocon. So I mean, it was brought up. Right. No. Stop it. Lay down. Lay down. What you doing trying to dig in my jacket for like that? You know, I never do stuff like that. Anyways, back to this comment though, Daniel Armstrong. Look, you're one of them no good REHEC, whatever the fuck y'all go by, crack squatting trolls. And you know, you want to talk about do we got a problem, motherfucker? Hadn't you been in the chats in the same places that call me a pedo and shit? But do I run over to your channel and everybody else's channel that's over there and be like, do we got a problem? You supporting and agreeing and over there calling me a pedo? No. You realize how many people I'd have to go to, how many channels I'd have to visit? That would be nuts. I have to go to K's, Charlie D's, and like, I'm not going to go to all them channels. Now, obviously, somebody saw when Mocom was up here and they decided to run to you, probably a workie or crack squatty, I'm sure, or a hybrid. A hybrid is a crack squattian that was around when the workieverse was created, you know. So they're a crack squattian verse motherfucker. But anyways, this is a free speech country. And last I checked, the name Daniel wasn't on the restricted list. And Mocom was talking about his experience with how you would constantly stalk and basically would take breaks on YouTube when he was taking a break and then would come back when he'd be back, almost like clockwork all the time. Like you had a mandate that you had to record and screen record and keep up with him. And if somebody didn't order you to do that, well, you took it upon yourself to do that because you wanted to be like Filthy Animal is with me. But see, Filthy Animal ain't like anything. He's just some weirdo that obsessively stalks and screen records my shit and then talks over it and gives his spin of how he wants things to appear to his audience and other people about me that's not true. I could come in on a live and say, well, I did this and this and this today at work and that, and it's kind of stressful, but we got through it and the job is done. And he would tell you how I'm lying. The job I'm working for is not stressful at all. And, I don't do jobs. I just do little deliveries or whatever. And then he would talk about how he'd make up some bullshit about how, but I don't think the workplace is going to like him be nodded out at the car and not return on break. And it's just a coming. He'd just be making up to all types of shit. You wouldn't be able to stand it. Do you think, and here's something I'll tell you, when the day comes that the opportunity arises and I can get into my chosen field that I went to school for, that'll be about around the time I probably shack all this up and be done with it. And people think that I'll never be done with it. Well, you're crazy. If an opportunity comes up, and the way I handle it will not be obvious either. But just know that eventually, if you ever see Square not active, it's probably because he's got shit going on. Right now, this little part-time rinky-dink thing that I'm doing, and that's the way I look at it, because I've been in this field for so many years. There's really no advancement, unless, of course, I somehow got into management in this area, in this field or whatever. There's no advancement for just a worker like I am. I'm only allowed to get part-time stuff. There's not a lot of people either have their worker or, they'll get a new one if they feel like they need to. Most people are spoken for. There's just not a lot open as far as clients. So I'm lucky I've got this one part-time client right now, to be honest with you. And yeah, that brings in pennies basically compared to a regular full-time job. But at least I'm working. At least I'm trying. At least I'm plugging. At least I'm going out and getting on Indeed. At least I'm checking in with the job board. At least I'm doing my continuing education, because here in a few more days I'm going to be recertifying, because I will do that work. Just like they tried to say I wouldn't complete school and they was going to keep it from happening, well, they're not going to keep me from working either. And that opportunity, I may be having to face that until I move away from here, because I have a feeling that sometime, maybe when my grandfather, I don't even want to say or speak on that, but I love my grandfather very much, like anybody would. And like I said, reason I'm with him, me and him have a bond, just like I had a bond with my Mimi. Just looking on the obvious of us having the same birthday and everything, there is a zodiac, spiritual, astrological significance to that. And we're very much, in a lot of ways, the same type of person. And then there's a lot of ways in which we're different. That mainly has to do with us being born on the same month, the same day, but vastly different years, different generations, everything. I love my grandpa, and I've worked hard these last 5 years to show him, like I can get out of this rut. I say 5 years because it's been about 5 years ago now that I returned back from Massachusetts. And in these last 5 years, I got back home. I got myself planted back into the community, our society. I got my doctor stuff transferred, my med stuff, all that transferred, and got a referral appointment. Made sure to check in with that. After the first year of trying to get my feet back planted, I finally decided, while I'm not, because that is about after that first year, I went back to work. I did home health, and then I started doing a lot of delivery stuff and services. I worked in food service in Kennett for a little bit, for about 6 months. And then after those 6 months, that was a temp job. They're not even, that food truck's not even there anymore. Then I was still doing the stuff in the car, but I went back home and I also picked up the Pizza Hut gig while still doing Lyft and stuff here and there. Started doing a lot less Lyft, doing only Pizza Hut stuff. Then that ended. Then I went back doing more Lyft and other things in the home health. Because the home health, I was only getting 1 or 2 clients, and I was barely even getting part-time hours at that time at the company I was with. I mean, it sucked. It really sucked. I wasted a lot of time there. Hell, I even had one of the clients' wives hit my damn vehicle, and we never got the insurance settled with it because, it was her fault and everything, but they didn't have fucking insurance. Fucking bullshit. Well, anyways, then my car went bad. It was 2022, and during that time, right before my car went bad, I was filling out stuff to get vocational rehabilitation support from the state so I could go back to school. And my car went bad. I started getting on YouTube, and then all this crap kind of took over. Well, the vocational rehab stuff came through, and I got told, I'd be set to go to school next semester. And so I set up for the next semester to go to school. And that was fall 2022, and that was when Filthy Animal first fucking popped up. And since he's popped up, and since 2022, I've managed to go to school for 1 semester, finish the skill that I originally went out for back when I had my wreck. I got that finished. And then I had a period when I was out of work. And then the next fall, I then took a huge step in getting off fucking Suboxone and Ativan. I didn't get off benzos completely. I got switched down to a lot less stronger benzo, but I got completely off the fucking Suboxone. That was another milestone. And then 2024 came. Went through that year pretty much just doing this part-time work and stuff and trying to think on the future. And then now here we are at 2025. So while I've had some periods of low activity, I've stayed pretty much as busy as I could possibly be. And when I wasn't busy or something, yeah, maybe I had some stupid shit like this YouTube stuff clouding a lot of my attention. But it's better than being out on the fucking streets, roaming and running and fucking, trying to run away from your problems, smoking and fucking popping. I haven't done that. Not done it at all. And I've been accused of doing it 24/7 since I've been on here on YouTube. Oh my God, I started streaming one night at 11 o'clock. Guess what? Around 2, I passed out. Oh no, call the fucking local paper. This is a news exclusive. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Grow the fuck up. The term nodding off came long before it was a term associated to mean, oh, he's nodding off on opiates. Nodding off, like the guard at the damn desk watching the monitor, nodding off on the job. People nod off and fall asleep. It's fucking normal. It's fucking normal, especially when you're sitting or reclining against a big ass stack of pillows on a nice comfortable bed when you're usually streaming or sitting Indian style. But even when I sit Indian style, if I lean back enough, I can fall asleep.
It's not that hard. Why a video on that? Because I'm doing miscellaneous content. You hope you don't have to come back here. Look, so I'm just asking once, not to be talking shit on me over here. I don't want to come to your channel, so please don't make me. You walked away from YouTube, but yet you was close enough to YouTube to hear from somebody on YouTube that your name was brought up over here. Well, mainly it was just Mocon giving his experience with you. I didn't talk shit about you, but I did say that what you did was an exact carbon copy system of what Filthy did to me. It's exactly what I said. And if you got a fucking problem with it, you know what? You can take it, you can shove it right up your fucking ass, dude. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you're not gonna come over here like that towards me. I ain't your property either. It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry about your grandmother, Chief, but these people are something else. Just like the 80s. Just like the 80s. Oh, Troc reached out to me. Did you hear that, Filthy? He reached out to me, but he can't reach out to you. You know why? Because we don't negotiate or get intimidated by fucking terrorists, wannabe fucking cyber terrorists. Because that's the level of your rising to be a cyber domestic terrorist.
All right, let's get into this. Sorry, I stepped away for a second and fell off.
I want to address the argument you just brought up in the case of SA. It's a terrible thing. No pro-lifer ever wants a woman to get pregnant in the situation. But abortion does not undo that trauma. It may add more trauma because abortion itself is traumatic.
Yeah.
And if we're not even going to give penalty to the horrific person that committed this crime against her, why would we give the penalty to an innocent child for the crimes of their father?
But then that goes back to I believe the death penalty for anybody that does SA.
But do you think that death death penalty should be given to an innocent child for the crimes of their father?
No, but I believe it's the woman's choice, regardlessly.
A choice to do what, though?
To if she wants to keep the baby or not just abort it. That's what I'm saying. Keep the baby.
44% of women regret their abortions.
Then I wish they would have thought it a little bit more through.
She's got the stats.
Yeah,
Look at
but
that.
that's what I'm saying. I wish women would truly think about it, because I think Abigail said it or someone said it, but there is some women that like try to joke about it and like try to be like he. What?
Have you had an abortion?
No, I've actually never been pregnant either. So.
Yeah, she never had an abortion. Well.
Yeah,
so
but I know people that have.
Yeah, I know, I get it. I understand that, right? But don't you think that a lot of times women have abortions and then feel like there's no going back because they have to endlessly justify it for the rest of their lives?
Yeah, but see, that's exactly why.
Endlessly justify it.
If you are truly you should literally stick it in your brain and be like, I have a baby inside me. I have a baby inside me. This is going to be a baby. Will I do this to myself? If they are willing to share themselves and be like, okay, I will do it. I will take this. Then I guess whatever empathy or whatever type of mood and whatever type of emotions they're feeling, I'm not here to confuse someone else's decision.
Last question I have for you.
Okay.
What would change your thing could be said as an argument that if you heard it, would reconcile in your brain so that it was set an issue for you? What would that be?
I think biggest thing, and this is also something I do too, women that have abortions usually conceive a child the same way they did with the first. They usually tend to have problems like complications. Once you have an abortion, there is more risk to your next pregnancy.
Does not answer my question. What thing could I do?
This is the
your brain holds the belief that this is okay. What is that thing? If I refute that thing, will you change your mind on this issue?
Yeah, but I just can't think of a thing like that right now.
You can't think of a thing. So you're holding on passionately to an issue.
No.
You don't even fucking know why. You don't even know why.
No, I just know enough, like to the point where, I mean, like I'm saying, I'm not here to tell you though how you feel.
The stance, you have no idea.
I know, but exactly. But like I'm saying, I'm not a therapist. I'm not someone to be like, oh my God, let me here to convince you. Because it's just somebody else's views. I'm not going to press.
If I could prove that it was a human being to you, would you become pro-life from the moment of conception?
Yeah, if my brain could register it, yeah, but...
Okay, every biology textbook says a human life begins at fertilization. At fertilization, they meet all 7 characteristics of life. You have your own separate DNA. Everything about you, your sex, hair color, eye color, was determined at the moment of conception. You are you, and you are valuable, and you are a human life that deserves equal human rights.
Okay.
Bars.
It's
Do you
true.
agree
It's
with
the same
that?
thing with animals.
Oh, yeah, same thing with animals. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wait, do you agree with her?
I said, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
are you
know,
pro-life now?
But so
If it
you
makes
said
feel better,
you
yeah.
said if there
but
was
I still
a,
have different views.
you
I still have different views on different situations.
But do you so you disagree with science then, that it's not a human life?
There's a lot of science. I guess I wouldn't say I disagree on it, but
wait,
it's
wait,
just
hold on. Biology is not a soft science. Biology is a hard science.
I have the studies
So-
right now if you would like to look at them.
But you guys are gonna waste more time trying to convince me than me trying to learn it on myself, on my own.
But you did just say if like
Yeah.
this was the standard, then it would change your mind on abortion.
And then-
she just established that it was.
Yeah, and I said, oh, but what I said, if you could, and run the clip back, I said, if you could actually, if my brain could process it right now, then yeah, I will change my mind in 2.3 seconds
Now,
once you tell me.
the reality
But I'm
of
not.
that, if you want to know the anti-women voting argument, the main one for rationality is that women will often hold to stances which are illogical based on emotion. And this pure emotion, pure fucking emotion, No stance based in logic, reason. No, you can't refute a stance based in non-rational emotional thinking, right? And this is why all those repeal the 19th, which, by the way, again, I'm saying I want to limit suffrage for everybody because I just think it's a bad idea that everybody votes in this society. I think that's stupid. But when it comes to this with Chair One, like, look at the rationality. No rationality whatsoever. Holding to a stance at a peer.
Yeah, but I hold it to the stance just because of the certain types of topics. Like I told her, it's not like I'm over here like, oh my God, you should do it at any age, at any given weeks, but that's
rational. You don't have a rational reason why you hold the stance. Tell me the rational reason you hold this stance. What is it?
Because I believe it's my own body and I should have my own cheese.
It's not your body. It's a baby's body that's being hurt and killed by
But
an
it's
abortion.
inside of my body and it will not be it will not be creating without me.
So a child's dependency on their mother's body to survive is a death sentence.
No, it's not a death sentence.
Because a newborn baby also relies
But then again,
on their
then
mother's
there's
body
those
for breast
women,
milk.
there's those women that have children and then they're mean as fuck and abusive to their children because they never want
We're
them.
not
So they're better
forcing
off
anyone to be
dead?
mothers. We're not forcing anyone to be mothers. We just want to hold them accountable
Yeah, but
for
that's
their decision.
pro-choice. Pro-choice means you could give your baby up for adoption, you could get an abortion, or you could keep it. That's a choice.
Killing shouldn't be a choice, though.
There's three choices.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an option.
Just because the baby, but it's the fact that it is. And the only person that could really tell me something is Lydia because she's the only one out there in the government area being like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. So until you actually
Put
have
that on your resume, Lydia.
I have a
In the government area.
yeah, in the government specific.
In the government area.
I understand that you're a very staunch anti-abortion advocate. I have a hypothetical for you.
For me?
For you.
Okay.
Which has been bothersome to me.
Okay.
Right? I think about it for a long time because it was actually difficult for me to reconcile. You believe life begins at conception, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so then in vitro fertilization clinic, all of those eggs have been fertilized, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So an in vitro fertilization clinic is on fire. There's a 2-year-old who's in there and he's crying, and there's thousands of eggs next to him. Would you save the thousands of eggs, or would you grab the 2-year-old if you could only choose one?
I don't think it changes the argument, and here's why. In the Titanic, when it was sinking, they chose to save the women and children first, like we talked about earlier. Does that mean that the men are worth less? No, absolutely not.
But wait, there's a rationale behind that, which is based around social duty. The valuation that you're talking about is equality in life after and before the effect of birth. This is the argument for being pro-life from your stance. So these fertilized eggs have as much ontological value as that 2-year-old. So justify how it would be that you would grab the 2-year-old.
I don't know what I'd do in that situation, but I think
If you had to.
I don't think it, at the end of the day, first of all, we have an emotional response to gravitate towards a screaming 2-year-old who can feel pain, has conscious ability to experience what's happening, whereas
okay, what if the 2-year-old can't feel pain and he's not crying?
Yeah, that might be part of the consideration. It still doesn't change the argument, though. They're still equally valuable. For instance, if I have my own 2-year-old and there's a bunch of other 2-year-olds that are not mine in the corner, I might be conflicted about who to save. Doesn't change the argument that they're all equally valuable. They're all equally living human beings.
Yeah, but I'm not disputing that within the worldview, they're all equally valuable.
All right, I fell out again. Hey, Troc. Hey, glad you're here, buddy. I fell out for a second. Yeah, I hope you had a good one too, bud. Thanks for coming by.
The dispute comes in as to why the intuition would be for most people to go for the 2-year-old instead of the eggs. Or why it would be that most people wouldn't cry.
Hey, Harlow.
Or, for instance,
hey,
I'll give
hon.
you an example. Nurse carelessly knocks over a bunch of fertilized eggs. Did she just murder a ton of people?
Accidentally, but yes, those are, that's why the IVF industry is extremely problematic, because they're creating all of these millions of babies in embryonic form and then freezing some of them, destroying a bunch of them, practicing eugenics on them by selecting the ones that are a certain sex or have certain genetic capabilities. And that's why the IVF industry is problematic.
If they knocked over that tray of eggs, right, fertilized eggs, and they all broke.
Let's check out this interrogation, guys. I'm interested to check this out. Oh, he's doing good. He's doing good. So we're gonna check out this video that I've been wanting to show and check out for a while now. It's about this narcissistic killer, apparently, and I've never seen it, but apparently it makes the detective cringe. So cringe warning, trigger warning, viewer discretion advised. But yeah, I figured that we would check this out and give it a go. Let me hook up my internet cable so we're getting the best speed that we can get. That way the video plays relatively smooth. We'll be having new internet set up next week when we're getting it installed, so I'm going to do a test and see how streaming games and different things and videos in general looks after we get the new internet. I hope it improves it. I really do. People are telling me that it has to be that, because I have generally enough specs and hardware to at least stream moderately well. It's just my internet's been lacking. Aww. I am so supportive of you two guys. You guys are a great couple, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You guys are good people, and I love you guys as friends. I love you two guys. I love Bambi, you know, and people may give me, trolls going to give me shit for this, but I'm going to be a little vulnerable for a second and say that, I've been on here now for about 3 years. For 3 and nearly just 2-3 months after starting on here, I immediately had trolls on my rear view. And I had a girl basically threaten me out and loan my name and my details out to this guy that trolled people as a way to threaten to try to silence me from not being another dissenting voice, because they already had enough dissenting voices like Gotcha Man. So I let Gotcha Man expose them because I just wasn't in the position to at the time to be able to speak on it. But it started there, and it started to expand and grow a little bit. And then it even picked up more when in the fall of 2022, another person showed up named Filthy, who thought he was going to do even more. And he brought a little bit more attention because he did things that were so unheard of and not the normal for even regular troll communities that it got a whole bunch of, bad, malicious, sociopathic attention on it from different individuals, and they've grown a little malicious, negative little clique out of it, basically. And I gotta tell you, I mean, and this is not to give them props, but I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you take 40 plus 50 more people all constantly going at me online, and then a group of about less than 10 of them every now and then would regularly, participate and get involved with the others, making certain calls, different things. I mean, they were putting me through literal hell. I missed the first 2 days of my damn college course because they created a situation that led to me getting involuntarily held at a hospital for a couple days for no reason other than just anger. Anger from nobody paying attention or trying to help with the situation at the time, from the apathetic police department, anger at them. And one after the other of person that would come to me either had an angle to try to troll, they had a longer angle, more patience with a buddy troll plan, or they were an outright troll. And then rarely, every now and then, I'd meet somewhat a decent person. It seemed like almost all the way until once it was clear that person was being friendly to me, then pressure would be put on them from all these people that wanted to see my life go to shit. And they put this pressure on people and threaten them to keep them from hanging out with me. They thought that they had found their perfect formula. And whether through playing nice and buttering someone up or being threatening, the carrot or the stick method, they thought they had their carrot or stick foolproof method, to always keep people away from me. And then Bambi, thank God, Miss Bambi, on her own volition, called out the bullshit and took a stand. And she showed me that I can, not to give up. There's still hope. There can be good people out there. And then that got a little bumpy because she still had people around her that were bad. And now after that's kind of evened out, me and her are back on good terms, okay. I found and got to meet Harlow and also Troc now, Chris, as well as K-Fam, Miss Charlie, Scottish Deborah, Aaron Schultz. Shout out to all you guys. Investigation 13, Fumble, Candace, Nick Romano, all you guys. I truly appreciate you. You don't really know how much you all mean to me, but especially Miss Harlow, Troc, and Bambi mean the world to me. They are the three sole people that just from them being good, decent folks and being friends to me are helping me stay on here and to keep going forward. If something happened to them or somehow someone tore us apart or anything, these people put too much pressure on them, whatever, if something like that does happen again, I will be ending the journey on YouTube. I can't go through that shit again. I refuse to. And, and if it gets too much for you guys to be friends with me, I want you to know, just please come to me and tell me, and we'll let it go. But I'd like to do it in a quiet and specific way, I don't want them to get an old time type of victory. But at the same time, I understand, I don't expect people to take heat and go to bat for me. I didn't come to Chris, Bambi, or Harlow and say, hey guys, I need y'all to be my friends, but it's going to involve you going up against these trolls, being doxxed, and having your family threatened. It's not what I did. But I told them becoming friends with me and stuff, and even, these are risks. They're risks. And they're risks because of one deranged, mentally fucked up man and his group of followers. I appreciate it, guys. I do. We'll change the subject now, but I'm sorry. I just really needed to say that. I love you guys. I've never dealt with so much. I've dealt with bullying and hate all my life, but I've never dealt with such a such a strong, like, big force of it. I've never dealt with anything like this before, and you guys keep me going, as well as Brownie and my granddad and God. It all keeps me going. It all helps keep me going. I struggle a lot. You know, I have some ailments and health challenges, but I try not to talk about it. I used to share and talk a lot about it in the early days, and you know that's when the trolls started trying to use that as an angle. You know, he's a malingerer. He just a dick. You know, it just always anything I talk about or share, anything that's genuine in my life or true. You know, it's always got to be twisted and tainted by them, and so you know, it's made me close up and get to where I don't share like how I first did. Thank you. No, I don't. I'm about to smoke right now and watch this. Thank you guys. If you guys wanted to come up, I'd appreciate it. I'm not going to be on too much longer. I've been on for several hours, but I want to watch this. What I'm about to play here, this is an interview. It's not that long. It's only 25 minutes long. But it's an interview with a young narcissistic killer. It makes the detectives cringe, apparently. And then after this, I had chosen a Lockdown 23-in-1 video of a sentencing. And then I was probably going to end it after that, I guess. I don't know. If there's something interesting paranormal you want me, I seen you say paranormal. If you want to watch something interesting paranormal, Miss Harlow, share with me the link in the back chat or something. Oh, you're coming up. Hold on. Hey, hon. Let's get into this and check this out.
All right, are we in audio together? Yes, sir. Good. I'm gonna copy of it sent to my family too.
Have you never looked up mimics?
I'm not here for a question and answer. All I'm going to tell you is
No, I've never heard of them, but if you got a particular video or something you can find, browse while we're doing this one, I'll take it and I'll set it up to be right after this.
No,
'Cause
you
this
have
is
to
real.
look it up because I don't have a link or nothing. But do you got TikTok?
No, but I'll look it up after. Oh well. So yeah, he's saying something. It starts really quick. It just gets right into it. And he says, "What I'm going to tell you is going to make your jaw drop probably." And then he says something about, and I want a copy sent to my family too. I was like, "Damn, okay."
all right, are we in audio record?
He's like, "Are we on audio record?" Good.
I'm gonna copy of it sent to my family too.
What is this
Weirdo
guy, like a
motherfucker.
serial killer or something?
I'm here to tell you what happened.
Probably just a one-time or two-time killer. He's only 22.
Who unashamedly
Oh,
presented law
God.
enforcement with one of the most deranged, chilling,
Hold on, let's
and
listen.
unashamed is 22-year-old John Asher Farrell Villarreal, who unashamedly presented law enforcement with one of the most deranged, chilling, and downright strange murder confessions of all time. It was Christmas Eve 2014 when Anderson County Dispatch in South Carolina received a 911 call that opened the door to what became known as the I-85 Christmas Eve murder.
Oh.
Anderson County 911, where's the vision emergency? Yes, we are on 85 South. Someone's laying on the side of us. They've been shot. Is he Brooks and Nutty? Yes, he's breathing, but he's yelling for help. Okay. He's in a lot of pain. There's two people here, both of them shot. Two shots.
When paramedics arrived, they were met with a horrible sight. Laying in the dewy grass on the side of I-85 near the mile 16 marker, a man and a woman were splayed out in the grass. The man, soon identified as 44-year-old James Dobson, had been shot in the back of his head at close range. Shockingly, despite the bullet being lodged behind his eye, he was clinging to life when detectives arrived. En route to the hospital, he only managed to tell the paramedics one thing: "I was just trying to give him a ride." Tragically, 43-year-old Mary Marie Fowler was in even worse shape. She was put on life support, but ultimately succumbed to her injuries later that day, passing
I
away
cannot
on
believe
Christmas
he
Eve.
got shot and it got lodged
Police hit the
behind his
ground
eye,
running on their investigation,
and he
but
was
they were
still
faced with
alive.
dead end after dead end.
That's crazy.
Fowler and Dobson were close friends, but no one around them knew what their destination or plans had been the night of her murder. Police did know one thing, however. It seemed that
I
stealing
can't believe
the
this guy
car they
did
were
this at
driving was
22
the
years
motive.
old.
At the time, Dobson had
I know.
borrowed his
If
mother's
he would have,
2013
if
Hyundai
he would have
Elantra.
been able to
It was
continue,
nowhere in sight.
he probably would have had a
Police
lot
put a
under his
towing
belt.
on the car, and it didn't take very long for them to get a hit. On December 30th, Deputy Coward of the Anderson County Sheriff's Department noticed a white Hyundai Elantra parked in a neighborhood. The tags on the car didn't match the Hyundai, and when he ran the VIN, he instantly knew that he had found the person that they were looking for. That person was John Asher Farrell Villarreal. When detectives looked
I wonder
into
if
the vehicle,
Bambi
they were
knows
met
about this
with a
guy.
horrible scene. There was blood visible on the seats of the car. It
They
appeared as if
like they
seatbelts
found him
had been
because he
cut
kept their
off to
car.
eliminate evidence. Inside, they
Wow.
also uncovered a .22 shell casing, a .380 handgun,
Come on, Bryn.
2 .22 handguns, and a .22 rifle. Homemade
Damn.
silencers were on each gun.
You should ask Bambi if she knows
Very
about this
quickly,
dude.
Villarreal was taken
She
into
knows
custody.
about most serial killers
When the
or
detectives
With how
killers.
young,
first
with
interrogated
how young he
John,
is, I almost,
denied
I
any
probably doubt
involvement
it.
whatsoever, claiming that he didn't
I don't
know
know,
Fowler
but she
I
would
don't
like
think
to study
and
him.
that
I know
he
that.
had no idea how the
I don't
guilty
think he's a
silencers
serial
were
killer
in his car.
because serial killer
After
is
about
not just
2
once or
hours of
twice.
questioning,
It's
detectives put
over
Villarreal
and
in a
over.
holding cell in order to stew on
Yeah,
his
but he was
situation.
like in the making, you know what I'm saying?
Clearly, it
He's
worked.
interesting, so I know she
Just
probably
as
would
one of
like
the
that shit.
detectives was preparing to leave for the day, they
Yeah.
were urgently called back
I don't
in.
know.
And
She's
like I said,
getting
this
more
is
and more.
only
She's
Villarreal
getting
into the
away
car.
from it. She's getting more
This
and more
isn't
into
uncommon after criminals are
like
left alone
liking
with their fault.
paranormal stuff and shit
What
like
is
that because
unusual, however, is how
the stuff
callously
I
affects
like
her
Villarreal
anymore.
reveals his own.
I like this stuff, and yeah, like I said, this is only 20 minutes. Oh, here it goes.
Well, John, or Jack, I'm sorry. We gotta go through this advisory.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Because we had a break in all this and,
Yep.
you know, we'll make sure that everything's good.
We might as well start over. Because what I'm going to tell you is going to make your jaw drop, probably.
Well, hold on.
Detectives know at this point that they're dealing with someone who displays narcissistic traits. Throughout the interrogation, he speaks in a callous, dramatic manner about human life and his actions, seemingly emulating poorly written supervillains.
All right, are we on audio record?
Yes,
He
sir.
looks
Good.
super young.
A copy of it sent to my family.
Yeah, younger than me.
I'm not here for a question and answer session. I'm here to tell you what happened.
Wow.
This is 2015. He was 22, so
A group of human beings on the face of this planet that could ever still fear me. I've had a loaded gun put to my head. I've had my own.
I'm about a decade older than him.
And it didn't fear me, but
That's crazy.
person.
And he was already doing. I swear people are full of demons anymore.
I can't stand before him in judgment day. Deny something I did. And I don't give a damn about a lawyer. Because no lawyer can make it right for God. Let's go back. Let's go back to the night before Christmas Eve.
Hey, I found some more people and they're freaking awesome. And I sent them to you on Insta.
So immediately
Okay.
You
Thank
definitely
you.
gotta check them out. Definitely. They're freaking awesome.
I'm so scared to do that because I'm worried, you know, like that's why it's so hard for me to meet new people and stuff on here because I have to worry and loom over the fact that I got stalkers watching everything I do. And as soon as I go to somebody, like if I even just share something of theirs,
Usually if
I've
you
shared-
share it, that's how they get it. But
not
they've already
not
been
even that. I have been in people's chats and lives before that I've never been to before. I found randomly. None of those people were in there. It wasn't even in the same sector or a troll channel. And after just under an hour of being there, workies started piling in. That shit freaks me out. Like, I don't know how they're able to keep up with me, how they're able to.
We're gonna try to
Because anytime I go somewhere, as my regular channel, it doesn't take long. Like, usually within the same fucking day, they found out about it.
Because it's the way that YouTube is set up, the algorithm. Like if they're following you and they have it set for, they can follow like everything that you do, like notifications or whatever. Then if you go to somebody's chat, then they'll start pushing into the algorithm their stuff because your friend watches this channel, so maybe you might like this channel. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but subscribers aren't technically like on YouTube. Subscribers, I know it's easy to lump all these social media sites together, but on YouTube, subscribers aren't the same thing as like friends on Facebook or followers on IG.
No, I know it isn't. I know it isn't. I watched a
They
video
might be
on this
more
shit.
like, yeah.
I watched a video on this shit. They're not that fucking, they're not what people make them out to be. These people are idiots. And they're just like, and I've warned these people. They already know. Like there's whole communities out there that know.
I hope that since that day, I'm gonna continue though.
They already know that they're after me and all that shit, and because they've all went through it too in their own communities with other idiots. Like all communities have trolls. It's really weird.
Time to do it. So you do it for $25 a gas money.
But this is like the only platform that I know. The reason why I think it's so bad on YouTube is because you cannot completely block somebody. When you block somebody on another platform, they can no longer see anything of yours.
I never suspected it. You know what?
But on YouTube, it's not that way.
I presumed the man was armed.
I mean, they're going into my TikTok and I don't give a fuck.
Didn't even
I don't
give
give
him
a
a chance to show a gun. I put one round right in the woman's head. Then I put 3 rounds right in his neck because I was trying to hit the head, but I was trying to shoot too quick because I wanted to get it done. Didn't really want to shoot. Didn't really want to do it, and I did it. You're sitting here directly in front of me, headrests in between. And the first thing you do is tell yourself, don't think about it, don't feel. Because you can't do it if you think, because you know it's wrong. And you take aim, perfect aim, boom. One in the head with her.
What the fuck? What was this guy's motive?
He got this old man and woman to pick him up, and they were giving him a ride on the highway. And he was going to give them, he had said, they said, we'll take you to the Georgia line, for so much money in gas, and he told them I need to take a piss. They pulled over. He got out, and then he just all of a sudden started shooting them, killing them. Like he wanted to take over the car.
But
He just wanted to do it.
What was his?
Usually,
He just wanted to do it.
He just wanted to kill him. That's it. That was his motivation.
Still real, telling them everything.
Literally, yeah.
So then I went over to the
Oh my gosh, that is wild.
95, cleaned up the car a bit because it was messy.
Did you see that cartoon I made of Bambi?
He's talking about cleaning out the car because it was messy.
Ew, what the fuck?
He cut the seatbelts out of the car because he couldn't get blood off of them.
Wow, what a fucking weirdo. I made a cartoon of Bambi smoking 2 cigarettes after freaking cooking all day.
Whenever I took a back road, just flicked down.
You should send it to me. We got Troc back here now.
Never done that before.
Christopher.
Going on, Troc?
And as I was driving, I can't tell you how bad I felt.
Can you hear me?
For having shot somebody.
Christopher, now you know you're not supposed to be on panel with me.
You're not supposed to be on panel at all. Like you were summoned today, and you didn't answer the call.
I was what? Summoned?
You were summoned.
That entitlement is absolutely
by this self-pretentious entitled asshole.
Oh, listen.
Who had the nerve to say, and I quote, that you better come up here on the panel and try to talk this out because you can still come out of this But
Yeah.
if you don't feel bad. When you were sitting up there with our people when they got doxxed, he said, "Don't feel bad if you don't." And something happens to say, you're a child, and they get their head bashed in. And I said,
Yeah.
"What the fuck?" Bro,
Yeah.
my mouth literally dropped open so
Well, I
wide
was
after he
supposed to
said
die
that.
today. I was supposed to die today.
Yeah,
You
I
guys-
know. And Jesus resurrected. Listen, first off, Square, do me a favor. You got to lower your mic about
Look,
a quarter of the
Okay,
way.
let me lower it a little bit, but let me tell you, man.
Just a little. Just a little.
I know
And
a
then,
lot of I know a lot of this stuff is fantastical. It seems, but you have to
yeah.
understand. I have dealt with this
No,
guy. This dude.
I completely understand. But
It is
on
not
on
all
another note,
bullshit.
no, I know. On another note, I just want you to know I don't answer to anyone but my mother and God. So I don't give a shit who wants me anywhere.
Well, he answers to me.
It's not about
and Hollow.
it's
That's
not
right.
about people will cringe and think this is bad to do publicly, but fuck that. It's not about
I've seen it all.
it's about being humble. And these people are dangerous. I mean, they fucking are like I fucking showed Squirrel was saying I was dancing and shit because I made one community post, literally one community post. And I looked back, and over the past 3 days, he's been making community post after community post. Every
Don't
single
worry
one has to
about
do
it.
with me. And I showed that. I illustrated
Well,
that in pictures. And I said, if I'm dancing, motherfucker, you're doing the jig with me. Fuck,
Well,
you're
That's all.
first of
dancing just
all,
as much.
I mean,
Don't pay any
what is
attention
a
to it.
post gonna do? What is
They
doxing gonna do?
just keep in mind that people love you. That they thinking about you all the time. That's all. Who gives a fuck?
They will try to think creative. Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, I
Y'all,
know.
I don't know if either of y'all take care of like an elderly person like I did, but they tried to call social services on me for saying I abused my granddad, for Christ's fucking sake.
I got half my family that works for social services, all that shit. It's Rhode Island's the smallest state, kid. They're not
You're
gonna
lucky
fuck
for
with
that.
me. Listen,
You're lucky.
don't pay any attention. Move on. Do your own shit. Just don't even.
Yeah.
It's not worth.
Don't even
Dude,
acknowledge
and
them.
I have done that, and I've been through that
Well,
routine. You do that, and then all of a
Right.
sudden one day, boom, you get
Well,
a package in the mail, and then the next day
Right.
the cops come, and then after that a fucking
it'll die
tree
down.
worker gets sent here. Like
Right,
the other day,
it'll
they
die
sent a
down.
fucking tree. They sent a fucking tree worker here.
I know. I was on the phone. I know. I was there. I know. But listen,
How stupid is that?
It's
It's
stupid.
just
So,
annoying.
but listen,
It's annoying.
all they're doing,
And
all they're
it
doing.
angers me because I'm thinking about that guy's gas money and everything, and the fact
Yeah,
that he
but
thought he
Square,
had a
you have to
job. Like,
listen. You have to listen to Christopher. He's
Yeah,
trying
listen.
to
Chris,
talk to
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead,
Well,
Chris. Sorry.
all they're doing is they want a reaction. That they
That's
get
all
off
it
on
is.
that. They get off on that. So after they send the tree guy and the cops and all this
Yeah,
stupid
but
shit,
a
it'll
reaction is
stop.
natural. That's so natural. They're like
Yeah,
fucking
but
making a big deal
you
out of a
don't
natural
have to
thing.
freaking do it online.
Don't pay, react to it and take it as a grain of salt, right? And move on and do a positive show.
I'll tell you what then. Y'all make it to where y'all will be available. Get off me, dog. God damn. Sitting here fucking barking at
No,
me,
what
trying
is
to
it?
jump
What
on
it is?
me.
It's like, okay, like if something like that happens in the future,
I'll get on fucking IG call and bitch at y'all directly. How about
exactly. Take it up with us, react with us, and just
that?
never respond in public again.
That shit's ignorant. I mean, ignorant as fuck.
It is,
And
and they're immature and they're childish.
And to say that a reaction, hell, they react off of stuff I do, so they ain't no fucking better.
They'll
Fucking
find some
bitches,
other.
motherfuckers. And I
They'll
don't even
s-
do shit as bad as they do. That's the crazy thing. I do
It is.
less and they fucking react.
It is what it is. They'll find some other banana to torture and shit. It's you just
You
gotta
know,
do
and that's
your own
another
thing.
thing, Chi. That stuff grinds my gears when some of y'all be like, "Oh, we've told him the same thing," because the trolls like to say that and use that line. And the thing is, to have people say that they've told me to ignore stuff when they're the ones actively working to try to trigger me in some way or buddy troll me from behind the scenes, that's some bullshit right there.
Buddy
Like,
trolling is
that's a,
weird. Buddy
but you know what
trolling is
buddy
weird
trolling is?
behavior.
That's a PG-13 name to soften the fact of what the reality of what buddy trolling is. Buddy trolling is fucking
It's
infiltrating the friendship
like
of somebody in
that's
the
right.
event, planning to screw them fucking over.
It's like a Judas, you know Judas.
Brownie.
It's the same thing as Judas. You know what I mean?
Hey, you leave Brownie alone.
Are you listening, banana? Listen to
I'm
me.
sorry, this fucking dog man is fucking way too rough.
He's all
way
right.
too. No, he's not.
He's got a lot
pissing
of
my
energy.
dog off. My
And
dog is
there's a
like
bigger
trying to
dog over
stand.
there and he likes
My dog is trying to do his service dog job, and he fucking keeps pushing him out the way. And Brownie's like fucking showing his teeth at him, going,
Yeah.
"Fuck away from me!"
Yeah. So pull up that video on the skinwalkers. I want to see that.
All right, we'll check it as soon as I get inside. I can't do it right this moment because I'm outside, but I will once I get back inside.
Blazing up, blaze up.
Yeah.
Roll up a what kind of cigars you use? Garcia Vega, you like White Owls, Phillies Blunts?
I've used Garcia Vegas before. They're all right, but
they're all right. They're vain.
They're overpriced, and that
Yeah.
natural leaf isn't that important to me.
Where whose dog is that?
I
The big
use
dog.
it's next door neighbors, but they're fucking, man. He's a puppy. He's that dog I showed you the other day that's big. He was a puppy just 2 months ago.
No, I know, Chichi.
And he was this small. I could pick him up with one hand 2 months ago. Now he's so big, I would struggle picking him up with two hands. He's that
He
fucking
just
big
wants
now.
lovins.
Yeah, he wants love, but he has no idea how to go about it. Like, he comes up to me, and if I start to pet him, he'll start to bite on me. And then I have to tell him no. And then after that, if I ignore him, he'll do what he did just now. He'll fucking jump up. He'll jump straight up on me, like, because he knows he's big enough. He'll jump and he'll put his paws right on me. He's got these sharp-ass paws and shit. And
they do that.
And they'll be dirty and shit, and he gets them on my
Aw,
jacket.
you need to train him. You need to just tell him if he tries to
And
bite
listen,
you.
he's not my dog. Like, I
No,
want
I
to be
know he's
nice
not
to him
your
and everything,
dog.
but he's not my dog. And he's fucking irritating the shit out of my dog.
I know
And
he's
he just
not your
jumped up
dog,
on
but
me
he
again.
can't,
He's on me right now. If I could turn the camera on, I don't know if you could
you
focus.
can't help it.
Get the fuck off! Get off, motherfucker! Get off! He's like grabbing on my arm like he wants to hump it.
Yeah.
He's just a baby.
Call
Just
the
give him-
neighbor. Call the neighbor.
Yeah,
Tell him to
just
come get his dog.
Tell
That's
him,
all.
tap on his butt and say sit, and he'll sit down. And if
Oh,
he
he will
tries to
not
bite
sit.
on you,
Like,
he will if
I've
you
tried
keep
to,
teeth.
I've pushed his butt down while saying sit, and he sits and he goes down sideways. He's utterly defiant. He's a hard. He would be a hard
He's a
dog
puppy.
to train.
He's still a puppy. That's right.
He's a puppy. Are you giving him treats?
No,
No, those are for Brownie. Those are for Brownie.
You need to give him some treats.
Yeah, I'll give him a treat. Give him a
Give the
stick.
baby a treat.
Throw the stick across the street to the other guy's yard.
If I start to give him treats, I'm gonna train his ass.
Exactly.
Sit, bull. Sit, bull. Sit. Good bull. Good bull. You good
That's
bull.
all. He's young. He's got a lot of energy.
It's a good bull. Yeah, bull.
What'd you do for Easter
Yeah, boy.
Square? Did you make a ham?
Yeah.
What'd you do for Easter? Did you have lasagna? What'd you do?
I had.
Yeah, he hasn't
I
had
had
any
my
training. He's just a big baby. He don't know.
I had my leftover pizza.
Oh, the pizza, yeah. Oh, you didn't do much today.
Hey, no, sit. No, sit. Hey, no, sit. Sit. Good boy.
What's
Did you
this
go to
video?
Good
church?
boy. Good
What's this, an
boy.
interrogation? What is that, an
Boy.
interrogation video?
Boy. Good boy.
What's this video you're showing?
Yeah, it's interrogation. It'll make you very uncomfortable, Christopher.
No,
Let me,
I'm good. I'm
go
good with
put on. Let me go
interrogation.
put on. Come on, Brownie. Let's go inside before you kill this dog.
Because I don't talk. You just say I
Brownie's
plead
like
the fifth.
Brownie's literally like right at the door, like open the door, let's get away from him.
I plead the fifth.
I tell you, he does not like going out there whenever that dog's out there. Whenever he comes up, like he'll play with him at first, like if he'll chase him, and Brownie will run around, let him chase him. I've even took a video of them doing it. But
Yeah, I've seen it.
whenever they're stationary, and whenever I try to pet Brownie or give Brownie any attention at all, this dog
gets jealous.
sees it. This dog sees
Aw.
it,
He gets
and
jealous,
he
yeah.
fucking runs straight to me and pushes Brownie out of the way.
You know what that
Gets
means?
right on my
That
hand.
means he's not getting enough love at home. That's so sad.
He's got a there's a wife, there's a woman, there's a man. They've got 2 daughters. They play
Well, go
with
knock on their
Brownie.
door and ask him.
Like,
Say, Harlan wants to know if you guys give your dog love.
They went to church. They went to church when we did this morning, and I took Brownie, of course, with me, because I can, and he's designated to do that, and it's not the first time I've done it, but I don't do it all the time.
Oh.
Grandpa wasn't particularly thrilled about it.
Listen, you do
But
it all.
I took him outside, and they were leaving. They didn't have their dog with them, of course.
Well, listen.
You couldn't take him any. Hold on, man. You couldn't take him anywhere. But Brownie went outside, and the girls were like, "Hey, Brownie!" And he walks over to them, and they're like right about his height. That's how small they are. And so, like that, when they're standing up, they're just barely a little taller than him, and he's so good with them. Like he don't jump on them. He knows better, like that they're so small. He don't jump on them. He gets right up to them, and he just puts his little chin. He'll put his chin on their shoulder, and like just let them pet him.
Well, you don't want to do it all the time because you're going to need glasses if you do it all the time,
That's so cute.
And their mom really loves Brownie too. I'm
You
good
didn't
friends
get that.
with. I mean, I'm not good friends, but we're okay friends. Like sometimes
What kind of church do you guys go to?
they've been outside smoking. Well, my granddad's always, and I was raised in this Southern Baptist church, and
There you
so I
go.
go with him to it because there's
I was
not really
born and
a
raised
messianic.
Pentecostal.
There's not a messianic type of place, messianic
don't have-
duty, like what I observe technically. So
You don't
I
have a
just
synagogue?
make do with
There's no
they
synagogue.
don't have. The nearest one is the nearest actual, and it wouldn't be messianic. It'd be like Orthodox or whatever. The nearest one of those is in fucking Memphis.
Yeah, but they're full of it.
The hour
It's all
away.
it's all Egyptians and Greeks.
Christopher says my church is snake handler churches.
No, I didn't. What are
Yes, you
talking about?
did. You said they were snake handlers.
I was probably joking with you.
You weren't joking. You said this is a bunch of redneck snake handlers.
Yeah, Brownie's older now, and he's like not trying to take no shit. Like, why are you standing on me? Are you out of food? Are you out of food? Is that it? No, you got food. You're not out of anything. So why are you standing on me?
That dog gets the best food there is. Oh my God.
And he's got a fucking surplus of it right now. Fucking food company fucked up
How
and
much
sent
was
me an
that
order
freaking
way too soon.
How much was that
sent
food?
me a-
Did
they
you say
sent
it's
me
like
an order.
$30 a bag or something?
They sent me an order 1 month before I needed it. Like I got sent a bag at the beginning of this month, and I shouldn't have gotten a bag again until like maybe the end of this month. But
Well,
now I've got enough food now to last maybe till June. Shit, I don't know.
Listen to how my Scooter is. Listen to this one. Scooter will only eat that special, what is it, Beneful? What do they call it? It's that soft food.
It's
Well, he
pate.
has to. He
Pate
doesn't have
for
all
the
it. He doesn't have his teeth, unfortunately.
yeah,
It happens to some dogs.
and he
I hope,
likes
and
and he
that is
likes chicken
exactly.
nuggets. He
That
likes
Yeah,
is
but they
chicken
have
nuggets.
to be
exactly.
from Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
That is exact. Yeah, those are the good soft breaded type kind. That
Not
is
only
why
that,
Brown.
they have to be dipped. I have to dip his
That
chicken
is
nuggets or he won't eat them.
that is why. That is why Brownie
Unfair.
specifically
Yep.
has a fucking. That is why I bought the special toothbrush from the vet, and that is why I bought the special toothpaste from the vet that's beef flavored, which he loves.
Oh,
And that
yeah.
is why he gets his teeth brushed as much as I can try to remember. I try to do it every night, but some nights we end up skipping. But yeah, I brush
Yeah.
his teeth, and he don't particularly enjoy it. He's always trying to lick all the stuff up, and I'm like, let me brush him.
Yeah. He wants a girlfriend. He told me.
Like I need to be
Brownie
able
never
to.
told you.
I need to be able to restrain his tongue. If I could restrain his tongue, it would make it doing stuff a lot easier. Because he goes to town with that damn tongue. Anytime I try to do something, he's like lick, 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 lick.
When you're
Well, they
trying to
have
brush his teeth.
they have those treats, right? Where
Yeah,
you
I
don't
give
have to
him.
brush their teeth.
Yeah. Oh, you still are supposed to brush them according to the vet. Those
Mm-hmm.
are not a substitute, but they do help,
Oh,
and I do have those exact things. As a matter of fact, I've got a vet grade. I got a vet grade type, and I've got a Dollar General store value type.
yeah.
And
Scooter won't
I
even
got
mess with them.
the vet level type is called Oravet. And it's basically these little things that has a inner center and something else, and it's supposed to eliminate the tartar and plaque off their teeth. The other one though is more like rigid. It has ridges in it, and it's made out of some other material. He loves them both. I mean, but yeah, I
says
give him those. I give him 3 supplements a day. I give him an 8-in-1 vitamin. I either give him the vitamin, or sometimes I have this 8-in-1 powder too that gives him the same stuff just in a powder form, a little bit better for him, more natural ingredients, all natural.
Oh, you get dental for your dog, Chi-Chi, once a year.
And
I
then
don't know what happened to Scooter
that-
because he got that once a year, but his teeth started going bad. It's just one of those things. And they said that it had to do with his breed. And that's another, and they said that's why he's got seizure problems, because he's a Pomeranian. They say full-blooded Pomeranians have seizures when they get older.
And the other thing, and then I give him a common supplement. That's the second thing. And that's basically this thing that's got hemp seed, like weed, basically seed powder,
There you go.
and some other stuff. I give him one of those a day in the mornings, and then I give him, last but not least, which is this
That's true.
thing
That's
that comes
true,
from his
Chi-Chi.
thing that comes from his food company. It's called for immune support and allergies, and it's basically made out of banana,
Yeah, why
blueberries,
is that? You wonder.
and some
Why is
other
it that
shit.
small dogs always have bad teeth eventually? Why is that?
I don't know, but like Brownie has some of his teeth right now. They look like to the point that one day they're going to get to the decay. Like they're already at the decay level. It looks like some of them, and some of them have have a big area of coated plaque on it. And I brush them and brush them and brush them, but no matter how much I brush, I cannot get this stuff off.
Yeah.
Like his 2 side teeth, big fang teeth that he has,
His
they just
canines?
about halfway up, from halfway up on the teeth and up, it just has this layer of brown coated stuff on it, and I just can't. It just will not come off.
Right.
Like
I
I
was
don't know if I gotta
holding
take him to
Scooter
get
one
him.
time.
I
I was
might have to
holding
take
him
him to
one
get him
time,
cleaned, but I really
and
don't
the
have the
tooth fell
money
out
to
of his
take him.
head.
Really?
Yes, while I was holding him, it freaked me out.
He's getting older.
I didn't know what to do. This was like 2 years ago. It freaked me out so bad. I took him straight to the vet. I was like, oh my God, what should I do? She's like, there's nothing you can do. He probably feels better now that the tooth has come out.
Yeah, you know
It
what
was
to
probably
do.
bothering him. I was like, oh my God,
You gotta put it under his pillow. The tooth fairy will come.
Well, he got Chick-fil-A that night. He was happy.
Yeah. So seeing as veterinarians can clean the teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says brown spots on teeth often caused by tartar buildup typically required a veterinarian. That's why I can't just get them with a regular toothbrush. Come here, buddy. Come here.
You know what
Little
cracks
boogaboo.
me up is Scooter is freaking, he's so rude when it comes to other animals.
Camera time.
I try to feed him. Hey, Brownie.
Boogaboo. Hey, Boogaboo. Hey,
Look at him. Look at the camera. Like, what?
His little ear was like this. Your ear he either has one ear like this, or he'll have one ear up, and then he'll have the other ear up. He'll have one ear up and one ear down. He's goofy.
He's a
But
good
You want a
dog.
piece of chicken? You want a piece
Scooter.
of chicken? Look at him. You want a piece
He's
of
like,
chicken?
ooh, chicken.
You want a piece of chicken? You want a piece
Say,
of chicken,
yeah,
boy?
motherfucker, I want
You want a
some.
piece
Go
of
get
chicken? You want a
some.
piece of chicken? You want a piece of chicken?
He
Yeah.
wants
Oh
it.
my God, I can't stand it. The face is so cute. But
Hold on.
Yeah.
Scooter will go out there and piss
Are
on the
you
bread
sure
that
you
I
want
put
this
out for the
piece of
squirrel.
chicken?
The
Are you
fuck?
sure you want this piece? Are you sure you want this piece of chicken? Do you want this piece of chicken? Hey,
He's
boy,
looking at
do
the
you want this
camera
piece of
going, is
chicken?
he serious? Is he serious, bro?
You sure you want this piece of chicken? He's like, give me that. It's mine.
Do you ever put scarves on him?
I've had a bandana on him before.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like bandanas.
Yeah. Good
Oh
dog.
boy.
He's a good dog.
He's yummy. Yeah, it's yummy.
Get it all. There you go. That's
Should I
all.
give you another one? Should I give you
Yes.
another one?
Why
You want
Yes.
not?
another one? You want another piece of chicken?
Give
You
the
want another piece of
baby
chicken, boy?
another one. Look at it.
You want another
Look at
piece
his
of chicken?
face. Oh my God.
Give me a shake.
I
No, give me a
can't
shake.
stand it.
Good boy.
Oh,
Just
what a
shake.
good
Other
boy.
paw. Other paw. No, other paw.
He's like,
Brownie,
but
other
I don't
paw.
want to. I want this
Brownie,
paw.
other paw. Other paw. Other paw. No, do not try to take it from me. Other paw. No, other paw. Good boy.
Yay.
Good boy. Fine. Sit. Go lay down. Go to your spot. Go to your spot. Go to your spot. Good boy. Now,
What
I'm
a
going to put it
good
right here.
dog.
Red light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Now, no, I said red light. I said red. Green light.
Green light. Green light. Yay.
That's funny. When we were
Oh
kids
my
and
God, he's too precious.
that's funny. When we were kids in grade school, they told us, forget it. That's for another night. Red light, green light.
You good
Oh,
boy.
man.
You good boy. Daddy loves you.
Yeah. He's a good guy. Yeah, he's a good dog. Yeah.
That
Now
is
you
just too
standing. Look
precious.
at him. This is what he does. This is what he does. This is
What is he
paw.
doing?
This is paw abuse.
What's more?
I sit Indian style like this, and he puts his
Yeah.
little paws right here on my leg, and he just stands right here, and he's just like, "Yeah, what's going on? Well, you forgetting about me? I don't know who you talking to, and you doing all this stuff on the computer, but I'm tired of it."
He said, get off the
That's all.
computer.
He like, come on now.
Say it's
You
time
gotta-
to go.
He's licking me. What do you want? What you want? What you want?
You gotta do
What you
shots
want?
of brownie. You gotta do
What
shots
do
of
you want? What do you want, Brownie? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my e-cigarette. What do you want, Brownie? What do you want?
He's like, I want chicken, motherfucker. Damn.
Is this what you want? Is this what you want?
Look at the dog on the bag. It's so cute.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It looks like Scooter. It looks like a white Scooter.
Better get one more of these damn things.
So we got 15 watching. Everyone hit the like, please.
See, these are freeze
How can you
dried.
tell how
100.
many's watching?
See
Because
this?
I got the other
Spot,
tab open.
Spot and Tango snacks for dogs are made for the highest quality
Oh yeah, those are
ingredient.
good.
No
Those
additives
are
or
good.
preservatives.
100% chicken
100%
breasts.
without antibiotics. You want that, Brandy? You gonna
Of
go
course
to your
he wants.
spot? You gonna go to your spot, boy? No, go to your spot.
Well,
No,
don't
go
give
to
him
your
another
spot.
one. He's got a full
Go to your
belly.
spot. There you go. Now,
There you
give
go.
me a
Says
shake.
who he doesn't got a full
Good boy.
belly.
Give me a shake. No, other paw. Other paw. Good boy. Good boy. Now,
Oh.
we'll put it right here. Red light. Red light. No. Red light. No. Red light. Red light. No. No. I said red. Red light.
He said, hell no, get red light.
Red.
Look how precious he is. Give it to
Red.
him.
Green.
Green light.
Good boy.
He's too precious. I couldn't stand it.
See, I had trolls trying to discount and say, "Oh, he doesn't know the difference between red and green." He knows exactly the difference between red and green. You just saw it demonstrated twice. He did not move. He had the urge to move because that's his natural dog instinct. You know,
Yeah.
like you can train even the most
No,
trained
that's
dogs
bullshit
still
because
show
I used to
little
tell
signs.
I used to tell Scrappy to go get your blue ball, and he would have a blue
Watch
ball,
this.
a red ball, and a yellow ball, and then
Oh
he'd go
shit!
get the
Hold
blue
on,
one.
Chi-Chi, I accidentally banned you. Hold on, it did it again. Watch this, Brownie. Go to your spot. That is his spot, and he knows it. If I tell him now, if I take this away and I say go to your spot, that's his other spot over there. That big memory foam mattress. That's a dog mattress just for him. If that's taken away, or if that door is open, more importantly, and I say go to your spot, he's gonna go straight up in there in the carrot, and he loves his little bitty crate. That's like a little wolf den cave for him.
Yeah, they like
No,
to go where they
Brownie.
can hide from.
What else? You done had 4 pieces of chicken. No, that's all you need. I love you. Hey, but you got food and water over there, boy. You ain't fooling me. You don't need nothing. You want me to trim your fingernails? He's like, oh shit, let me leave you alone.
So
You want me to trim your fingernails? Is that what your problem is? He don't realize what I'm saying.
My chihuahuas wouldn't even let us do that.
He barely does. I have to freaking hold him. I have to hold him down and shit.
Yeah.
Like
I bought that grinding. You ever see that little grinding thing that spins around and stuff?
Yeah, I have one of those.
that's what I
no,
have to
he wouldn't
use
let
that.
me do it. I have to take him to the
He would.
pet spot.
Mine won't let me do anything else. If I try to use a clipper, even if I'm doing it correctly, because the professional tried to use a clipper, I said it didn't work with me. I was like, but then again, I was like, I might have been cutting the cuticle, because I know about it, but you can still mess up, and you have to be careful.
You have to be careful not to hit the quick because that hurts.
The quick. But people, I mean, a lot of people ends up happening. All right, it looks like it just put her in timeout. Hold on. It didn't ban her, it put her in timeout. There. You should be out of timeout in about 10
you know
seconds,
what?
Chi-Chi.
I heard StreamYard changed a bunch of stuff around.
Who's deleting Chi-Chi's messages?
I did it accidentally. It's the StreamYard. Like, if you click on a name, if I click on your name once real quick and then my finger hits the screen again twice, now we see you. If it hits twice, it can land on user in timeout or ban user and
Yeah,
delete.
they need to change that back. That's stupid.
And it's already made it to where now, like I've personally, hidden Harlow now twice, and now I've hit Chi-Chi. And I hit Harlow just earlier today. So I've done it now twice in the same day.
Yeah, they changed everything around on it. I don't like it.
It's all right. It's just that now when you have a comment, you click on it and it pulls it up, and then it has the option to show on stage, delete comment, put user in timeout. The problem is if you have twitchy fingers or something like I do, sometimes I hit a person, I hit it once, and then my finger will go down and it'll tap one of those 4 buttons without me realizing it. And it could hit the delete comment button, but it's usually hit the ban button or the timeout button.
Yeah. Have you ever watched that video, Wild Animals Invading Cities?
No. I was gonna look up what you said.
It's awesome. The skinwalk, the mimics.
They're not skinwalkers. I swear to God.
I want to show y'all this guy in prison that's gotten out. They put him in the Boondocks. Like, he has a character in the Boondocks. Let me show you the Boondocks character.
You mean like the Boondocks is in that cartoon?
Adult Swim, yeah.
This guy, this was his episode in the Boondocks. This is a small clip. There was an episode where they go to, Tom takes them all to prison, and Tom has a fear of getting violated, basically, in prison. He fears somehow he's going to end up in prison in a crazy way, and that's going to happen to him. So he says, you know what, I'll take all the kids to prison and I'll face my fear head on. And he ends up going there, and yeah, he meets these guys right here. I don't know how much of this I can play.
Well, you can play it a little and then pause it and talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, wait, that's just a clip. Damn it. Hold on. No, but basically, and then there's another episode that they did with the Boondocks where Chris Hansen has set up in this house, and he's there, but not because he's trying to do something like Chris Hansen's there to catch somebody doing, but he's actually there to meet Chris because he's
I don't know what pedophiles. I don't know what's that.
No, it's
shit.
not. He's not a pedo. He's not a pedo. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
The most important thing in life is going to be booty.
Here's the guy.
A man's butt. Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food.
Hold on. Let me
The
go
most
back.
important thing in your life is going to be booty. Yeah, I better listen to a man's butt. Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food. It's more important than drinking water.
Look
If
at
I
all them
see a man I
kids.
like, I tell him like this here. I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, Tom? What's it going to be? I asked you a question, Tom. I don't want to answer. Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom. I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore. Sound like to me you wanted the hard way. Calm down. Now we take it over to prison. So back up. You can't have my booty.
He said, "You can't have my booty."
Oh my God.
Yeah, but he said you can't have. So that guy, that character right there, is based on this dude right here, and this is his. This is his NBC prison.
Right.
This is what got the Boondock people to make him in that, because they saw him on this right here. This is a little short
Kentucky
too.
State Penitentiary. We met
This is Kentucky.
a longtime inmate who practices a very different kind of homosexuality.
But we have sexual desires, right? So you got a bunch of men locked up in one place. All of them get hard. All of them horny. All of them got
I've
sexual
seen that.
desires. So what are they going to do? You won't let them have a woman. They going to have somebody's going to have to give us some booty. And it's just that simple.
The most memorable story
Fucked up
that the police
motherfucker.
told us was about the place and importance that booty has in
He's
a
such an
maximum
anomaly.
security
I can't help but
penitentiary.
laugh at his fucked
And
up
he went
ass.
on about it and on about it.
In his prison, booty. Booty was more important than food. Booty, a man's butt.
Now, see, he claimed when he got out that he did all this as an act because this was supposed to be to scare kids straight and it was going to be shown to the kids and stuff. But there's some disputes on, and I kind of think that he did do some violating while he was in there. He had to.
It was more important. I'm sorry. It was more booty, having some booty
Now he's on YouTube giving interviews.
was more important than
He
drinking
wasn't ever
water.
supposed to get out. Somehow he got out, though.
I like booty.
He
Johnson
claimed
went
that
on
he
to tell
cost
our
him a lot of
crew
money.
how he used to satisfy
Yeah.
his sexual desires,
Let's move on
especially
from
during
this.
the 1970s and 80s, when he was
Some
most
sick
active
shit.
and prison security was more lax.
I don't know why someone's trying to call me, but
When I
hold on,
see
y'all.
one,
Check this.
and he looks good to me. When I go see him, I say, "You come here." I tell you what, I like you, and I want you, and we can do it the easy way or the hard way. So the choice is yours, right? And it was always yes.
Johnson also had a warning for the new.
He said, and it was always yes. Where they like to.
Mm-hmm.
He said some sort of gangster style. He said, it's sexy to us, right? He said, but they wasn't prepared for this. He said, you come up in here sagging your pants, man, somebody gonna be up in your butt. It's just that simple. I mean,
That's disgusting.
doing that just he was doing that just to scare them. Like, that's one thing, but you know, like, I just can't help. He talks about right here how his portrayal in the Boondocks hurt him, and it's hurt him getting jobs and shit. And
Caught my
like, cause
finger
like
in the
now he's back out trying to. He's back
I
out
know
trying
who
to
you are,
reintegrate
Chris
into
Hansen.
society.
But see,
Look,
I called you
here's
Chris
his
Hansen.
character.
I watch your TV show all the time.
Oh man, so man, I don't know if y'all know about Fleece Johnson, but Fleece Johnson became really popular in my lifetime as a child when he was portrayed on the Boondocks in the episode revolving around Beyond Scared Straight. You feel me? And he was portrayed as the booty warrior on that whole situation. Now, the Boondocks did an episode where they basically parodied Beyond Scared Straight as well as goddamn To Catch a Predator.
You want to explain to me what you're doing here?
I came looking for booty.
You came looking for sex.
Oh
with
shit!
an
I remember that
underage boy?
episode.
Oh no, I ain't come looking for no little boys. I ain't got no milk, no cookies, nothing. I came looking for man's butt.
Yeah, they parodied both of those shows. And Fleece Johnson was a character, the star character of the episode. And
That's
basically,
sick.
he was there to scare the kids from going to jail because they got booty warriors.
He had all of his teeth removed in prison
That character
because
became
he
so
had
popular in
bit
the
so many
Boondocks
people.
franchise and just the world all around.
So they
And
removed
from
all
that
his
point, the
fucking
real
teeth.
person, Fleece Johnson, his
Holy
reputation has
crap.
preceded itself.
I like you, and I want you. Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
They took
The
his
man is
words
out of jail now.
verbatim.
He's out of jail now. He's doing interviews on a YouTube channel called Hustler Spirit. And he's saying, you know, that Boondocks episode as well as the documentary that he did.
Bro, Hillbilly, what the fuck do you want, bro? Like, you're not allowed up on my panel. You called me a
Ooh.
predator. You called me a diddler. Like, all this shit.
Who are you talking to?
Hillbilly is in my back chat right now. You will never
Hillbilly
be
or
allowed up here.
Hellbilly?
Hellbilly. You'll never be allowed up here. You
Oh,
and
seriously,
your little
fuck Hellbilly, dude.
You and your little nephew spokesman said you was gonna kill me. You said, quote, I'm trying to get you to kill this motherfucker.
Just ignore these banana heads.
And I don't want to hear about oh, it was for entertainment purposes, blah blah blah. Take that and shove it up your ass. Hold
Just
on.
remove
I want to
remove.
see what the fuck do you got to say, hillbilly? Spit it out. I ain't
Christopher,
got all
he's
night.
talking to you in the back chat.
Hold
Hillbilly,
on.
he
No,
doesn't want
he's up
nothing
here.
to
He's
do
up
with
here
you.
now. He's up here now. What the hell you got to say, bitch? You gonna speak?
Hey, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Hey, Troc, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
you
What up?
you
What up?
heard what
What up? No, no,
MRE
no.
said
Don't talk
today,
to
right?
Troc. Don't talk to Troc. Don't talk to Troc.
I'm
You
talking
up
to
here
Troc. I'm
talking to
not
me.
talking to you, you little faggot bitch.
What happened?
Okay.
No, I'm
Goodbye.
talking. Yeah, you can put my camera on. I'm here.
Fuck you,
Goodbye.
hillbilly.
Goodbye. Like, you don't get to come up here and demand who you get to talk to on my panel. He didn't say he wanted to talk to you, and I ain't about to make him.
I haven't talked to MRE in what? A while now. What's he talking about?
MRE went
Can
on
somebody
Filthies
please
today,
get
and
that account
apparently,
down
Oh,
there?
I
we'll
got
talk
it.
about it later.
From
We'll,
what,
Square,
from
we'll
what
talk
I
about
heard,
that later. Let's
from what
continue on this
yeah,
video.
from what I heard, he was supposedly begging him to not dox you and stuff, and if he could get you to stay offline. I'm like, oh, he's
Why
gonna
the hell
stay
would he do
offline
that?
now. Yeah,
That was
exactly.
portrayed or parodied
He
in
already put out your name and number. Just because he didn't put out, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
It has the last
I've done
effect of
that.
his life, and not all good.
I
man.
did that when I
First,
started on
first, I
YouTube.
want to play a little snippet to let Fleece explain how he even ended up in a situation with doing a documentary in the first damn place.
All of them get hard. It's called a skirt straight program. Bring juveniles in there. Scare them, tell them shit that'll deter them from getting in trouble. You know.
I don't know. What else do you want? What do you want to watch? Tell me something to put on. Because I be watching old shit. That's a freaking little bad habit of mine. What do you want to watch? What should I pull up? What are you interested to see? You want to see a body cam video? Maybe
I'll
Miss
be back.
Harlow's got a suggestion.
I have to take my dog out.
Oh, I
Maybe
didn't
Miss
see
Harlow
that.
has.
I just saw that.
Maybe
I
Miss
just saw
Harlow
that.
has a
How?
suggestion.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm trying to figure out why the one person in the chat did not ban them when they have a wrench.
I wasn't scrolled down. I just saw that now when you
Yeah,
sent me that.
Chi-Chi, you better be using your wrench, hon, because if not, like, I don't want to get into it with Chi-Chi. I
Maybe
mean,
she's not even here.
I'd be lying if I said that I still, like she was saying
I'll be
something
right back.
earlier about,
Yeah.
she said something earlier about how, remember the time I got kicked out of Bambi's for defending you? No, I don't remember that at all. Like, if Bambi could educate me or someone else, because I don't remember that. And I'm not going to lie if I were to say that.
Well, now you don't know if that person was still in the chat. She might not even be watching anymore.
I don't know. Yeah, she might not be in here right now. And I don't have any ill will towards her or nothing.
Yeah, I'll have to
And
keep an
she's
eye on the
welcome
chat.
here at the
That's
time.
my fault. That's my fault. I wasn't watching the chat.
No. It's okay. It's okay because I thought she was in here. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'll have no problem having her here and stuff. But like, if I were to ever see, huh? Do what? I know. I'll go out again. Anyways, what I was saying was that no. I don't have to go. But if I were to say that I don't have any reservations about still, like, because it's hard to fully feel comfortable when somebody is associating with you that, like, you don't know who they are. And I don't have to know everybody that's in here that's a mod or anything. It's just that she's someone that's around a lot, and it's just uneasy with all this troll bullshit, all the people that do the buddy trolling, infiltrating, pretend to be one way, and the whole time they're trying to just collect stuff or whatever, like trying to maybe potentially collect dirt or
yeah, that's why I swear. That's why
waiting for one of them to tell them, now's the time to reveal yourself as who you truly are.
Yeah,
Because they love to do that. They like to try to catch you off guard with that and be like, "Surprise, motherfucker! I was tricking you the whole time."
well, that's why you don't trust anybody. You're better off. But she's that particular person has been fine lately. But yeah, I agree. You never know. So, but let's move on. That's just that's going to happen a little here and there where you're going to have trolls come here and there, obviously. But let's move on. It's not a big deal. I thought you said it was hillbilly, so that was hellbilly because it says it in
That was
the
Hellbilly,
private
aka
chat.
Bird's bitch boy.
Well, whatever. Let's move on. What's this video?
Well, this is a jealous ex loses it when her man moves on. This is a body cam arrest type video, so shit's gonna get crazy. Let's check it
On
out.
December
You might
24th,
hold on,
2023,
pause it. Hold on.
officers responded to
You might want to. I can't do it. You might want to remove the link, and then if somebody wants it later, if you know,
I don't
we
care.
can send it
No,
to them.
they already look. If they've gotten the link, they got the link. They usually take a picture of it. They're forward thinking like that. I'm not going to worry about removing it. If anybody comes back there, I'll ban them. If I can't ban them real quickly, and they say something dumb or stupid or threatening in the back, that's all right. I'll collect it just like I have the others. I've got the other stuff logged from the other day. Like they
Hey,
keep
you know what?
doing
It
this,
might.
and
It's
here's
fine.
the
They'll
thing:
just do
it
it.
doesn't. One of them
It'll
might
take a
not
month or
even.
two.
One of them might not even be doing that stuff. But here's the thing: say they volunteer or get chosen or picked to be the one to show up at someone's house and try to do something. They end up getting fucking in trouble. Guess what? They're gonna go down for all that bullshit, whether they did it actually or not, because that was a threat, and then they came there. They like to try to say that if when they say for entertainment or educational purposes, that somehow gives them some blanket legal protection, like, oh, even though we just said about somebody's head getting smashed in, we didn't mean it as a threat. We meant it for educational and entertainment purposes. Well, then you go try to smash somebody's head. Guess what? That ain't gonna protect you. The prosecutor's not gonna say, "Oh, damn, y'all, he used a disclaimer. He got us beat." Like,
I could give two shits. It's all hearsay. Let's move on.
I could have a
Listen, that's the,
disclaimer. I could have a disclaimer, and if I said something like, "I'm gonna," blow. I'm not gonna finish the whole word phrase. If I said I was gonna blow, or do something and cause an explode, something. Even if I said for education, entertainment, like, guess what? There's probably a good 9 out of 10 chance I get a knock at the door about terrorism, homeland security. Who knows?
Oh yeah, I used to work with them. Don't worry about it. Listen, let's move on. That stuff's gonna happen for a couple months, maybe a year or two, but they'll go away. Don't worry about it. They have other things to do. I'm sure of
Okay,
it.
I'm back. I was just
Hey, honey.
wondering.
and her boyfriend.
I was actually very curious on why the fuck he came up here and thought he could fucking talk to you about what MRE said.
I have no idea. Who the hell
Like, is
knows?
MRE supposed to be your damn daddy or something?
No, my dad's already in heaven. I'm not worried about it. Let's move on to this video.
They think that Trump really doesn't. I think they've gotten themselves to believe.
I don't care what they think. Come on, let's move on. It's
Trump
not even
doesn't
worth
care about
entertaining.
me really or anything, so they think that they still have more pull with him, or they think that saying something MRE might have said or didn't say might get to him. But yeah,
I
let's
don't
move
know.
on.
If MRE ever has something to say, he could message me. He's got my number. And he hasn't, so don't worry about it.
Family will do that.
Who's this?
I just know, like, it's
What's
not a
this
good
video?
look for him to have been on a panel where they were attempting to try to dox Miss Harlow and talking horrible about her. This is a body cam video. I told you, arrest video. Let's check it out.
Yeah. Fuck off, Hellbilly. I don't know. What the fuck? All right, come on. Let's play this video. What's she growing pot? What's she doing?
Have a good day.
It's a
She
breakup,
getting
I think.
evicted? Oh, Jesus. Oh boy.
I tell her she's got to leave now. She doesn't want to leave. But doesn't. What's the
Go
She
to
don't
bed,
want to leave.
Hellbilly. Well, whatever the hell
I'm
it
not
was.
gonna leave.
What
I
was
live
that
here too.
Hellbilly? That
You
was
live here?
Hellbilly?
You
Yeah.
live here?
Yes.
You have
Yeah.
kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have kids.
Okay. How
Our
long you
kids
been
are here
together?
right now.
I don't
7
know.
years.
I don't know why.
2 years.
You
You
been
told me it's
here?
been a few days. No, like we just
Trying to
got back
interrupt the
together.
stream.
We just moved in. But we've been living here since last
What the
August.
hell is this going?
When did you
Oh
move
my
out?
god! I'm gonna have
When
to
did you
go
move
because
out?
I keep getting in trouble when I'm on a panel. This is ridiculous.
What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Do
Those were
what?
old messages. He said he's getting in trouble being on panel and then left. And I said, what are you talking about? He kept repeatedly asking me what this video was about, and I told him 3 times. Let me message him. All right, Miss Harlow, I sent him a message telling him to come back. Like, we're getting into the videos. Like, we don't have to talk about that junk. But I think he kept like going back to it, and then he saw the private chat just now, and I think he thought Hillbilly was back there. He wasn't. He was already
No,
back
it has
there. It's
nothing to
old.
do with Hellbilly. It has nothing to do with Hellbilly.
Yeah, it's just
It has
what
nothing to do with MRE or Hellbilly or anything else. It was
I
something
know. They're
else completely unrelated to this.
why is he saying he's getting in trouble for being on panel? Well, if you want to tell me privately. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to talk about it publicly. You can just message me. I mean, we don't need to talk about it publicly.
Months ago?
Okay, and then you moved back in 3 days ago.
Yeah, a couple days ago. I just turned on the electric. I mean, I'll leave. It's not a problem, but he's not gonna keep sitting there trying to harass me.
Right.
I told him to go upstairs.
with
to leave me alone
you,
so I can put my stuff in my car.
with you having moved out 2 months ago and then moving back in 3 days ago, I mean, technically that would violate the residency, as far as you having established residency. But I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to convince him to let you stay, or
No,
do
just
you
tell me
want
to
to
go upstairs so I
bounce?
can get my stuff in my car. That's it.
Okay. What's his name?
Give me.
Is this down here?
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, bro? If you want, just hang out over there, and I'll talk with him. Well, she just wants to grab her stuff and go.
Right there.
So
That's all she brought from home.
She have anything else upstairs?
No, sir. You can ask her.
Okay.
Y'all came from.
Huh?
I said, I don't know what y'all came from. You ain't even said nobody, ain't did nothing. Put the stuff downstairs.
Okay. Shouldn't have anything else in there?
No, sir.
Is that all you have? You said everything that you have is on the porch.
Yeah, right there. The rest of my stuff I put in my car.
So all you need is what's
Yeah,
here.
I just wanted to go.
Okay. Hey, boss, can you move off the stoop so she can grab it?
No, go over there where I was. I ain't did that, sir.
Go right back upstairs. You belong.
Hey, we're not going to do that.
Go back upstairs.
We're not going to
Go
do
back
that.
upstairs. I don't want you staying there. Go back upstairs.
Just grab your stuff so we can go.
It's not your house. It's not your name. Go upstairs now.
Okay, listen, we're not going to do that.
Go.
Stop. Stop. Ma'am. Okay, now we can walk back to the sidewalk.
Come on. Go upstairs.
Ma'am, come on.
Brownie, bless you, Brownie. Bless you.
Go upstairs now.
I'm not here to yell at people. Let's go. What's your name?
Oh, crap.
What are we doing?
Go upstairs. Go upstairs.
Look.
Go upstairs now.
Oh, shit.
Hey, stop it.
Stop.
Stop.
Oh, God.
Let me turn that down a little bit. Good Lord. Well, I'm so glad Miss Harlow's here with me tonight.
Stop resisting. I'm gonna chase you.
Holy shit.
Yep. That's what happens though when you freak out. They restrain your ass.
Stand for 1, 2, 3. All right.
I've seen them have to get these people that were absolutely not cooperative. I'm gonna look at a video of that next to show y'all a body wrap. Have y'all ever heard of the body wrap? They actually, I think it's actually called the wrap. They also have the chair in jails. Like if you act up in jail, they
I've
have this
seen them
chair they
put that
strap
thing
you
over,
to.
like the hood over their face. I've seen them do that.
Well, they do that, but in addition to that, they have this thing that's like a damn sleeping bag almost, and it completely locks your legs and bottom. You know, it locks you in it. It's almost kind of like a straight jacket in a way, but it extends down and covers, like, it envelops you in like this little sack, and it has these handles all down and up it to where they can, you know, a team of people can grab and carry you with ease by these little handles. And the only thing you can do is like maybe lean down some and lean back. That's it. Like you're locked in it. Like you can't move your arms, you can't move your legs. Like you're completely restrained in it. And it's kind of like the chair that they have in jails. When they put you in that, they can even lock you in the neck thing where you can't even move your neck or head hardly. I mean, and they put people in that to calm them down, because eventually you realize, like, you're not moving. You're not moving at all. The only thing you can move is your eyes. That's it. And twitch your fingers and toes.
Why did we do that? Why did we do that? No, you're gonna sit here for a second and think about what the Christmas Eve. You had to do that. Come on. You got it first.
She seems like a pretty young lady. Like, I hate that she's going through this. Let's check this out. The body wrap.
Why did we do that?
Because I'm heartbroken. He was supposed to be home to watch our kids, and he was.
Do they just use this on combative
Extremely
people? Is that what it's for?
Yeah, well, that and other stuff. This is the wrap, full body restraint. Let's see it used on a real person. Demanding drunk gets placed in the wrap. That's 40 minutes. Entitled 18-year-old causes complete chaos during arrest. Let's check this one out. She gets put in the wrap.
So now. Get out of the car.
On October 4th,
See how she's got that helmet on? They put a helmet on you and everything.
refused to leave her caseworker's
Oh, I see it now. Okay, yeah.
If you spit, they'll put the mask on you too.
She told me that she was.
So you
Holy
gotta
shit, Square.
understand.
Have you been
know what's
live all this time?
Yes, ma'am. You know what happens? Some people, like I did a lot of the live just listening to talk panel stuff and listening and reacting to it, and I was playing my game some. I'm not playing the game now. I'm more interactive with the stream now, but yeah, I've been live all this time. I went live way earlier, you know, and started out and was reviewing Dingus Dingleberry, and then I got onto some other stuff and court stuff, and then you guys had left, and then I started listening to talk podcast stuff and started playing my game and done that for a long time, and then started doing some more stuff. I heard from Troc and told you guys y'all should come over if you wanted to. But yeah, I'm just
Well, I just got a message from him, and little Track is sick, and I need to call him. She probably ate too much crap.
Ate too much what?
Ate too much stuff at dinner tonight. They ate a bunch of sweets and stuff. She's got a bellyache.
Oh, so you're gonna leave now?
Yeah, I'll try to come back up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tell him to give her some Pepto.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be back. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Stay with a friend here.
Let's continue the video.
So I brought her here. She was trying to get a hold of the friend. The friend wouldn't answer. Finally, he did. He said that he was like 2 hours away. So I said, okay, cool. Like, you can either stay here with your stuff or else we can move on also with him, for him there. She didn't want to do either or. So then she got a hold of that guy again. And he said that he wasn't staying here anymore. He decided to go somewhere else. I said, well, you need to start calling like friends, family, whoever, you know, to try to figure out like where you're going to stay, because we don't do placement after they're 18. Yeah. And so she's like, I don't have anybody. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, we're kind of SOL. And so she's like, just drive. And I'm like, well, where do you want me to take you? And I said, I have to take you somewhere. And she's like, well, just take me to the office. And I'm like, I can't take you to the office because you're over 18. Yeah. So I'm kind of like stuck because she doesn't have any money. Somebody apparently stole her money that I gave her on Friday because they get checks every month. She cashed it on Friday. She said she stayed at one hotel Friday and then she stayed with a friend. She ended up getting arrested, I believe, on Sunday for a warrant that she had out and battery on an officer as well.
What's her name?
Deja.
Ah, yeah, I know who she is.
Yeah.
I heard that.
She told me she was trespassed, but you guys never gave her anything, so. But I took her there to get her stuff. She got her stuff from there. That's who she's blaming that took her all her money. So I called my boss. I told her the situation. That's her calling right now. And she said, well, you need to talk to this.
Yeah. Let me talk to her, get her out. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you already did the favor of taking her around, which you don't have to, and it's just ridiculous. She hasn't got a job.
It's another story. So, yeah.
She's allergic to it?
Yeah.
She's allergic to
Yeah.
it?
She said she had a job at Dreams in El Paso. I guess that never panned out. I don't know what to do with her. And my boss says I can't stay with her all night, obviously.
Yeah.
She doesn't like to come first.
Of course not. Nobody does.
What happened?
Yeah, Deja.
What's up?
What's going on?
Nothing.
Nothing
I
at
want to
all?
talk to you later.
You don't need to talk to me, but you do need to get out of the car. Alright, she needs to take off.
Okay.
Alright,
Later. Get away from me. Now.
get out of the car.
Can you get...
Yeah, I'll move out the way, but you're gonna get out the car. She has to go do stuff.
I understand.
Okay, cool.
Goodbye.
Go ahead and unbuckle and get out.
Goodbye.
Just unbuckle and get out, ma'am. You can't stay in here.
I already asked you to go back to the CYD office. That is all I need to say to you.
How old are you?
Goodbye.
How old are you? Oh, Deja, you're the one that got arrested at.
You.
We don't need to go that way.
Yeah, we
You
don't
don't
need
know
to
me?
go that way.
And I don't know you.
Yeah, you don't know me.
Okay,
So don't try
but
to
I know
act
you're
like
18. I know you're 18.
I'm not 18. You got that wrong.
All right, how old are you?
Doesn't matter.
How old are you? How old are you?
Doesn't matter.
All right, what's your name and date of birth?
Why?
I have a lawful reason right now to identify
what?
who you are because you're not getting out of a state vehicle and they
I
requested
am a
me here.
CY. Okay. Then if you get the out of here and get the away, I'll step out of the car.
I step back for you. I just spell your last name.
I don't know.
You really want to go to jail?
No,
for
I'm trying to step out of the car.
Okay, unbuckle, and I'll step out of the
Get
way.
him.
I'll step out of the way, but you need to start unbuckling now.
No, you need to back the.
I'm telling you right now, Deja, you're not in charge right now.
No, I need you to back up and
I will.
respect my space.
Okay,
And
I'm not
back
in your space. I'm telling you right now.
Get this
All right.
away from
So
me.
go ahead and start
Before-
unbuckling now. There's no need for threats.
There's no need for you to be here or for you to try to talk to me, okay?
I was
Goodbye.
called out here. I was called out here.
Nah.
Right? So
Get him.
go ahead and stepping back, start getting your stuff and get out. So I'm telling you right now, you're getting out of that vehicle one way or another.
I'll get out of the vehicle when I'm ready to get out of the vehicle.
No, you're
When
gonna get out
gone.
now.
Alicia, get him the away from me.
She's the one that contacted me. So she needs my help. So Deja, go ahead and unbuckle and get out.
Unbuckled. Now
Appreciate
leave.
I
The
appreciate it.
out of my face.
Get out.
No, I need you to get the away from me.
I did. I stepped back enough.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. There's no need for
I'm
you to
done
raise your
talking
voice.
to you.
You don't need to talk. You just need to get out of the car.
Don't talk to me ever
You just
again.
need to get out of the car.
I'll get out of the car when I talk to my caseworker and you're gone.
That's not going to happen because she would call for my assistance.
Then I'll call for another officer's assistance because I'm done with this
Okay, go
conversation.
ahead
I
and call.
need you to get
You
away.
can call them if you want. You want me to call you one? I'll get you one right here, right now.
Can you get him away? Look, I'm out of the car. Now
Appreciate it.
get on your business and get the out of here.
You could go over there.
No.
You could go over there.
No.
Get out of the vehicle.
No.
Deja, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to get out of the vehicle.
For what? Because y'all trying to arrest me for what
I'm not arresting you. I'm just telling you, she doesn't want you in her vehicle. So you need to get out of the vehicle.
I don't want you near me. Oh, yes, I don't want you near me. No, leave.
That's not going to happen because you're not the one that called me.
Look, I'm out of the vehicle.
I appreciate it. Get your stuff in.
No.
You're not staying in the vehicle, Deja.
Yeah, leave.
Deja, get your stuff and get out of the
No,
vehicle.
I've actually talked to my
Nice.
caseworker. That's all it
Just stop for a
takes. I'll get my stuff out of the car when I'm able to talk to her and have a conversation with her when you're not involved.
Cool. It's okay. Just go ahead and get your stuff out.
No,
Deja.
this is why y'all think y'all have rights.
No, you think you have rights.
No, I know I have rights.
But you don't know them. But you don't know them.
You don't know them. You think because you're in a uniform, you're entitled.
I don't think I'm entitled to anything, ma'am.
Then can you step out of my motherfucking way and let me talk to my caseworker?
You get out of the vehicle and go over there, and you could talk to her right now. Your caseworker doesn't want you in this car. So I'm asking you nicely, please.
No, you're
go
not
ahead and get out.
asking me nicely.
I'm asking you, ma'am. Please step out of the vehicle and come over here. Do you have any other stuff in the car? Just this right
A
here?
lot of shit's in the car. It's all mine.
No, what? Yours?
Well,
Is this yours? What else is?
none of your business.
Deja, you need to get out of the car.
I need you to leave me alone.
I'm going to tell you right now. You need to get out of the car.
I need you to leave me alone.
Deja, get out of the car, please.
No, I need you to leave me alone.
That's not going to happen because I'm not called out here by you. I was called out here by your caseworker. They
Okay.
wanted assistance.
Okay.
Okay? So go ahead and get out, please. I appreciate that.
Out, fool.
Go over there.
No, I need you to do is stop talking to me and
It's
leave
not
me
gonna
alone.
happen. It's not going to
Then
happen.
you're not
Deja.
gonna get your way either, cause look, I'm out of the car.
Get all the
And
way
look,
out the
I'm back
vehicle.
in the car.
Get out of the vehicle.
I need you to literally leave me the literal alone for 5
To
seconds.
take off?
Do I have to take
Yeah.
Like, I kind of did, but I'm trying to
Okay.
talk.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. We're just trying to figure out the options, but we don't have.
I've been trying to figure
Okay.
out options.
Well, they try to help you.
I
and
ain't
then
talking to you.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that she's talking to her boss and they ain't got options.
I know who she's on the phone with.
Okay, well, get out of the car. Stop yelling, please.
No.
You know there's a charge for that as well, right?
Yeah, okay, and?
Yelling and shouting.
Okay,
So you're
and?
just adding charges to your...
I'm not doing shit. I need you
You
to leave
are.
me the
You're
alone.
not getting out.
You're not leaving me alone.
At this point, I'm not
I
gonna
don't
leave
feel
you alone.
comfortable getting out of
That's
the car
fine.
with you
That's fine.
around.
Get out.
No,
I'm telling you right now, this is your last chance.
I'm out.
All the way
Get
out.
off.
Get out all the way out of the vehicle. All the way. Go over there.
No.
Step over there.
No. Get.
Step over there, away from the vehicle. Deja, I'm only giving you one more chance.
I've been out of the vehicle
Now
3,
get
4,
over
5,
there.
6, 7, 8, 9 times.
Now get over here,
Put
Deja.
your hands on me for no reason.
I have every reason to put my hands
No,
on you, so
you
you need to
really
get out of the way.
don't.
You're causing a scene for no reason.
You're causing a scene.
Get away from the car. Get out. She has to leave. She has other things she has to do.
Then I can talk to my caseworker.
Yeah, talk to her over there because she doesn't want you in her car.
And I don't want you near me, and I don't feel
Okay.
comfortable
As soon
walking
as you
away
get out of the
from
with all
car
your
with you
stuff,
around.
I'll leave. As soon
No,
as you get
you won't.
Yeah, because this is all the reason I'm here for. Is for you sitting in that car. That's the only reason I am here, Deja.
The only reason I'm still in this car is because you are here now.
Okay, well, get out.
No.
I'm going to give you one more choice, all right? And I'm going to go to my car.
I'm up.
I'm telling you right
What?
now, Deja, get out of the way.
I am out of the way.
Go over there.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to walk to my patrol unit
Go
right
the
there.
ahead. I don't
and
care.
Get all your stuff and get out. Get out of the car before I physically do it.
To physically get
Yes,
me out of
I
the
will.
car if I've been out of the car.
Okay, so move so I can close the door
No.
and get out of it.
Let me talk to my f***ing case.
She don't want to talk to you. If she did, she would be talking to you. She wouldn't have called me, right?
I'll call another caseworker.
All right. Well, you could do that out of the car.
You can let my caseworker tell me what the
Okay. Ma'am, do you want her out of the car? She's going to tell you right now.
Do we want her out of the car? Unfortunately.
Yes. Get out of the car. Your caseworker wants you out. So get out of the car, please.
Okay, I'm out of the car now.
Go
Back
over here.
away from
Come
me.
over here.
Back
Get all your stuff.
Oh,
Get all your stuff and get out of the car.
I can't carry all my shit. It's gonna stay in the car, regardless.
Actually not. Because if she
I
doesn't
was
want
already
it there,
told that it could be stayed in the.
you're good with her property?
She has a bunch of stuff in the back.
That can stay?
My boss says that can stay.
For now?
She's okay with me taking it to the office.
Are you okay with her taking it to the office?
Are you done here?
Are you okay with taking it to the office? No, I'm not.
Then
Yes
I'm
or no?
not answering your questions.
What do you have that you could take on you right now?
I'm not taking anything on me. I'm waiting for you to leave me
Then
alone.
get out of the car.
I am out of the car.
Get completely out of the way so she can leave.
No.
And I'm gonna walk over here, get what stuff you
I
need.
don't care what you need to walk over and do. Walk over and do so.
Okay. I'm gonna walk away for now, but when I come back,
I don't
when I come
Get
back,
out. Don't stand to me. Get the away.
don't put your fucking hand in my face. I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't touch me and don't put your hand in my face.
touching you.
I'm telling you right now, don't put your hand in my face. All right.
Where's it at, G? Where's it at?
Okay. So now,
Bye.
get out of the car. Get out of the car. I don't give a fuck. Don't get in the car.
Hey, Truck.
Hey, I straightened that out. Little Truck had a stomach ache.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't talking about you. I was freaking. I was pissed about
I know. I know.
I was pissed about the hellbilly jerk off.
I know.
What'd this girl do?
She's not being very nice to the police.
Oh, I can't stand when they whine like that. Put a
Basically
muzzle
what
over.
you get when you have entitled children.
Her troubles have just started. She gonna end up in the rap. Y'all finna see the rap.
There's such a thing as a rap.
Y'all are about to see somebody get placed in a modern day torture device. Some would call it.
That's what they are.
Look, she's like, no, I'm entitled. I'm entitled. Let me go.
Pretty much. That's what her problem is.
Look, she won't let me go. She's like, stop. Hold on.
Hey, pause it for a second. I want to say something. Pause it for a second.
Speak your mind, boy.
I don't understand why they put them in a car. That drives me nuts. And then they take them out of the car and put them in another car. Just throw them in the fucking. In my town, listen, in my town, if I was getting caught, they would throw me in the car and they would take me to the police station.
The reason why that is sometimes they do it at first, then they realize how they're acting. They're like, well, that car don't have a lot of safety stuff. So sometimes the vehicles have different equipment equipped in them. But so that would probably be my reason for that. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
It doesn't work like that in my town. They fucking hit you in the head, you get in the car, and they take you down to the fucking precinct. Simple as that.
Well, you know, in a lot of some of these other bigger cities and stuff, they've had a lot of lawsuits and stuff where people didn't follow their manual and procedure and the code that's outlined. So now they do everything by the damn book.
Yeah, well, okay, so they want to move around and scream and shit. You get sprayed with mace, they fucking hit you over the head, and they throw you in the car.
I tell you, one of these things is that, you know, people don't realize, but police, you know,
I mean, it's in the damn little warning they tell you. Anything you say can and will be used. Not maybe, not we'll take it into consideration and we'll look at the whole situation. No, no, no.
Right.
Everything you say will be
Be used against you. Yeah, and with and here's the thing: the jackboot bullies, what they do is they allow you to do even more stuff wrong, so that they can throw more charges on you. That's why, if you're smart, you keep
Like
your
they
mouth
tell
shut
people that
and you get in the
tell
car.
people that, and somehow people still miraculously think, "Oh, I should talk because I'll be able to help talk myself out of this." Like, no, like
Yeah, right.
they give people a lot of shit when they don't talk to them, but that's
Yeah.
because the cop knows now that they got to really work and do their job if they're gonna get a
Oh, they get
conviction.
more.
If there
Yeah.
even is a conviction, sometimes they're just fishing for shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes like I've seen cases where they end up finding a gun and marijuana, but guess what? The stop was over some bullshit and there was no right to search them, and so the shit gets thrown out because it's fruit of the forbidden tree.
Yeah, they got
Like if they do something procedurally wrong, even if they find a dang BOMB in the back of your car, technically they got to drop it and let it all go. I mean,
Did you ever see
fucked
that
up.
one? Did you ever see that one with the meth head? He pulls the old man over, and there's a bomb under his seat, and it
Yeah,
blows up.
no, not in his seat. It was in his damn. It was in his seat, and it was a
Yeah.
damn little homemade pipe thing
Yeah, it was a
set
pipe
up,
bomb.
and it went off.
Yeah, pipe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that was
PVC, a damn PVC pipe bomb.
it was nuts. Yeah, the cop got even more pissed. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll show that video next so Harlow can see it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Jesus.
No. Put your foot in. Please tell me what time we got. I'm not gonna do that until you put your foot in. Huh? Put your foot in. I don't want to get out of the car. She told her to get out. She's 18. So I gave her a lot. She didn't want to move. Ridiculous. Put your foot in. I got resisting now. I'm gonna give you one last opportunity. You already tell me what's going on. Not until you file what you think of. No,
Uh-oh. Y'all see this? They had the wrap out.
Yeah.
That's the wrap. Sam's got seatbelt buckles and shit. Damn.
Please just stop. It's fine. I'll stop.
She's gonna put her in mind, so you don't put the ball.
It needs to be buckled up. It needs to be loosened up. I'll stop resisting, okay? I'll stop. What the f? Please! This isn't right! This isn't right! This isn't right!
See how they literally just carried her like a team and just put her in there like a pretzel?
Hey, act like a grown adult. Act like a grown adult to stop screaming. Then I'll let her come to the window.
I'll be right back. I gotta get some ice.
Do you understand? Calm yourself. Stop yelling. Act like an adult, and I'll bring her over here.
All
No,
right.
you're not. You're still screaming. I will bring her over here if you just calm down and act like an adult.
The woman persisted in screaming and was then transported to the hospital due to hitting her head while being placed in the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly.
Then she starts hitting her head.
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
That's what they do.
Because you're going to jail.
Why can't she meet me there?
Because you're going to jail.
He said because you're going to jail.
You're an adult and you're going to jail.
I'm going to the hospital.
Yeah, but you're going to go to jail right after.
18 years old. He's like, oh yeah, you're going to the hospital, but you're going to jail right after.
Adult, and you don't need somebody to go with you.
Yeah.
No, she's not. You're in my care now.
I'm not in your care.
Yeah, you are.
Because you want me to be in your freak.
You're in my custody. You're in my
And you
custody.
assaulted me.
Damn, calling him a freaking predator.
Right to.
Give you every chance.
Charges against you.
You
You're an assault.
You can.
You monster.
That is your.
He's taking glee in the fact that he's like, yep, you're in my care now. He's like, he is kind of taking some glee in the fact that he has her arrested because he's like, this little entitled, spoiled brat.
Right.
You
Yeah.
weren't allowed to grab me and you f***ing knew it.
Yes, I can. You're not allowed in that car. That's not your car.
This ain't your car.
You're not allowed to look on.
Your actions are what caused this.
It didn't end there.
Look, they can just lift her up like that with ease. And she's squirming around like a little worm.
No, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right.
Man, I would hate to be in that
I'm trying
thing.
to keep my fucking cool.
Look like a damn Riri
It's that y'all want.
with that damn helmet on.
What's the point of it?
Yep. Well, they do that so they don't hurt themselves.
Doesn't matter. Did you see all that has happened before you got there? No, you haven't. You haven't. So, like, I don't want him near me. I don't want him around. He doesn't need to be around me.
You need some water?
No, I need you to leave me alone.
You're in my custody.
I don't care. I don't need you to talk to me or anything. Just leave me alone.
He said, you're in my custody.
I can talk if I want to. I don't need you around. I don't need you to get the back the up. That's not right.
How do I sound?
This is what parents are producing, y'all, in this day and age.
Am I lagging at all? Because I'm not home
No,
yet.
you're coming in fine, bud.
Oh, good. Cool.
Yeah, I'm like a child. You're the one that's been in the hospital. I don't give a f. You're the one acting like a 5-year-old. I got you. You're the one that's been doing all of this.
If I was one of them cops and she said something smart to me, I'd be like, you're the one in a helmet right now looking ridiculous because you can't act right.
Look. She's trying to get up the thing. Look.
No, okay, I don't want him near me. That's literally it.
To the bench.
Yeah, that's a great way to fall and bust yourself. Like, because she cannot stand up or anything. She will trip right off that fucking thing.
Yep.
No, I said no. Get the f away.
She's taking a picture of her. Technically, they kind of have to do that, but I think it's kind of messed up how they do it on their cell phone. But they do it on their cell phone because they have an app on there or whatever for the police department, and they can upload photos and stuff like that. But yeah, like one time when I first got arrested for the bullshit I got arrested on, when I just gave this guy a ride and he used a forged check, and I didn't know because I stayed outside. I just gave him a ride, and then a month later they came and got me. When I got taken in the police station, like one of them told me to stop for a second, and they said, look here, and it was at the time like when the iPhones had just came out, the first iPhones or whatever, and they had some of them in the department, some of the guys, and they took a picture of me on that fucking iPhone, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I did not like that.
The woman received medical clearance and was then transported to jail.
Medical clearance. Damn, they put a spit mask over her ass now. She's freaking out because she's never been treated like that, and she's getting a real taste of what police can actually do.
What's she on?
I don't know, but it's for her to have
What are
this.
we gonna do at the jail?
at our place.
I know.
Why would you just take her straight there?
She keeps acting like this. I don't want to leave her in this.
Yeah.
In this forever. So I like to get her, if possible, straight to the DC.
Okay.
If you want to take her straight to the DC and do the paperwork there, I'm good with that too.
Okay.
Good God. That car ride.
You already had that chance.
Good Lord, I can't tell you anymore. What happens when they get to the police station? I want to see what happens when they take her out of this.
Yeah. When they get to the police station, they book her and throw her in a cell.
Get a chance to search her. You gotta put her in this right away, so you guys know.
The woman was charged with concealing identity, resisting arrest, and battery on a peace officer. What are your thoughts on the police officer's handling of the situation?
Damn, battery on a police officer too. They hit her with a bunch of shit. Let me find that dude, that pipe exploding.
Yeah, there it is.
Here's the full video.
What's the matter, officer? I had a bad back.
This guy's just got methamphetamine written all over his ass.
Come on. Whose tag's on this car?
My ex-wife.
Okay, well, why is her tag on your truck?
I send her the money every month.
It's not registered to this truck.
Don't even tell me that.
I'm telling you, man. You got your license on you?
Yes, sir, I do. Give me just a second.
And you got the registration?
Come for you. Tell you at home.
Where were you headed, buddy? Can I open the door?
Yeah, go ahead. The Lowe's?
You're headed to Lowe's?
Yeah.
Lowe's
Like
where?
the wrong way.
Yeah, you're not even freaking close to Lowe's.
I've only lived down here 4 years. I've been to Lowe's 10 times.
Oh. Where are you coming from?
Oh, what the hell is that? I have to look at my phone.
Anything in the car you know about guns, drugs, bombs?
I
No?
got a 22 pistol right there in the seat.
Literally got everything in the car he just asked about.
No dope or nothing in the car?
No, sir.
You don't use drugs?
No.
Just the stuff
Yeah,
to make it.
weed,
A
yeah.
chemical pipe
I was
bomb.
gonna ask. Is there any weed in here?
A couple roaches, maybe. That
Yeah, I thought I could smell some.
I ain't lying about nothing.
Well,
So when I
because
search
he's
the
admitted
car,
that, now he's got the right to search.
I can search it? I can search the car?
I can't believe he's still asking for consent.
So what are these dope baggies in this cigarette pouch right here for? You use cocaine as well?
No. I got 6 heart attacks.
Okay. Well, what does that have to do with the 3 baggies with the white substance in that cigarette pouch right there?
Don't know.
Hop out for me, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Listen, man, I don't want to take you to jail, but if you're not going to be honest with me, man, you're going to go to jail.
No.
Okay? So why don't you be honest with me? Okay, is there any crack or cocaine in this car you need to tell me
No,
about?
sir.
Okay, then what's in that?
Whatever. I couldn't tell you there. I don't always have the truck.
Okay. Because I don't believe that story, to be honest.
No, I can pee in a cup and all that.
That doesn't do anything for me. See these little dime baggies?
Yep.
These aren't yours.
Oh, yeah, them are mine. I ain't gonna lie. I had them for weed.
Weed? There's nothing in them. I guess the white stuff I saw was like dust or something.
Yeah, I've been cutting wood for the last 3 months.
Have you ever used cocaine or anything?
When I was about 19 years old.
Okay, anything in your pockets?
Yeah, that's a long time ago. I doubt that's true.
Cigarettes.
01429. It's a 27. Will not be my number.
Yes, and you got guns, drugs, knives, or BOMDs in the car, and he literally should have said yes, because technically he has all those things.
Yep.
Who are you on the phone with?
There's a damn pipe underneath the seat. Like a meth type pipe, I think. He ends up finding too.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. $300 West River Road?
Yes, sir. I got that property there.
Gotcha. Okay.
I got property at Pomona Park. I've cut trees down there. Trees down on my car.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's better than falling out.
It goes off, and he's like, "What the hell was that?" And the dude's like, "I don't know."
That didn't sound good. I can search pockets?
Yeah.
He's like, "Can I smoke a cigarette?" He's like, "No, fuck you." He's like, "You just had something explode on me."
Dang, I wish I had that much money.
That ain't much as long.
Good.
It's mostly one. Money, I'm pretty cheap.
So. I'm gonna put this back in your pockets here.
I think this is about the part where it happens almost.
My phone, something like that.
Yeah, of course, man.
I had it in different boxes.
No, you're fine, brother. It ain't illegal to possess money. Like I said, I wish I had some money.
It's pretty close to the first of the month. So
You're probably gonna steal your money.
Oh, I got you.
I'm getting caught up on my project.
Here, walk up here with me. Will you stand in the front of the truck?
Uh-oh.
Got this truck there a couple months ago.
You're not a convicted felon or nothing, are you?
I've never been arrested in my life.
Good.
You're about to be.
Yeah, you do got these little dime baggies everywhere. Will you stand at...
Some in the store one time and it blew all over the place.
Stand at the front for me.
I ain't never cleaned the truck out.
Oh, yeah?
I bought it from a guy that owned the junkyard.
Oh, there's the gun. He probably got charged with a bunch of crap, knowing that he had that next to the other thing and the drug residue. I don't know if he had any drugs per se, but he had drug
To be
residue.
honest with you, I'm not sure. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, yeah. 1429, 99 on a signal 0. Five 500-574-170.
Just checking the gun serial number.
Ruger 22. Come on. Yeah, there's your roach.
I told you I didn't lie about it.
No, you didn't. I knew I could smell it. Yeah?
Uh-oh,
What kind of
meth
pipe
pipe.
is this?
Not a clue. I hadn't been in the truck.
That's a methamphetamine pipe, sir.
I've had 6 heart attacks. I ain't smoking no more.
Well, it looks like you are. There's your weed.
Oh, he did have some drugs on him.
Listen, man, is there any meth in here? Just be real with me, brother.
I'm serious as a heart attack. No,
Listen, this is a meth pipe, okay?
Yeah.
There's methamphetamine in that, okay? So if you would just be honest with me, I will help you out. But if you do not be honest, man,
That's a lie.
playing with stuff. There's no messing.
He's gonna book your ass and stick you.
Yeah,
He just wants to make it easy on him.
Is there any chance I'm gonna find meth in this car? Are you sure?
No, but you might
How
get
sure
blown
are you?
up by something that helps makes it.
Well, so you smoked methamphetamine yesterday.
Oh,
Use
now
any
it
other
went
kind
from
of
I don't
drugs?
do that, I don't use the truck all the time to I smoked it yesterday. Well, that means you still flying high as a kite today. He hiding the motherfucker. Oh shit, he's got it in his hand. Don't fuck with it. Oh, he just activated it. That's the problem. He just activated that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's good.
Boom, there it goes.
What the fuck?
See, y'all can see him twisting it and messing with it right here. He's got it right there. That is a chemical type homemade thing where I think the way he uses it, or they use it when they're making meth, like shake and bake, like they activate that, or I don't know what it's used for. I don't think it was made to be like something to attack somebody. It's used in the It's used in the production of drugs. Well, watch this shit though.
I think he explained.
He's twisting it right there, and that's probably what it takes to set it off. And he twists it. Look, he gives up. He puts it down there.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, that was about a good 10, maybe 10 seconds or so, a little delay in between him twisting it, setting it down, and it going off.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? He said. He tried to get. Hey, he tried to give him water. Did you see? He tries to give him water.
He didn't try to give him a warning.
No, water. He tried to give him a water. Watch, he gets him a water.
He's like, what the fuck was that? He's like, I don't know. He said, what the hell was that?
Fire. Something just exploded in
He
this
should
truck.
get in the car and drive away. Are you seeing this, Hollow?
Right now he's in shock, but watch this. He's about to arrest him. He's like, fuck this motherfucker. I think that was the airbag, he said.
Yeah, that's an airbag, all right.
What the fuck was that, man? Hey, come here. Now, put your hands behind your back. I don't know what the fuck that was, man. I got screwed. Which way? Fucking sit right there. Fuck. I honestly don't know what the hell that was. It's nasty smelling. Did you put them in the front? No, fuck you.
He said, no, fuck you. Oh, shit. Y'all got something y'all might want to watch, or I'm going to find something else. Let me see. This one California cop was caught with a woman in the back seat of the police car. He locked himself in there while he was in there messing with her. Like, they start fucking flirting on the body cam and shit's crazy. Family tries covering up entitled teens DUI hit and run. Holy shit. What?
You're coming off as you're coming off as you're going to be uncooperative. So obviously you guys are covering for someone here.
On May 11th, 2024,
Uh-oh.
officers were dispatched in response to a reported hit and run, possibly involving a DUI. The suspect, a red Lexus, had initially fled the scene but was later located parked around the corner, unoccupied. While officers were gathering the victim's insurance information, The Lexus unexpectedly drove past the scene.
Started through your guys's.
We need to call. Well, there's pizza right there.
816. My driver just drove past me.
Holy shit. I can't believe he drove right by him.
Yep.
Like, that's smart. You was just in a hit and run. You get away, and then you're going to go back out driving. Very fucking smart.
Did you say the driver just drove past you?
I mean, I wouldn't do something like that, but if I did and I got away, my ass would have parked somewhere obscure.
Copy, because that Lexus is not there anymore. It took off.
Yeah.
I would have laid low. I probably wouldn't even drove that car for a minute. Maybe not ever again.
He's got a flat and heavy front end damage.
Yep. I just had a question. All right. So your vehicle that you own was involved in a crash. All right. And ultimately.
Wait, my vehicle was involved?
Yeah. I'm gonna explain.
Yeah.
So you're on a Lexus, right? Red SUV. Okay.
My wife does.
Your wife does. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're identified as a driver involved in the crash.
Who is?
You are.
Why am I involved in the crash?
You have been identified, but between witnesses and an officer, as we've been trying to locate you, you passed him, you turned on his lights to turn around, and then you turned off a side street. Ultimately, what I'm getting at, let me finish.
Yeah.
We'd prefer to resolve this. The vehicle struck another vehicle at the lowest level.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it to be any more significant.
Yeah.
So that's the goal.
One of our
Okay.
cars struck another vehicle, we will pay for whatever we got to pay for.
Okay. Do you have your ID on you?
Yeah. But I was not driving that vehicle.
Okay. Well, we'll go over everything here in a few minutes.
There you go.
So where did you just walk from?
I might do a big loop from all the way down here.
Okay.
Yeah. But look, if our car is involved in something, we'll take care of it.
Who would have been driving it?
My wife.
Your wife? Okay. Do you have her phone number? I can call her, or the vehicle's nearby.
Hey,
But
I'm here with an
someone can check
officer
the
who
area.
identified the
He's just walking past me.
I think it's his daughter that's actually done it, and they're trying to cover for her.
Probably.
Because he wasn't in the car. He didn't do it.
No, I just wanted her phone number, but yeah, I'll talk to her.
614.
Okay. Hey, Kelly, it's Officer Vogt here with the Arlington Police Department. Yeah. So I just stopped out with Edwin here. We're at Woodstock and Ramsgate. You can just hang out right there for me, sir. There's a report of a crash where a vehicle struck another vehicle and then, left the area. Doesn't seem like anyone's injured at the time or anything like that, but we've been looking for the vehicle. And as I've been circulating the area, this is where I made contact with Edwin. And he's been identified as the individual in the other vehicle. And so... Yeah, my husband. So at this point, we're trying to locate the vehicle, but that's why I'm out with him. So just so you have an idea, are you home currently?
I am on my way home.
No problem. Okay. And what vehicle do you operate?
Well, usually I drive the Lexus.
Okay. And so would you be the one to have the insurance for that?
Yes.
Could you by chance maybe send it to him so that way we can document it?
Yeah.
For the other party? And no immediate rush. I mean, take your time. We're still in the beginning phase of just trying to square this all away. So
I'll look for that and send it to him.
Okay, thank you. And if we need anything further, I'll be in touch with you.
Great.
Okay, thank you. How far
you said our car was in an accident. Yeah. Let's pay for everything, take care of it.
Well, then the next step is to determine, and make sure we have the driver as well. Because the last thing we want to charge someone with is additional charges for, lying and things like that. Where did you just walk from?
Well, officer, look, if you're telling me that there's a charge, then obviously it sounds like anything else. So that's probably where you should go.
But I thought you weren't driving, so then
I
at what
wasn't,
point?
but you're obviously saying people identified me, which is impossible because I wasn't driving and it's dark out, so I don't know how.
Well, can we locate the vehicle? Can we do that?
Yeah,
Where
we'd
would
love
we
to.
be able to
I
find
have
it?
no idea. I have no idea.
Well, it sounds like your wife is already on the home and she's not driving the Lexus, so it wasn't her. So then where would the vehicle be?
We need to find the vehicle. But
So then how do we find it if she's not driving it?
This is
You're
all
pulling
stuff
my
I wanna
leg
find out.
over.
I am not pulling your leg. I want to take care of any cost. You're telling me there's charges coming now, and if there's charges coming, then I should probably have a leg.
He may be covering for somebody else.
You're clear. I have a vehicle here pulling in.
Copy. There's 3 white males wearing white and blue shirts. That might be them.
You're clear. I have a female and a younger male. Hello, ma'am. How's it going?
Good. I'm just getting my insurance card.
Okay, I'm Officer Johnston, Upper Arlington Police Department. Are you aware of what's going on tonight?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Do you know who was driving that car during the accident?
I do not.
It's pretty convenient.
Let me get my insurance card.
No weapons or anything inside the house?
No.
Okay. It's a pretty serious matter, okay?
Yeah.
They hit another car.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were going to call and get the insurance
But
information.
whoever was driving didn't, and they took
Right.
off. That's an arrestable offense. Number 1 right there.
Well, no.
Number 2, if they've been drinking, that's also an arrestable offense. And I feel like we're already out with your husband.
Right.
He's being very uncooperative with us. You're coming off as you're coming off as you're going to be uncooperative. So obviously you guys are covering for someone here. Am I wrong?
I'm just wanting to get my insurance information.
Am I wrong?
We were going to get the insurance information and put it on
Okay.
the car. That's all.
You're-
We're just trying to get the information for you.
But you know who was driving. You're covering for probably him. A16 was. I need him to come out here right now. The mom has the driver at the residence. He is inside at this time. I need him out here right now.
Copy. Was he 24?
I don't know. He walked past me and went inside. Mom just came off the info that he was driving.
Right now, you're just going to be detained. Right now, you're going to be detained. We're going to take you back to the initial scene of the crash. That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
So it sounds like was your son was driving the vehicle. We just confirmed that. Okay. She's with him right now. So why don't you let them handle that? We have an officer at your residence right now.
Damn.
So the good news is maybe I can help you find this car and get home.
Hey, I'm being detained, and I
Yo.
guess an officer's coming over.
What's
At
this?
this point, let's locate your car. Can we do that? All right, I'm going to give you your ID back.
Yep.
But
I'll
maybe
check
we
him
can, is
out.
that where you're in the area to try to find it? It's okay if you are. At that point, we're okay.
What are you
Maybe
talking
don't
about?
take it. Let's try to, but you don't know where it is.
So it looks like his son was driving, and they were trying to protect his son.
Go ahead, turn around, put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your palms together. It's more comfortable that way. Palms together like you're praying. Behind your back. Okay, right now you're being detained.
Hey, I'm getting off here. I'm going to go to bed.
Okay, and that's being under
Good night,
investigation for
Natalo.
OVI as well.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Good night, hon. All right. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, man. Appreciate you coming by, hon. Goodbye. Yeah, all right, man.
Are you leaving too?
Yeah, I gotta get up and do some stuff in the morning. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what time it was.
Oh, that's all right. Have a good night.
Well,
man.
I'll be
Thanks for
back.
coming by.
I will be back. All right.
Hit that like button for me, for it, brother.
I do
All right, bro.
it. I do it before I even come on.
Thank you, man.
You're detained right now.
All right, bro.
So.
I'll holler at
Here,
you.
how old are you?
18.
Okay, so you can make your own decisions, or you can ask mom. Are you willing to talk to me? You're an adult.
I would like a lawyer.
Okay, that's fine. All right, go ahead, walk this way with me.
I would like a lawyer, smart young man.
Well, he's being
But
detained
not
right now,
too
just in the
smart
back of my
for
car.
doing the
I'm
hit
not
and
going
run.
anywhere. Okay.
He could have done.
They're on the scene with your husband in the
But-
car.
Go get him.
He might be thinking that he can somehow get out of it or get out of a DUI. He probably got home and shit, got his mom to pick him up, and he probably freshened his breath as much as he could if he was drinking. You know, he probably did as much as he could to try to hide, but they'll do blood on him, whatever. They can confirm it, probably. So he's going down.
We got
Not
the
that
license plate off the
smart.
car.
Not
Came
too
back to this
bright.
address. This
The
is
only
where I've
thing
been.
smart he
So I
did
don't know
was
the
say
totality
lawyer.
of the circumstances that they have down there, but this is where we're at. Okay. Someone called in, said he hit a vehicle, took off.
Yeah, he
Okay.
didn't take off. He just came home to get the insurance information.
Okay, that's here, there, or
Yeah, whatever.
okay. He doesn't want to answer any questions. That's fine. That's his right.
Oh,
That's
That's fine. I'm
bullshit.
not.
He took
Yeah,
off.
correct.
I mean, that's
Correct.
not against him.
Don't,
Yeah, correct.
man.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, this is the
So
problem.
You know,
This mom doesn't teach her son accountability because she's not even willing to hold him accountable when it comes to the law and the cops and something
well, if you're
serious
trying
like
to get
this.
somebody,
as far as attorney,
He's gonna be a
you
little
can
monster.
try, but yeah, probably Monday morning.
He's gonna end up
Like I
beating
said, he's been
women and
advised of
shit. He's
his
gonna be
rights.
another Kyle's
So
Nickery.
it's
you
Smickery dickory vickery doc.
number for your phone.
2 o'clock on the clock. The clock strikes. Doc. Hickory dickory vickery
Is
doc.
he allowed to text his lawyer?
I'm not
3
going to let
o'clock
him
on the
text
clock
anybody in the
strike.
back of my car. That's just a safety issue.
All right. Do you want to?
I will if you bring him
Hickory
his phone
dickory
out
vickery doc.
and he wants to be cool with me, which he
Just
has been
watch
so
out,
far.
the clock
Yeah,
will
which
drop.
you have been so far.
I do not have my phone.
Okay. He has
Okay.
the number.
Yeah.
I don't have the number.
Okay.
Oh, Victory got
It's
3
upstairs, I think.
domestic violent felonies.
Oh my god.
His
You did run though, brother.
name was Kyle
Have a seat, watch your head.
Ray Victory. He hails from the part of Muskegon, Oklahoma.
Nothing. Just send me Brad's phone number.
Around Fort
Send me Brad's phone
Gibson
number.
Way.
No.
Yes, I'm good.
He's had 2
He smells like it. He
POs
won't do
on
any
his
testing, but
record.
every word he said, and I smell it on him. He's
And for those that
appears to be
don't
too
know, that means protective
Well, I said
order
that it appears that her and the dad are covering up for
by
somebody.
2
And obviously
different
somebody was driving
females.
the car,
Yes,
and
he
she said, yeah, he was
did.
driving. She has not told me that.
He
She dropped him off,
beat
but she said he
them
has not been
bitches.
drinking
Yes,
tonight.
he did.
The attorney.
Okay.
He said
That's like I said, that's fine. That's
He
his right.
slapped and
Okay.
kicked
Well,
and
mom's here.
punched and
I'll let you know
bit.
just as a courtesy. You are under arrest for
He
OVI at this time.
scared the
Okay. So
fucking
what'll happen?
shit
We'll
out
go back to our
of
police
them
department. We got
kids.
some paperwork to do. We got to get your fingerprints, get your photographs. Okay. And then you'll probably be
He
released on a
got
summons, which
arrested.
means
Yes,
when we're
he
done with all that stuff,
did.
mom will be able to come pick you up.
Looking like
Do you have any
Skinhead
questions?
Pete. Yes, he did.
go with him.
No, he's an adult.
Looking like he about to be a fresh AB
Did you
prospect.
drop your husband off down there?
He finna start putting in work. They gonna having him start fucking smuggling balloons up his booty hole.
But he said you'll be able to pick
Yes,
him up
ma'am.
later.
Yes, ma'am. And he has his
Hey,
phone,
I'm
so
not
he can call you
knocking
when he's
you.
all done.
All right. So
If you can survive in prison and do all that weird, like, borderline gay shit, hey, more power to you.
So she is saying that with all
Something
this going
tells
on,
me
she
though
can't
you ain't
remember
gonna
how
be
her
no
husband
like
got down
money, like
there. Yeah,
a
spoke
shot
with a
caller.
lawyer, so he's not going to answer any
You gonna be
questions or
like a
do any tests.
motherfucking. You gonna end up being like that motherfucker Redwood.
The 18-year-old son. Good, step
You gonna
out
end
for
up
me. Watch your
killing
head.
somebody and ending up on death
If
row.
you're cool when we get in here, I'll take your handcuffs off for you.
Appreciate it.
So I got to give you the opportunity and kind of explain this to you. You're right either way.
Oh, I love you, man. He's been dancing. Y'all don't understand. I have had Kyle smile dancing so fucking much. If I didn't prove it with those photographs of his back-to-back posts the last couple of days, going back 3 days, I don't know what else will prove it. Like, he's been dancing. Like, you don't get to turn around and say, when I utilize my post or my videos, that I'm dancing, okay, right? Even though half the time the videos and live streams are like shit like this, they're not even about you. But let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say, okay. All right. If that's dancing, what in the fuck is you bitching and moaning and putting out all this fake shit saying I'm a danger. Do you realize if I were to get arrested for just some measly thing and went before bond court right now, I would probably instantly get a PR bond. You know why? Because I have no fucking criminal record. Your ass would be lucky to get a fucking bond you could afford. God forbid, especially if you went in there with a fucking other DV charge. Lord help your ass. Your bond would be so fucking high, might make your head spin. Yeah, it's dumb as shit. You know, that's why I have had, especially these last 8 months, going back almost now a year, getting close. Like I have had to completely change up and make sure that I'm doing certain things the right by the book. Like, here's the thing. If I'm going to be able to be in the position, because here's the reality, and I tell people and share this stuff so other people fucking hear it. And I hate the fact that there's going to be some people didn't care to hear it, because knowing them, they would try to pervert it in some way and make it useful to benefit them somehow, but they'd still be breaking the law. But I try to tell people, like, look, there is a way to do everything that you want to do, but it lies in how you do it. So I like to smoke. Well, I learned of a new product that had been introduced to the market, and this type of thing has been introduced before, but it's been introduced as synthetic stuff like Delta 8 and stuff like that. And that kind of, for a lot of people, that kind of gives them reminiscing memories of like the time when K2 came out, that synthetic bullshit. The difference between that stuff, though, and this is that you can tell that this does come from hemp, obviously, but it's still altered. Well, then they came out with THCA, which is in its pure form is completely no different, really, almost, than regular marijuana. The only things it's different in is the way they grow it, the way that it's labeled and technically considered federally hemp, because when they harvest it, when they get it ready to and harvest to have it analyzed, when it's analyzed, it's in a state where it hasn't fully cured. So when they analyze it, it passes the federal guideline levels of being hemp and not marijuana, because the levels are low. But here's the beauty part. After that, then they take it and package it and get it ready to sell. While all that's going on, it's curing, and it sits for a while. And then by the time it hits the fucking market and it hits somebody and they get it, that stuff, if it were to be tested then, it might get rejected. Like, because it definitely is, I mean, it's not no bunk, you know, but legally it is federally hemp. I can order it online. I can get it in the stores in the other town. I don't have to pay a bunch of extra taxes. And the beauty thing about it is I'm not risking to have to worry about breaking a fucking technically unconstitutional and has already been struck down in one district courts, but it still technically is on the books in a way. But that is being able to defend yourself. But see, if you're using federally legal hemp, which I have been now for a year, then guess what? There's nothing a problem with me defending myself. Because I be damned that I'm going to be a victim in real life by somebody. So all you would-be fucking gladiators and shit out there that think you're going to be the one that chooses to volunteer to roll up and teach square a lesson or something, I promise you, it's not going to go down like that. It's gonna go down and you for sure going to jail, but it might go down uneventful other than that, or it could go down more eventful than that. And in that case, you'd probably be going to the hospital first, then jail. Kind of like that video we just watched where they did that girl. They took her to the hospital first, then jail. You know, that happens a lot of times. Because, you know, like now when my dog goes out to go to the bathroom and stuff, I stay with him. Because ain't none of you motherfuckers gonna try to snatch him. If I even see somebody, you know, you better not be like caught and be trying to approach my dog and, you know, you might not see me at first, but believe me, I'll see you. Because my eyes stay on that dog 24/7 now. Can't believe my fucking idiot ass motherfucker's gonna try to say, oh, well, that's Love's dog. Excuse me, I don't believe Love was active on YouTube at the time I had Brownie and he was in training, nor the time by when I had him done training. And if she was, she's just starting around the time he got done training. And riddle me this, she's way down yonder in Arkansas. How the fuck would he have managed to migrate from all the way down yonder, all the way on up across the state border, all through which would be nothing but highway land? Like, good luck fucking a dog navigating down through the highway. How else is he gonna get through? Unless he done a zigzag or some crazy shit, which you know he's not gonna be able to do and navigate. So how in the fuck did he manage to end up in the fuck near the damn country outskirts / low income ghetto where I was delivering pizza in a town 5 miles? Technically, what is that, west or? No, east. Yeah. There's no way in hell. No way in hell. And it's just these outrageous things. And the reason I'm pointing them out, you might say, okay, what's the big deal? Why are you pointing it out? Because to drill into people's heads that watch regularly all these ridiculous claims they make day after day over and over and over and over and over. you can't let it desensitize you. You have to remember and recall that fact. Otherwise, you know, it's easy to get subjected to thinking what a group of other people might start thinking that you're around. You don't realize it, but it is. Whenever we're in groups of different organizations or affiliations, there tends to become a group mind or group think, and, you know, whatever the traditions and values of that group innately are, the members reflect that back. You know, they're kind of expected to. I just can't believe that the doofus dingus had the nerve to say, just because I'm not part of the workyverse anymore. You're not part of them, but their number one guy, Fusion's still in your chat, along with JM and all the other worky turds. Like, but you're not with them no more. Got it. Like, I mean, they must just think people are fucking idiots. And you know, by announcing that stuff as direct and obvious like you do, almost like you're scripturally trying to cover your ass somehow in the most desperate way in case of any legal stuff in the future. It's kind of obvious and will be obvious to, you know, legal experts, prosecutors, etc., and attorneys to see what you're doing and how each time you say something like that to declare something to basically dismiss what you know and what other people are going to think and see as the obvious. So you know, that wasn't me, y'all. That was, you know, I forgot who you blamed it on, but trying to say that wasn't you porn bombing those people. Like, yeah, you porn bombed Rochelle, Lauren, Sly, you admitted to, Charlie D, me, Bambi, who all else? Books. I mean, you've done it to so many people, and then some of your fucking lover boys and fans and stuff are gonna bitch at me and bring up how I one time was going to, didn't even do it though, use two apes, and it wasn't even explicit, you know, really, and do that at Naughties. And then the other times I've done it, I've used like very tame, regular like Playboy type stuff. Like I don't do what Filthy does, which is hit you with a clip of somebody that looks real, and then all of a sudden it switches and you see some big ass gaping fucking bullshit, fisting nasty shit, just or pooping shit, just shitting. Like, I mean, just the most disgusting, like shocking, vile, nasty, ungodly shit. You know, because he thinks that that's being hardcore, and you know that's, you know, like basically saying fuck you or whatever. And in a way, I guess it is, but it's not as big a deal as it is in his mind that he thinks it is. It's not hard to catch somebody off guard every now and then and get up on their panel and flash some bullshit. Like, anybody can do it. You know, it's not that big of a deal. We gotta get inside. It's starting to fucking rain, of course. Brownie's gonna hate that. You can't go outside right now, buddy. It's raining. Yeah, you can't go outside. It's raining. It's a good thing you went out earlier. Hey, do you want me to give you a teeth treat? Come here. Let me give you a teeth treat. Go, buddy. There you go. I think I'll give you one of each, actually. I think I'll give you an Orvet, too. Still got a couple of these. I got 2 left after this. Thing is, though, I really got 3, so 2 apiece. It's 6, technically, I got left. Because these are for technically 50-pound, up to 50-pound dogs, and he's half that. Almost even a little bit less than half of that, so I half them and give him a half of one, since he doesn't need as much as a 50-pound dog, obviously. And it has some type of, let me tell you, what's it got in it? 0.7% delmopinol, HCI, developed in a proprietary chewable formulation. Used as an overall dental health regimen, used regularly veterinary and at-home care. Give your dog 1 chew per day. Each chew releases delopominol. It coats the teeth, tongue, and gingiva to create a protective barrier against bacteria that causes bad breath and are the basis for plaque. So we need to brush your teeth before I give you this. People are going to have to wait on me on the live. Sorry, people. Come on, Brownie. I'm going to make sure I do this. Come on, Brownie. Get in there. Get it? No. No. Get in there. I did. Brownie. Brownie, come on. You little booger. Don't be afraid. It's alright. You got your good toothpaste you like. Alright. Oh, shit. Alright. Stop licking teeth every time. That defeats the purpose of trying to brush them if you lick it just right off. I guess that's not that bad. You only got some of it. It's like, he keeps licking the whole time though. So I end up using extra because I want to make sure I do a good job. Uh-oh. One of his teeth's bleeding. That's not a good sign. I'm going pretty slow. I didn't go hard. Let me rinse it off. Hey, Brady, let me brush you with some water. Dude, a little bit more of the... Here, buddy. Let's get the bottom. Let's get those bottoms. Come on. There you go. Sorry, buddy. I get so sensitive. I'm so sensitive with him, but at the same time, I realize sometimes, and my trainer told me this. He said, Chihuahuas. He said he'll whine over just about anything, won't he? And I said, yeah. He said you can't let that. He said, oh, there's a tornado warning in the area. Granny, sit, sit, sit. Granny, sit, sit, sit. Good boy. I know you don't care for this too much. There you go, buddy. I'll give you a little water. A little bit more water to help you rinse some of that out your mouth. You swallowed and licked up a lot of it. You always do, don't you? There you go, buddy. Oh, don't be grabbing at me. I got you a delicious chew right here as your treat. Hey, Brandy, look here. There you go. Take it. His teeth are gonna be super fresh. His teeth are gonna be super fresh. Looks like we got a tornado warning. I think I'll play one more video and then we'll wrap it up for this evening. Most entitlable, insufferable Karen cops have ever. When you get a felony within a month at your new high school, holy shit. The moment she realized she killed 2 people, oh damn. We'll try this one out. The Karen one. Well, let me actually check this out since you mentioned it. I can come back to this. You talking about this guy that's got 700 and something subs? Not that I'm hating on him or anything. I mean, he might be a cool guy. I don't know him. What'd you say? You said he's one crazy motherfucker. Well, that's not nice. Oh, but see, people like him or nobody, even if they are crazy, they don't deserve to be fucked with. Looks like he's got some. I mean, it seems like he's got some stuff going on, you know, but I got no, you know, I'm not going to call him crazy or even get into his stuff on this channel because I don't want, last thing I want to do is like put him in the path of freaking messed up trolls. Like, I kind of wish you hadn't even given me stuff to look at because, you know, freedom of expression and speech is for all, but it comes with a responsibility. You can't use it to hurt others. You know, that's one of the rules, and people forget that. They think free speech is completely free. I can do whatever. Yeah, okay. If you think free speech is so free, go ahead and go into a movie theater and yell fire, pull the alarm or something. See what happens. You're just expressing yourself.
Between herself and her girlfriend. This incident likely required intervention from law enforcement to ensure the safety of those involved and to address any potential legal ramifications stemming from the altercation.
Neighbor.
Okay.
I don't know what apartment though.
Okay.
Got these 2 right here.
Hi, shut up. Hi, sir. She told me to call the office. Yes, because she doesn't want to do I can tell them how it's going.
Brandon, you enjoying your chew?
Oh my Hi, officer. I'm Natalie. Nice to meet you.
Daddy's gonna make another Pop Tart. My fat
No,
ass.
correct. I was trying to call you first. Okay. I'm the. Well, then why don't you go wait up by my car and I'll talk to you in a second. No.
Thing is, I'd eat 2 more after that, but I
So I
can't.
can talk to you in a second, okay?
I gotta pace myself. I felt like I'm eating way too many
So I can get
Venges.
one side of the story real quick, and then I'll
They're
come
just,
get yours.
bro,
you got
I
shoes on.
swear, these damn little chocolate chip Pop Tarts, they are so addictive. It's like they put fucking crack in them or something. I mean, like, I swear, like, I don't even have this bad of a compulsion or anything with nicotine or weed. Like, good Lord. Oh no, filthy animal, you're not coming up. I mean, I have no reason to let you up, dude. You've threatened my life and everything. Like, you threatened me. And you don't even know me, really. Like, you never tried to get to know me. You have no idea the type of dude I am. God damn it. The fuck does this dude want, man? He's lucky I'm fucking bored. Yeah.
Muhammad! What's up, you little faggot?
You're a dumb motherfucker. That was just dumb. If that's supposed to be a troll, that was really pathetic. Using someone else's name because you knew your ass wouldn't have been allowed up just for the simple fact of who you are and what you're about. You know, you're about fucking goats hitting your nephew and drinking all damn day and night and being a bad influence on books. Like, you're a piece of shit. You're a bad influence on your nephew. You should have never been put in the responsibility or position to raise him. Like, I feel sorry that his fucking parents and shit, I heard one of them OD'd, the other one got locked up. Like, that just sucks. He got handed a bad hand, but hell, his hand got 10 times even worse when they handed him to you. Good God, what was the fucking person thinking that came up with that fucking idea? I guess you wasn't as fucked up back then. You was still on your journey of getting fucked up. And you fucking took him along with it. And you're a piece of shit, hillbilly. Like, you really are. You got the nerve to try to call me a pedo and a diddler when you yourself are literally just as bad almost as Kyle. Like, you're a domestic fucking violence fucker. Even if it's not charged on your record, like, you should have been charged. You told everybody, so did the spokesman, that you hit him. If you had said that and the police heard it, they'd fucking arrest your ass. If they had heard him say, and I deserved it, oh my God, bro, they probably would have been pissed at your ass. Like, you got lucky as hell, and you had no business getting that lucky. And you're a piece of shit. Your house is a piece of shit. You're a dumbass. All you can think of to say was fucking Muhammad. Whoop-de-fucking-do. My bud Muhammad's doing a lot better than your ass, but always will be better than you. Like, his family compared to your family is no comparison. They actually do shit that's important, you know, like work with the U.S. government or work in law or business, you know, like well-to-do fucking people. What do you do? Oh, you collect a check and you get drunk. Yeah, real contribute to society. Fucking disgrace.
Come
You're
over
a
here and talk to me.
disgrace.
Just hang out for 1 second, please. What's going on?
I'm gonna get my checklist if that's okay. Sir?
Show me on a business check, please, 15 outside Bellevue.
I told her she could stay
There's all
over.
these injuries you guys got.
Well, we got into a fight.
Okay.
Her
Are
car
you
broke down.
guys a couple?
No, we're friends.
You just friends?
Yes. I said she could stay over my house.
Hillbilly committed insurance fraud,
Her car
y'all.
broke down. I understood that.
Right.
After that, I told her I could drop you off at your house. She was like,
Y'all know how Hillbilly, the story about how Hillbilly set fire to his last piece of shit place because he wanted to get some insurance money and get a better, slightly better, but still piece of shit place? Oh yeah, it's a true story.
no, you're gonna have to call the cops. She busted down my door. I tried to go in my room just to get away from her. She busted down my door.
Yeah.
Is that
It's a door, open door. She busted down my door. Then I went to the bathroom.
When the police arrived at the scene, they encountered two women, one appearing calm while the other displayed agitated behavior. As the officers initiated their investigation, one woman cooperated by providing information, while the other woman spoke loudly and failed to recognize the authority of the officers. This behavior likely hindered the investigation process and could have contributed to her eventual arrest.
What are you guys fighting over?
Because I want her to leave. I told her one day her car broke down. I understand that. I would drop her off at her house. And then she's like, no, I don't want you to drop me off. Get a cop to drop me off. I was like, why? She was persistent. We got into a fight, a huge fight. And then this is how.
That's all these injuries are
Yes,
from?
yes.
Okay, and so you guys are purely roommates. You guys aren't related. You guys aren't in a relationship. Nothing like that.
We had some sort of relationship, but like it's over. And then we weren't together when she said that she
When
needed
did you
to
guys
stay.
have a relationship?
About a week ago.
Okay, and like how long has your relationship been going on?
A year.
A year?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys have been in a relationship for a year.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's separating now.
Right. And I said she can stay over my house for a day. I told her I can drop you off. I can give you an Uber. She said no, she wants a cop to take her home.
Okay.
So I don't know what to do. Sir? Sir? I am partners with that
Just
girl.
tell me what's going
The
on
story,
right
of
now.
course.
Yeah.
So first of all, that is my partner.
Okay.
This is her house. I'm an honest person. I'm a good student. I don't have a record like other people. I just wanted to get that point across. This is her MO. This is not me.
Listen, just talk to me with what's going on. So,
Of course, sir.
yeah.
I'm trying. So this stuff is happening in the house. Like basically why we're here right now is I'm her girlfriend. Yesterday my car just broke down on the way here. I know, mommy.
Listen, you're not telling me.
She's playing the fucking poor, pitiful me, listen to all my problems, and yeah, let me go. Good morning, Mr. Rebel. I don't see how it's good morning, bro. It's good evening. It's 11:39 p.m. It's not even the AMs yet. It's about to be 12 a.m. in about 21 minutes.
What's going on right
It's
now?
a long story. Can you please like have patience
Okay.
with me, please?
All right.
I don't wanna fight. I'm like trying to cooperate.
The police officers collaborated to gather accurate details surrounding the incident. As they approached
Yeah, she'll be one of them that keeps saying, I'm trying to cooperate, I want to cooperate, but they're not ever cooperating. Huh.
the women, their primary focus was understanding the underlying cause of the physical altercation. Through
They just
continuous
keep
questioning,
filibustering.
they aimed to uncover pertinent information that could shed light on the events leading up to the disturbance, aiding in their investigation and subsequent handling of the situation.
Here, we were girlfriends, we were good, there was nothing wrong. She's like, whatever, she had an attitude with me since yesterday, today I'm trying to talk to her what's up because she's just having animosity, and she explains to me like basically she wants me out of the house. So the issue is I obviously am stuck here. We were girlfriends. She's not treating me as a girlfriend. The fight that transpired here is because we were supposed to go to the bodegón. Okay, mommy, hold on. The fight that happened here is we were supposed to go to the bodegón. I literally am telling her I'm not going to be stuck
It
in the
looks
house
like you ain't
by
going
myself.
now.
her thing is she's trying to go away from me so she can lock me in her house. I didn't want to be locked. So I'm like, we can be peaceful, we can be cordial. Let's go to the bodega together. I told her, you can take me home if I cause any problems. I promise I'm the most obedient, most
So
obedient
how did the fight start? How did
So we're in the car and I'm being like, I told her if I start issues, you can take me home. There was no issues. She wants to be like passive aggressive, and then she said, you're gonna see, that's the choice you want to make. I said, what choice? I didn't ask for any choice. I said, can we go to the bodega and be peaceful and come back? So she's lying to me. She's tricking to me, trying to like, her plan is saying, oh no, I was gonna take you home. Oh no, I was gonna go to the bodega and I was gonna wait till you weren't looking at just leave you stranded.
So walk me through what happened with the physical stuff. So you asked her to leave. What happened?
Yeah, she started pushing.
Okay,
and then I started pushing her back, and then that's how we ended up on the floor.
Okay, so you're saying that she initially.
Yes, because I tried to leave my own house, and she started pushing me. And in front of the door, like literally didn't let me go to my room, didn't let me go to the bathroom, didn't let me leave the house because I was trying to get away.
So you're saying that she initially pushed you,
yes,
and then you got into a fight,
yes,
defending yourself.
Yes.
Okay, just hang out by my car.
But I don't want to press charges. I just want her out of my house.
Hang out by my car for me, okay?
That's literally what she said.
Okay, well, you're not telling me.
I'm telling you.
There's a reason why they asked if they was in a relationship and stuff. In fact, if they were and everything, she don't realize she's fucked up because now, usually the law says they have to take them. Well, at least her. I mean, she seems like she's the victim in this, so they'll definitely just take this one initially. If they were to find marks on her and stuff, they'd probably take her too. But if there's no marks on this one, but just the other one, then they're going to see it was just her, and they're going to take her, whether she wants to press charges or not, because they're intimate partners technically. If they've been in a relationship for at least a year, even if it's technically been a week since if it's been a week since they ended, then why hadn't she already left? You know what I mean? Like, the cops aren't stupid.
How does the physical started?
I get that, but this all like comes to this point, right? Like it makes sense. It's
okay. So you guys are in a verbal altercation.
So we got here. We came into the house. Her thing is because I don't want to be left stranded, so I have to choose to be locked in the house while she goes and does I don't know what. And this is obviously I have trust issues because she's done all this other stuff, whatever. So I told her, okay, whatever, I'll stay here. And I asked to give her a hug before she left. And the hug that I was trying to get before she left is what caused her to say, get the fuck out of my...
She's being overly dramatic and trying to get sympathy.
I was like, did you have to... And I'm telling her, I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to leave. I just want to figure out my car stuff. My mom is calling Honda and all this stuff to figure out the stuff with the car people.
So what happened with the physical stuff?
So the physical stuff, I'm telling her, give me a hug, go to the bodega. That is what popped her off. She has anger issues, all these other issues. So now she's mad. I'm explaining.
I don't want the drama. I want facts. Tell me facts.
You want the facts, and these are part of the facts, officer. Please, I'm being patient. I'm being cooperative. I need you to be like a little empathetic.
One woman recounted that the altercation began when her girlfriend kicked her
That
out of
ain't
the
a good
apartment.
way to go.
However, the officer suspected there might be more to the story and deemed this explanation insufficient. Recognizing the need for further investigation, the officer delved deeper into the incident's circumstances, aiming to uncover any additional factors or motivations contributing to the altercation.
Just going around and around, tell us how the physical...
So the physical is just like how it happens all the time. This is not the first time. Literally, she broke...
Oh, that's even better to say.
Today, right now. I don't care about the stuff in the past.
Okay, sir.
What
It doesn't
occurred
matter
today?
that I've had stuff on my body. That doesn't matter.
I'm trying to figure out what happened today, and you keep going off topic with stories. Tell me what happened today. They don't. Today.
Sir, you're telling me
listen,
broken body parts.
It doesn't matter. If it was something that happened, if it was something, you should have reported it. We want to know what happened right now today.
So just today, it's just the same stuff. Her trying to throw my shit out. Her trying to take me out. And I'm telling her, I'm not going to do that.
Physical stuff start.
Did
you punch her? Did she punch you?
No,
Tell me how the physical stuff started.
It's always her first.
Okay, so you're claiming that she attacked you.
100%. You will see, and I'm honest
So
about
how
what
did
I've
she
done.
attack you? How did she attack you?
Explain it to us, please.
Okay, it's a lot. I don't know. Like, it always just happens so fast.
This is your now ex-girlfriend? This is your apartment? She's been staying at for a while.
Yeah, well, just yesterday, I told her she can come back for a day. After we broke up, and then I was like a week where she wasn't at my house, and then her car broke down. And I was like, okay, well, she was in here. I was like, you can stay here for a day. I made it clear for a day. She told me today that she's not leaving. And I said, well, I can drop you off at your mom's house while you figure out the car situation. Or you, it's in Northern.
Real mom?
Yes.
Do you have mom's number?
No.
If we talk to your neighbors, they're going to say she's only been here one day?
Well, no. Before that week, she was staying with me for a while, but she wasn't paying rent. Nothing was under her name. She was in and out, as a couple, and
just
then we
familiar
broke
with the
up.
system. We don't care about the whole paying rent.
Oh, okay.
All right. Where are your injuries?
This was my arm.
Yeah.
In the face.
Yeah, I got scratches.
Eye, back of the neck, back of the legs.
Okay.
I haven't looked at myself.
And she's injured also?
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to her. How'd she get injured?
Well, we both fought each other.
And how did the physical altercation initiate?
Okay, so after she knocked down both doors, I was trying to get out of my house to leave and let her chill out, and I was gonna go chill out. She stopped me in the middle of the door. I kept trying to go around her. She pushed me, and then I pushed her back, and then she went and pushed me again, and then we ended up on the floor.
Okay, so 2 doors in there are damaged?
Yes.
Because of her?
Yes.
How did she damage her foot or hands? I'm just trying to figure out, was she going to have marks on her hands from damaging the door, or is it going to be she did?
Both. I don't know. She just kind of
Were you there?
Well, she unscrewed one of the handles because I locked the door in my room. She unscrewed that.
So you were locked in your room, and
Yes.
she decided she's going to try to force entry into that room.
Yes.
Hence kind of making her the aggressor. So you try to avoid the problem by going in the room, and then she's coming to the problem.
She unscrewed the door.
There's a punch to that door. And yeah. Just like she said.
So there's gonna be marks on her that you're gonna see scratches. I have nails. All of that was out of self-defense, out of me pushing her off of me, me taking her off of me.
Yeah, she gonna end up going to jail.
Me. You're telling me that a broken. Yes.
Then what did she do?
So
The suspect.
Listen, she didn't want you to hug her. Then what did she do? Or what did you do?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, and
Okay.
her regular shit out. You need to leave, and started trying to throw my shit away.
She's trying.
And every time I stand in, whole time I'm not doing anything to her. I'm either self-defense. She's throwing my stuff away, so I'm standing away.
You can call your mom back. Please get off the phone.
Be the same as
Listen,
wait, sir.
Just turn off the phone. Do not call anybody. Now
But
tell
wait.
me what. You can record me, or if you want to. This is nothing to do with. You can call her afterwards. Now let me ask you. She was trying. I'm saying you explain to me an investigation right now. We're in the middle of an investigation
So that's
right
a law
now.
somewhere. After this happens, I'm gonna look, and that's a law.
Yeah, So she was trying to get your stuff out.
I'm a victim.
Listen, how long have we been standing here?
Explaining that to you, I'm not putting up any. Continuing.
Do you have an ID on you?
I don't.
Okay, let me grab your name. Your name. What's your? Listen, what we will do, we will put you in handcuffs until we can ID you, because this is an investigation. Okay?
When questioned again by the officers, she claimed that her intention was merely to hug her girl. Her being forcefully thrown out concerned the sequence of events and motives involved.
I can do that, but I don't know the law, so I need to call my mom to make. I just don't want to be.
So she can tell you.
My mommy. He's saying because
In handcuff, we will do that. I need your information.
I can't believe he let her call her mom.
We will make that clear.
I know you're trying to figure it out, and it's not fair.
Listen,
That
this is a good phone number for you. Doesn't matter. We just need to get to the
call so you can
Who's on phone, Mom?
Yes.
You want me to talk to her just so she's not freaking out? I'm going to show you your interview with him. I'll let Mom know later. Hello, Mom. So now continue from the stuff out.
Yeah,
You're stopping her.
a strong individual. Like, I'm like obedient or whatever, but I'm still strong. You will see scratches on her, and that's where the scratches come.
Okay.
Never have I punched her. She will see scratches on her, and that's where the scratches. You will see scratches on her, and that's where the scratches come.
Okay.
Never.
Well, girls aren't supposed to be in relationships together, so this is why stuff like this ends up happening. In my opinion, it's spiritual.
Pull stuff away.
She comes to me.
Then she
repeated punching me in the stomach.
Imagine two feminists
Might not be aware of the
extreme
law.
feminists being together.
However, the officer refused, believing that she needed to face the consequences of her actions independently.
Punching me in the arm.
Then when she was punching what?
The woman requested the officer to call her mom, fearing she might not be aware of the law. However, the officer refused, believing that she needed to face the consequences of her actions independently. This decision was likely made to uphold accountability and ensure that proper procedures were followed in addressing the situation.
Punching me in the arm.
Then when she was punching what did you do?
But he did let her call. It's just the officer took the
I
phone.
don't need, is she going under varieties of that?
Yeah,
or
I'm saying.
Me on the bed, I know. And I'm telling you.
After the whole incident, the physical incident,
Listen,
then what happened?
Do me a favor, friend. I'm freaking about you.
Sir. Wait, sir.
Listen, I don't
sir, but
just
sir,
relax. Do not stiff your hands.
But no. But I don't need, is she going under arrest? Because I don't need to be under arrest. I was calling you guys to take me home.
Listen.
I don't want to ruin her record. I don't want to I don't want anything that's gonna be permanent. I just wanted her out of my house. Please, officer, please.
Listen, stop.
Genuinely. Seriously, I was calling you guys to take me home. You can't.
I'm gonna explain, okay? We're placing you under arrest for domestic battery, okay?
Domestic battery.
I will be corrupted, but I don't want you to put him. I can walk. I will be corrupted, but I don't want you to put him. I can walk in your dress. Sir,
you don't get it. I'm not gonna ask you again, then I'm gonna take you.
Sir, but I'm walking in your. Please, bro.
Because you're not being
cooperative.
Because you're not listening.
Damn.
Facing the charges and evade jail time.
Yo, you're terrible, bro. You're going to go to jail.
We don't make. She's an adult, right?
What can I do? What can I do to stop this? What can I do to stop this? Please. I don't want to press charges. I don't want you to take her, please. I don't want you to take her, please.
All right, you can go back to your.
Please.
What's going on? We just want to separate you guys from.
You want to wait in here or can I wait outside?
Packets. Go in the house real quick. I heard that when it's domestic, we can't come. We've deemed her to be the primary aggressor. There's nothing we can do. ID her and all that.
Yeah, that's domestic. They have to do it. All right, guys. Well, that's all I'm going to look at for a night with you and spend time with you. I've been on here for a super duper long time. So I want to appreciate everybody for coming out. Happy Easter. Happy 420. Fuck the work, you turds. Fuck Filthy. Fuck Andrea. Fuck Moses. Beeps. Heaps. Skin Tag Stevie. Fuck Rich the bitch. Rick the bitch. Fuck Clifford the big red pube dog. Pube face dog. Fuck DV boy. Fuck OLD, aka AD looking ass. LD looking ass motherfucker. Fuck books for beer, books for halfway house. Fuck old bird, fuck Gene, fuck them all. Fuck them all, fuck them all, as old spokestard would say.